What is up, misfits, one and all, and welcome to tonight's
all across
episode.
The globe.
That's right. Like I keep on saying, there are flat earthers all across the globe. Welcome to this episode of Midnight Ranting. Flat Earth on trial. Dun dun dun. That's right. We are throwing a modern day debate inspired after party on Flat Earth on trial. Amy and TJump versus FlatterDaySaint and Nathan Thompson for some open mic fun. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time all around the world?
He's very amused by the flat earthers. He is. He really likes.
He is. Well, I mean, there is a true known fact that if the Earth was flat, cats would have knocked something off by now. I mean, come on.
An ice wall versus cats. Come on.
Ice wall. It sounds so exciting. It sounds so Game of Thronesy. But yes,
so
welcome everyone. Oh my, which we got to in the debate. What the was that?
Yeah. You
like, seriously, there are a few moments that just will always stick with me. James, did you know porn was gay? All of it, even the straight porn. Did you know that?
Apparently
Even the, I guess, the lesbian porn. Because there used to be a joke. I'm trying to think which comedian. I mean, it almost is like he took a comedian's bit and took it for reals, because there is a very well-known bit. I forget the comedian. Someone please shout them out. But was like, well, you know, porn's a little gay. And they're like, it's almost like talking to another character. And he's like, why? Well, you have a girl there, but, you know, you're watching and there's a guy, right? Well, yeah, sure. And you want that guy to have a big, don't you? He's like, well, yeah, of course I do. Well, there you go. You're gay. It literally is like he took that joke and was like, oh my God, he's right. I'm gay.
At the speed of plaid.
And once again, if you're wondering why we're talking about that in the Flat Earth debate, I have no idea. But it came up, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, did it come up. But please, don't forget to like, follow if you're out there on Twitch, what's up there, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when sent to all will give you reminders to see our premieres and join our live streams, just like all the people, the lovely people out there. What is up? Obi-Wan, Bitter Truth, Tim, Bear, Micah Lionel, Binge, Doorknob Heb, Dave, Sunflower, Aaron, Coalson, what is up?
Hey,
God equals the square root of -1. So much fun in the sun.
So much fun.
Goes
so much
around
gas pressure.
A globe. Witter, what is up? Pat, Jason, the whole crew is in, and in fact, you can join us by getting that reminder. We will say hello to everyone. Rebel, Hillary's emails, Tim, No Name, as you keep on entering the show. But if you want to see your specific comments or question, and or our favorite, a one-liner, keep on helping us see you by tagging at James W. or myself at Amy Newman in chat. What is up at Doubting Thomas and Skywatcher? And we are a skeptic channel. It is true, including the two smucks that you see before you. If you're just coming from the flat Earth,
we're globe skeptics.
Know that we are. They call us globetards. I just can't help it. I like a really thick Earth, like the type.
We're just asking questions, people. We're just asking.
Asking questions, which is funny. They try and pretend like they're skeptics. That's always normally. They try and just ask questions because I think what they normally come into contact to is physicists. And physicists, if you actually want to answer all of your true questions when dealing with gravity, that's who you're supposed to be speaking with. TJump and I are just like the ambassadors of science. But I don't think that we got any actual answers from them on a flat earth, because I don't think they're used to having it turned back around, which is weird because they're the ones supposed to be proving the flat earth. But hey, we're about to go into the open mic. We're about to open it up. We're about to send the link into chat so that you can join us on the interwebs. However, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just not on the sheets. On my flag, maybe. The NASA shill flag. The Soros pays for those all the time. However, this housekeeping, the whole show, the dry cleaning show, is sponsored by all of our supporters, the people who send in super chats, as well as our members, who you can find in the description below. You can join and get evolving badges, which trigger creationists, anything that evolves. And our Patreon, the best way. It seems to trick. Well, they're almost all religious. That's the other thing, is that Nathan was like, well, I didn't bring up religion one time. Though,
how many times did they bring up that Garden of Eden?
Well,
at least 4 or 5 times.
FlatterDaySaint bring up the Garden of Eden without anybody asking him.
Nathan goes along with it too. He's a Christian. On that. Yeah,
he absolutely agrees. He just tried to be like, well, I'm not using religion. Well, yeah, I don't know what you're using, because he I'm not cooking for Cocoa Puffs. He's like, of course this isn't for science. We're not for science. We're not trying to tell you science. We're like, wow, that's the only honest thing I've heard tonight. So thank you.
That's right.
What is up? Binge Thinker, Patient Null. What is up, Neil? The 604 Atheist.
604 Atheist. The Earth is indeed catchy.
Patient Null says, why does it Nathan always insist I did the experiment myself? Did you? When he believes in God. Exactly. Can I not only tell you, but this absolutely wipes out prophethood. Like, it's the same thing that young Earth creationists do. They're like, I don't believe, unless it evolved in front of my eyes, unless I went to the moon, there's no moon.
Well, I mean, I went to the store. That's like kind of an experiment, right?
Yeah. Well, the
walk my dog.
Like, he honestly does not understand what is going on. If he's like, well, I went outside and it wasn't round at all.
I went to the store. I walked my dog. I didn't see any curvature.
If he had actually went from here, then actually came around, which is something only possible on a globe. But yes, this is like I was trying to say. They tried to get in this loop about gas pressure when TJump, I think, explained it elegantly. And then how many they can say the same thing over and over? But yeah, they don't want to.
They can say
the speed of flat. Yo, I knew that was a joke. First of all, I love Spaceballs.
You tried to say that, and then they were like, no, it's not totally not a joke. It's totally not a joke.
They wouldn't say the punchline, basically, the moment that we tried to call them out, because they wanted us to be like,
it's a real thing.
Yeah, really? Oh, no, we've been...
Spaceballs.
But yes, it's very silly. It basically ignores everything about their own epistemology. But yes, all of this, keep on sending in your questions and comments and one-liners. But all of this, including our Patreons, can be found at patreon.com/ABNewman. Helps us make even more fun content. And we are going to send a ton of fun. We are going to go, should be atheist round
thank you, us.
Connecting Atheists, the network group, youtube.com/. The Atheist Network group, because we do it better. than the believers. But also Ian Davenport. Woo, Ian! Something on my thumb.
Thanks,
Woo! Because of creationist talking points that we kind of knocked down because it doesn't look like a watch. A grumpy old cuss. Because these types of creationists and flat earth arguments make us go. A Diana Smith because, well, it turns out that they don't like 51% of the species. In fact, not to get too politically correct, but when they ask what's a woman, you know, they start to talk about a rib person, and I have to, you know, point out that that's not biology. That's rib? Abcdeig. Science. But yes, Diana Smith and Pat Lowinger. Woo! Sending love to Pat Lowinger.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Pat.
Many awesome episodes of Talk Skeptic TV. We're about to do more. He's already picked out the topic. We are about to go into more fun. If you are a Patreon or a channel member, hit me up so that you can do more episodes. We can share your expertise with the community. Sending love to Dale Pastel, remembering that we're looking for empirical evidence. And when creationists hear this, they get kind of triggered. They say we're cheating, and why should you? You're looking for something natural when it should be supernatural. Okay, that's right, sir, but this is Wendy's. But Dave Gar as well. Sending love, Dave Gar, the man of the hour tonight, because we are talking about a round earth. Yeah. And it turns out that a lot of these religious texts, they kind of point to a flat one, or at least they're very ambiguous in the flatter. They're both sides using. It's up to interpretation, James. You need to understand the context. Yeah, the context. But then love Dave Garcia, love Scott Duke, reminding us that animals do not get poofed from the sky, and that creationists,
that's when they do.
Just like Flurfs, do not have a model for the diversity of life. What is up, Robert? But we're about to also go into open mic. In fact, while I'm sending this out here, because we're doing the speed party way tonight, I'm also going to send this in the chat, but I won't talk about it until I get in there. But boo. And sending love to Regos, because we do a skeptic Bible study here. In fact, we are going through all of the chapters, 1 through 1. In Deuteronomy is where we are right now. And God just kind of cut off a woman's hand and, you know.
She touched a guy in the naughty part.
Yeah, and so her just, boop. You thought that was just for Islam. Turns out the Old Testament, they wanted a scoop too. Now you got 2 scoops. Regis and Rachel Holland, the wonderful, fabulous, and amazing, reminding us the Bible doesn't actually endorse slavery. Oh, non-consensual slavery. And that is actually on the docket for one of our episodes.
Coming up.
Talking about that. I couldn't help it. I was talking about the PNR server, and now it's on my mind. It's coming up, baby. And sending off Randolph Richardson because we do a great stream on the PNR server with TJump and everyone else. Sending love to Rachel, sending love to Senator Cato, because we actually care about the separation of church and state. It's the only thing that matters, especially whenever you have creeping theocracy. It's not going to be your schism what's the word? Denomination. Thank you. Not going to be your denomination. Well, the funny thing is, speaking of schism, because that's where my brain is, even if it was, like you rolled the roulette and you were in charge of the horse brigade that somehow overran the government, whatever, as soon as you have like a theological disagreement, you either need to bow down if someone has more control over you, or war is about to happen, a civil war, and it's just over a theological claim. Good job.
Theological war, yay.
Yay, everyone loves that. Thank you, Senator Keto. Thank you, James Wolfe. I saw him out there in the right next to, first of all, my copy of the Satanic Verses. Thank you, terrorism, for making him richer. I hope that he gets a lot of money and continue to make that a #1 bestseller. But also sending love to James Wolfe.
Thank you, James Wolfe.
because we are in the midnight hours, sending love to, and last but not least, once again, if you're new, we like to do all of our shout outs, but we also like to Bill Burr it because, we have a lot on our mind that we can vent about. And this just helps us. A little housekeeping, a little Sam Harris housekeeping. But last but not least, Matt Deeg, because creationists. Well, it's so funny. Creationists could not create a galaxy. What does a Flurf galaxy look like?
No galaxy. It's just an Earth, Amy, under a dome.
Just an Earth under
That's
a dome.
It.
That's
no
all
galaxy. Nothing
My
else.
lordy. No,
everything else is in the dome. And Jeebus is just sitting on top, just looking down at us, smiling at everything. At these 99% of people who are going to be roasted in hell forever for his glory. He can't wait.
Roast and toast. But speaking of roasting and toasting, we got a lot of people backstage.
Yes, we do.
I'm going to send this one more time because we are actually about to go into the open mic on the Flat Earth.
This will be the fastest open mic we've ever done.
Well, it's always funny because I love the questions that.
Hey, Richard.
When I hear Nathan like, "Hey, shut up. These questions aren't for you." It's like, no, sweetheart. They're gonna be all for you. Like, that's the point. Like, you just say.
No one wants to hear you talk,
and
Amy.
So people, people try and debunk you,
sweetheart. Sugar lips, or
well,
whatever.
I think he tried to I forget. Actually,
you did that once, and you nipped it right away.
And then that was it. And then I forget even if he ever did it again.
You emasculated him with that, and he didn't want to get his huevos kicked again.
I know. So don't sew him straight.
He was tucked his tail between the rest of the debate. Kind of behaved himself on that regard.
Richard Madison, Sage, Ohio, Tinker. I was gonna say Tinker Tank. I think that's Tim. We see Witty. All right, we're just gonna keep on sending
hey,
Mark.
Jen. Good to see
What's
you,
up,
Jen.
Jen?
It was a round earther, I believe.
Yeah.
Probably for completely different reasons than we have, but she still is a round earther, I think.
But we love Jim. We love everyone out there. And like I said, I want to talk about the debate. I want to talk about the topic. But we want to let everyone do so. And so I want to know what your guys' thought was. I'm just going to quickly say this because we do have Mark Reid. We got Sunflower. We got Helioskeptic. We're getting spicy. I can feel it already, and we want you to be able to say whatever you want. We give everyone
an open statement. We're about to go live.
But I felt, and maybe this is just my view, maybe I'm very biased. I thought it was a great debate. I thought TJump and I rocked the house. Now, maybe they see it differently. I felt very happy that when I shut down a lot of his word game in my opening, that he used almost none of that language. I don't know if anyone paid attention to that, but I sure did because it was almost devoid of the normal kind of nonsense language that I feel is a projection of like the fantasy, fairy tale, the hoax. Okay, yeah, sure. What is up, Udolph, KCA, Bal Diablo, Secular Pagan Mom, and with that, I think I've said enough,
everybody
James.
in the house tonight. Let's go.
Let's go. We're going to have some fun, specifically in a round and an Earth Sun. And we are starting off with Mark as we get him his opening statement.
Welcome aboard, Mark.
Welcome aboard.
Hello, everybody.
Lovely to see you as always. But we want to know, what are your thoughts about the topic, the debate, or anything to talk about?
Oh, look, you guys did great. I think TJump was a little bored, to be honest with you. But, he's done that many debates. I think he's sort of checked out a little. But, he still did a good job. I don't know why FlatterDaySaint was there. He didn't seem to say anything, and when he did say stuff, it wasn't even related to the topic kind of thing. I think the weirdest one was Nathan saying he walked his dog and came back to where he came from. And I think he's missing that we're talking about going in a straight line. Like, we don't change direction when we circumnavigate the Earth. We're basically going, okay, we're going in one direction, like west constantly, and we come back to Asia and then, continue west, just west. If you leave your house and walk your dog and just go west, you are not going to come back to your house. You are going to, leave the city and then the country and then the whole point is when we circumnavigate the globe, and I'm using west because I believe that's what Magellan did. You come back to where you started from, and that's the point that he was missing. I think that the best quote of it was, "The Earth is thick." I thought that was beautiful, Amy. That was awesome. This whole thing, they don't understand what gas pressure is. They don't understand what atmospheric pressure is. They don't understand why bouncing radio waves off the moon can allow us to tell how far away the moon is, because radio waves travel at the speed of light. And this whole thing, and one thing I do want to mention, I do want to mention this because it's kind of annoying. It's this whole thing of you have to test it yourself kind of thing to know that it works. And I could say the same thing. Have you tested the transfer of data through routed systems to know that the internet works? So how do you know it's not magical? There is too many things. Science has uncovered so many things. You can't test them all yourself. It's impossible. You could spend the rest of your life doing experiments and never get through the experiments that science has to offer. That's why scientists specialize in one small field, because you cannot test. It's impossible. So this whole thing of, well, you've got to test everything yourself or you don't know it's true, is an impossibility. And they know it. They know you can't possibly, do atmospheric tests, space tests, tests to do with nuclear devices, tests to do with hydrothermic, tests to do with geothermic tests. There are literally billions of these out there, and they know full well you cannot do it all. I can say, hey, I have tested data going through routed systems because that's my field. How do you know the internet works? How do you know it's not magic? Because you haven't done the test yourself. Well, you rely on scientists to have done those tests and tell you which is the optimal way to route data through a distributed network, because that's what they work in. You don't say, oh, well, if I haven't tested it, I'm not going to believe you on how to set up my routed network. So I think this whole idea that you have to test yourself, we have the process of science because we cannot test everything ourselves. We have to have a means of which to evaluate information coming in from multiple sources, because no one person can know it all. All Nathan Thompson and his ilk are doing, they're just peddling ignorance. That's all they're doing. Just be ignorant. Don't know how anything works. Don't care how anything works. Just give me money and doubt everything around you because you haven't personally done it yourself. It's skepticism taken to utter lunacy and idiocy. And as everyone's pointed out, he still believes in God, even though he hasn't tested that himself, nor does he desire to. So I think it's incredibly trite and irresponsible to sort of say, well, don't believe anything unless you can do it personally, because that means you'll know almost nothing. But yeah, I'll leave it there. Fantastic job, Amy and TJump. As I said, Nathan Thompson was just his usual belligerent, sort of yelly self. FlatterDaySaint, I don't know why he was there. He just didn't have anything to contribute. But thank you very much, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you so very much. Oh, and I do want to say, though, I see him backstage also. Thank you so very much, Mark. I do want to send out love who just became a member. I see him backstage as well. We are
Obi-Wan.
sending love so much to Obi-Wan Kenobi for becoming a member. Woo-hoo! All of the channel membership and supporters and everything goes to help us make more fun content. And I saw him in the debate. He was laying out good information. I think he was saying some also funny comments. So thank you so very much, Obi-Wan, and welcome
Thanks, Obi-Wan.
aboard. We'll get to your opening
Your only
statement
hope.
as well. And in a moment, we're going right down. Someone, I feel bad. They fell out of place because they rejoined. So I'm sorry if you did, but we're good. We'll get you everyone in. A Sunflower is on deck, but we got Helios, Abcdeig, Jason, Obi-Wan, and Bitter Truth here with us. We're going right down. Sunflower, a musician even, what is up? And we are asking Flat Earth on Trial, what are your thoughts
Under
about the
pressure.
topic, the debate, or anything we've been talking about?
Thanks so much for having me. So first of all, I do think Amy and TJump won the debate. I think they did a good job. I think Amy did actually a way better job than TJump in making her points and just being a little bit more compelling. I kind of agree with Mark. TJump, I think, kind of phoned this one in. Not to say that his arguments were like abjectly wrong and bad, but I don't know. I think Amy was a little bit sharper and better at disproving the flat earthers on this one. With that said, I have one point I need to make because there's been a few people that have seemed to have a problem with the fact that I pointed out a major mistake TJump made, and that is TJump's understanding of gas pressure. Okay, now namely, No Name right now is going to get proven wrong. This guy named No Name in the chat. There's a few others that have also been sort of trying to double down on the fact that I'm the one that's actually wrong here. And so let me see if I could just share really quick. I promise this will be brief. I really do promise. Tell me if you can see. Can you guys see my screen?
Give me 1 second, and I will actually, let's see. I'll
just be sharing like a very, very brief clip, like super short, in and out, done and done. Not going to be a long thing at all. Yeah, I even see it myself here now.
I'm not hearing anything.
Oh, I didn't play it yet, but let me. I'll just quick. I'll play it, and hopefully it'll work. Let's just see. All right, so.
And actually, like a USB stick, you probably have to share it twice. Make sure you're sharing sound.
Here it is.
Oh, pause it, please.
Okay.
If you're trying to share something, can you stop sharing and then reshare it again?
Yes.
Sure
So stop screen, share screen.
Just not sure sound was.
That work at all?
We'll find out in a second. I just not sure sound was shared. I'm still not sure if I hear sound.
I don't hear any sound at all.
Yeah, you have to make sure a checkbox is clicked. It's small and tiny, like basically the terms of agreement and everything. Like, hi, this is selling your life soul right here.
I always see a StreamYard is sharing a window.
No, so stop for 1 second. Stop sharing.
Okay, stop sharing.
Now go to share screen. Now before you double click, there's a box. Has to be.
Oh, I got it. All right, now it should work. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys catch that?
I am sorry, it's not coming up. I don't know why.
All right, you know what? It doesn't even matter. Anyway, I'm not going to get hung up on this. Anyway, this guy No Name tried to say that Nathan's original question was that Nathan said a gas will no longer become a gas if it doesn't have a container. It's not true. The question was about gas pressure. The conventional definition of gas pressure is, of course, the pressure exerted by gas particles on some kind of surface, which is, of course, always going to be the container. You could measure it against other objects, which this is almost never done because it's so abstract. But it doesn't disprove even my argument, which is that TJump was trying to invoke the weak intermolecular force or the weak nuclear force, and so that because gas particles, the molecules, because they don't disperse spontaneously, he was somehow saying that this meant that you can have gas pressure without a vacuum. He made a mistake. It's not a big deal. It's fine. Amy and TJump still won the debate. They made better points. But the fact that people are trying to double down on the fact that TJump didn't completely mess this up is so bizarre and demonstrates like a very, very weird, like sort of like, cult-like adherence to anything TJump or just maybe the Glowworthers say. It's like, you guys, this was a massive mistake. You can realize you won the overall debate and made better points, and that just TJump made an error. It's okay. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so very much, Sunflower. Welcome aboard and stick around for the open discussion. And all right, we're going right down the list. I see Leo and No Name join us. So we got Helio Skeptic, Jason Torn, Obi-Wan, Leo, and No Name, but Helio Skeptic.
Yeah, I want to confirm.
Hold on one second.
Go ahead, bro.
I have to just have to do this for later cuts, but Helio Skeptic, welcome to the Midnight Ranting. We are talking Flat Earth on trial. What are your thoughts about the topic, the discussion,
Well, I just
or, of course, anything we talk about tonight?
Yeah. I want to confer with Sunflower on that. We talked about it in the chat. TJump really kind of he was trying to lead, the a molecular force or whatever, which that's not necessarily chemistry. I mean, it is chemistry, but it's not described as a force in chemistry. And so he was trying to say that over and over. And I think even, I'm a flat earther, but, at the same time, the other guys were just like really confused about what he was talking about.
Wait a second. How is that a response to me?
To who?
Yeah, I was going to clear it up once we're in open discussion, but go ahead, make your intro.
I'm sorry, never mind. My fault. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, we talked about I messaged you in the chat, Sunflower. We went back and forth and chat a couple times.
Which one were you again?
I'm Helio Skeptic.
Oh, so we agree. I'm sorry. Never mind.
I'm agreeing with you.
I got caught up. I'm sorry.
TJump's argument was really just kind of like wasted a lot of time.
Okay, so I got confused. I'm sorry. Forget what I said. I got confused. Sorry. Go ahead.
All right, cool.
It happens. Thank you, Helio.
But welcome aboard, Helio Skeptic.
An actual flat earther.
Once again, and we actually want opposing views, contrary to what I feel so bad for a specific person. But contrary to views, we're actually the cuddly side of politically incorrect as a comedy channel. We actually want to welcome everybody on board, no matter what their views. So stick around for the open discussion.
Almost.
Well, you can't break, as long as you don't break the TOS gods. That is also our big thing. And at a certain level of ad hominem, like if you ad hominem people in caps lock and just you're like blah blah blah, but we have like near bot level.
Yeah.
But we want everybody to say what they have on their mind, especially if they disagree with us. So welcome aboard, Helio Skeptic. Welcome. I see Lionel, Sage Ohio. I saw other new people, but welcome everybody. Brian, Titan Uranus, the second tied for the best. That's right, for the best name out there. Our admin, Titan Uranus, the one and only. Every once in a while, he has to, get together with Stupid Whore Energy. She's known for asking very good academic questions. But speaking of asking good academic questions, Jason Tor, what is up? We have been Midnight Ranting.
Dr. Torn.
We have been, that's right, putting the flat earth on trial. Hope you're having a lovely day or night. But what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Yeah, I watch frankly, these flat earth debates. I have really difficult time watching them because I just get so triggered. So I can, and like that FlatterDaySaint guy is like an idiot. But I can't handle him. But I just had a couple comments. Like, I know Sunflower was talking about TJump's statements. I want to agree in some respects with Sunflower that over time, I really don't like TJump. TJump really starting to bug me, because he gets in these debates. Sometimes he's it's his mood. He just gets really irritated, and then he just checks out and just calls people dumbasses when he's not really supporting his position. So I will agree that sometimes TJump presents positions I just don't agree with. And if he made some position about pressure gradients or the gas pressure in relationship to why the atmosphere is being able to be held on the planet, and he related it to weak nuclear forces or something like that, then that's just dumb. But I mean, in general, there are so many arguments to make against a flat earth position. And the one that I would just make, and then I'll just, because I'm not going to make this very long, just 30 seconds, is that how there are so many models, geophysical models, chemical models, oceanic models, atmospheric models, gravitational models, etc., that all corroborate one another in a flat earth or in a globe earth concept. But in a flat earth model, you go one level and they start to contradict each other. So I think that if you're going to make some arguments around this, then you have to be able to put together a cohesive model framework of all these systems and get them all to work together. If you can't do that, then your flat earth model doesn't really work. So I'll just stop there. I'm sure we'll be able to talk about it in the open discussion.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Jason. Welcome on board. And also sending love. I see a grumpy old Cuss and Uncle back out there. Sending love to both you guys. And all right, we got Obi-Wan, Leo, and No Name left to get on board the ship. Obi-Wan, welcome to our Midnight Ranting on Flat Earth on Trial. Hope you're having a good day or night. And what are your thoughts about the topic, the debate, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
I am having a great night. Thank you very much for having me. So I just want to say, first off, to Sunflower. So we were kind of arguing back and forth in chat a lot. So maybe I didn't get where he was coming from exactly. And I agree with what he says about what TJump was doing. But I just caught it like you was stuck on gas pressure, and I kept trying to move off of gas. But my point was always, it has nothing to do with gas pressure. We're not in a container. We're on a planet, and it's atmospheric pressure. And I kept trying to move off of that. And that was, Nathan gets stuck on that point. That is a big thing for Nathan. I've watched Nathan in a lot of debates. And I give you props, Amy, because he is hard to debate. Because he comes up with so much word salad garbage that how do you defend word salad garbage? I mean,
I could tell. Can I give you an answer? And I'm trying to remember.
Yes, go ahead, sure. Yeah.
Who told me this? Once again, I'm quoting another comedian. But the difference between a bullshitter and a liar is that a liar has to actually remember what they said, and they have to basically build this house of cards. That at any time, if they walk over the lie, the whole house falls down. But a bullshitter is just making shit up out the fly of their pants. They could sit there to a PhD physicist with their thesis and everyone around them giving them a Nobel Peace Prize, and they could be like, whatever. What do they know? The scientists, their lab coats.
And that's what he does. And that's exactly what he does. But he's also well versed and well practiced at it because he said this same shit for years and years and years. So he knows his word salad inside and out. It's still word salad. It's still garbage. He's no scientist. He's got nothing he can ever prove to anybody. It's just a bunch of garbage. But to Sunflower, I apologize for fighting so hard with you about that thing. But if we ever talk about atmospheric pressure, the point there, and Amy, that thing I sent you in Discord, I think, did you get?
Sure.
You
In fact, not only did I get it, but I will link that in chat if you'd like for everyone to see it.
Sure. What that is at that and I misspelled it. I know I typed it wrong, but typos, and I can't say Tomahawk or whatever, Tomahawk, whatever the hell it is. The nuclear reactor. That is gas pressure inside a zero atmosphere area, and the gas is being held in place at the bottom of that little ring. You can see that gas in there. There is no container, but there is gas pressure, and there's no container, and that's kind of how our atmosphere works. Now the force is different. It's a magnetic force or a nuclear force rather than atmosphere or rather than gravity, but same thing. That's what, and Nathan has seen that. He's been in debates where that's been shown, and it's his Achilles heel, basically. That's why I kept saying, please show this. Oh my God, please show this, because it's his kryptonite. He can't explain it. He'll word salad away from it really quickly. But it's the thing. And he sticks to that argument over and over, because that is, and I think the first person on said it very well. He makes these arguments that are very hard to come back on, because they're one of those things like prove a disproof kind of thing. Prove a negative. Those are hard to do. And he knows that. And that's why, in a way, Nathan's kind of a good debater to a degree, because he's got this practice thing now. He knows the things to say that kind of throw people off kilter. So anyway, I thought you did a great job. TJump less so. I think he got hung up on that gas thing as well. I agree. That was just off base. So I thought you did a great job, Joe. So thank you.
Thanks, Obi-Wan. Thank
you
for becoming
so
a member.
Very much. Yes. Thank you not only for becoming a member and supporting our skeptic cause, but also, if you would like to see the link that he's talking about, I sent it into all of our streams. Doesn't matter if you're on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, as well as it's up on screen. And so thank you so very much, Obi-Wan. Keep on sticking around for the open discussion. I'm about to get Leophilius and then No Name in here. I just want to make a quick comment, because I think I said James this in preparation for this debate, is that the way I handled Nathan Thompson and the way I handle debates like this is I treat it like two separate categories of, I hate to say attack, but the skeptic has to at least lay the foundation. They have to say why the science is what actually the physicists are telling us, so that we can relay it. And I feel like that was my groundwork. That's why I go through a lengthy opening sometimes, so that I can go, blah, this is what we, the actual academic consensus is. But once I'm actually talking with them, it's very, very not a science debate. That's why I was talking about very much like, this is how, the same way I handle Nathan Thompson is the same way I would handle Ken Hovind, is that they are rhetoricists. When you say that he sounds good, you're correct in that he does, especially to people who've never seen him before, because he has said the same stupid over and over and over. He has, I hate to say, a shtick. I mean, it's just like, Ken Hovind will sit there with like slides from the 1970s. It's like, gee, where did you get all the time to say this over and over and over? So yes, in that way. And so you have to kind of knock that peg down and really understand. And I feel like every once in a while, you just press them and they say such things out loud. I'm like, are you sure you want to take that? And he's like, this isn't a science debate at all. I'm like, he's like, this is a Baskin-Robbins debate. It's basically what ice cream we like. It's like,
gas pressure.
Okay, Nathan. Yeah,
it is a stick.
And that thing, that gas pressure thing, it's just very similar to what young Earth creationists want you to talk about abiogenesis. I want you to talk about all this other shit that you can go over and over, and you're like, well, this is what we know. This is and the things we know about gas pressure. We actually know it's not. It's worse than abiogenesis, because abiogenesis is a hypothesis that's working its way through a theory. The flat Earth and things with gas pressure, it's just basically like, it's hard for me to see it. So
I can't imagine that could work that way.
Yes, and so incredulity. I guess that's the nice. That's
Amy, I'm really impressed with your knowledge about this because, I'm one of those guys. But anyway, continue. I'm listening to the conversation. You guys have at it.
Woo-hoo, sending so much love. Ooh, actually, Adam, so much. Leo, you're completely on deck, the girl deck. But
he's on it.
Mark, for $10, said I came in very late in the Q&A, but I appreciate debating Nathan. He lost all respect for me a while back. After all, even when I asked him a question, he replied with perspective. Shame. And yes.
Shame like Game of Thrones, right?
Shame on you. Well, it is just so funny how they come at, like, I tried to ask him why boats tip, and he gave me an answer, which was basically, well, it just looks that way. But okay, I really don't know how to understand any of his point of views, except for they have to. I even hate to say radical skepticism, because they aren't radical skeptics. What they are is conspiracy theorists who have to come across with an angle, and so they have to come across as, I think James likes saying, we're just asking questions.
They use the moniker.
Some of us are just asking. Exactly. Well, they try and say that, but you don't really get to be a skepticism is believing as many true things as possible and as few false things. And so if you are denying what all of the empirical evidence goes from, you're not a skeptic, you're a conspiracy theorist.
You could say, I'm just asking questions about the Holocaust. I'm not. I'm just asking questions.
Godwin's Law and all this. Is 7-Eleven a part-time job? Yes, you can ask all those questions. So, Mark, thank you so very much for the support. I saw one other person. They were wishing me that I did well.
Oh, Udaf sent you $2 before.
Udaf, thank you for the joke. My instinct was it was a joke, and then I couldn't help it. Then I had to answer it as if it was. But yeah, sending Udaf. There was someone else. I'll remember eventually. As I'm looking for the person, let's get Leo up on board.
Leo's been waiting very patiently.
Exactly. Sending so much love. I can't help. I keep on wanting to call them twins now, Mark and Leo, for going on LPP stream and giving him the
what he deserves.
I'm just kidding. LPP, it's totally a big PP. Let's get Leo on here. Leo Felius, what is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Is the Flat Earth on Trial. Dun, 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 dun. I hope you're having a good day or night. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about? Oh,
riveting.
Well, I can't believe you would say something so daring and yet so brave. And so I'll just keep Leo in with us as he continues the philosophical questions, and we'll get no name.
Leo's just asking questions.
Yes, just asking. But no name. Welcome aboard. We are, in fact, Midnight Ranting on the Flat Earth being on trial. I hope you're having a good day or night. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
Oh, so far, so good. Thanks for having me, Amy. I thought you did a good job, too.
Thank you.
And Sunflower, if I was off base about TJump's response, I'll talk to him about it later and clear it up. But he's a little autistic.
No, I don't accept that. No, apology not accepted. No. If you're not sure of something, then don't say it. You lied. You made a bold-faced lie. So.
Okay, well, I didn't bold-faced lie.
Yes, you did. I have receipts. I have receipts.
Okay, I didn't interrupt you. Can you let me talk, please?
I know.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't let liars get away.
Mute yourself. Just control yourself. Okay. So TJump's a little autistic, and sometimes his brain will get stuck on a point, right? If you go back and watch any of his debates for the last 3 or 4 years, you'll notice this habit of his. And so Nathan had said something about gas. He implied that gas would no longer be a gas.
No, I have the
if it
clip. You're
were-
wrong. I have the
Okay.
clip pulled up.
Well, let him finish.
Earlier, Nathan had implied that gas would no longer definitionally be a gas if
That's
it were
wrong.
uncontained.
You're lying.
And
or
then
you're confused.
Tom responded with something about, so what would it be then if it's no
I
longer
have the clip,
contained?
and you're wrong.
Would it just disperse
lying.
into nothing?
You're
So why would T-Jump bring that up? Why would he
Fuck,
ask
let-
that
he's
question?
not
if
informed.
that were
Shut up,
not-
Sunflower. Let him
If
finish.
that were not what
Well,
Nathan
often
was
we'll
in
be
fact
back.
inferring, right? And so when Tom gave his definition of gas pressure, it included molecules bouncing off surfaces. So he gave an accurate representation of what gas pressure is. He was talking about what held the molecules themselves together, right? Or the atoms together, which is the weak and strong nuclear forces. He wasn't talking about gas pressure at that point. He was talking about what makes a gas, because at that point he had brought up plasma and things of that nature. So why would he bring that up if Nathan had not in fact implied that a gas definitionally has to include a container somewhere in its definition for it to be a gas?
I'd love to respond to that. Let me know if I can.
Good. I stopped talking. There
So
was an
what I
inflection
think's going to
at the end.
happen is that Sunflower is going to say something. You are going to want to have a final word. And so Sunflower, resist the urge to say anything but whatever your statement is. You're going to have a chance. He's going to respond, and then we're going to go into open discussion.
Okay, so yeah, he vaguely alluded to this idea that Nathan brought up, this idea of a gas no longer being a gas. This never happened, and I have the receipts to prove it. I literally have the first instance of Nathan asking the question pulled up. I believe I fixed the audio issue. Whether I do that now or later on, I don't care. I have to emphasize this. There was not a misunderstanding. Nathan never once said the gas will no longer be a gas. No. Why T-Jump responded that way? Good question. Probably because he doesn't know or care about half the stuff he's even responding to at this point, and he's just phoning it in. That's my opinion. But you don't like I have the proof of him responding in that incoherent way. You saying why would he do that if that wasn't the question isn't an explanation. And you doubled down more than once on telling me I was wrong. So no, I'm not going to just sit here and be like, disagreement. No, you either lied or you have, like short-term memory loss. Either one. I'm not backing down from that. Sorry.
And Sunflower,
Okay.
I know you're gonna want
You
to
can't keep saying on that
respond to
all
his
night.
respond, but I gotta have to let him not only have the last word, but then if you could, one of my favorite words, transition it to whatever you thought about debate, the topic. Our joke here is tacos. Whatever you'd like.
Ooh, tacos. Well, it wasn't much of a debate. It involved Nathan, so you're not going to get much of a debate there. They do seem to get stuck on this idea that the antecedent to gas pressure is a container, therefore there must be a container. And they have this empirical standard for things like going to outer space. Like we have to physically go there. Everybody has to physically go there to prove it, that it's real. But none of us have to physically go to a dome or in any way demonstrate a dome for there to be a dome. It just must be there. So to me, it just tickles me to think about the double standards involved.
And we just watched a video where a theist used the word, it tickles our ears over and over. So now that you said that, I can't just get that out of my ear. But thank you. It is completely unrelated, but I think that was our last podcast, James, that he was saying that.
Yes, yeah, because in the last days, the people want to hear doctrines that tickle their ears over and over and over again.
Yes,
I'll have to check that out.
But thank you so very much, No Name. We're about to go into the open discussion. All I want to say before I do that is that I'm sending love out there. I'm not even talking shit. I see Rebel out there.
He's not even talking.
I was gonna bring something up, but Rebel, if you're light, feel free. The link is in there. We're about to go into open chat where I feel it's almost gonna be a little bit of a Socratic gangbang. But
come on, Ken.
That depends on the definition.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Oh, exactly. My other saying is, you flattery gets you everywhere. You can't, ruin me with a good time, threaten me with a good time.
Don't
There
threaten me with
we
a good time.
There
Don't
we
threaten
go.
me. Yeah, don't threaten
Did James say
Ears
or rears? Maybe ears on rears. But let's go. I'll invite you once again. I know a lot of people when they're in the opposing view, they'd be like, "Oh, you Rebel, you better join us, or else you're too scared." Nah, you might be in sweatpants eating ice cream. It's the internet. We love people just chilling on the podcast that are listening. Though, if you do want to join us, the link is there, and we are now going into open discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Leo, are you here? I'll give you a last chance to have an opener. Leo. Nope. Well, we'll just keep him in here.
Nope.
Yeah, maybe he'll wake up and
I imagine we'll know when he's back.
Exactly.
Just look, I actually want to have closure on the point that I was going back and forth with whoever on. Can I just, and you can say no to this. Can I make a request to just try one last time to share my screen? And if it doesn't work, I won't bring it up again, and I'll just drop it. And I really will.
Okay. Well, after that, I want to sort of clear up what TJump maybe was trying to say.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, well,
just because he said one thing or another doesn't
I just want to show what it looked like from my perspective. So I could share system audio and share. Okay, let me know if you guys.
Before we do that, and I will. I'm about to bring it up. I just want to say, because going back. I will say, and I appreciated TJump as a debate partner. I think I was telling this to James even before the debate, the last podcast or after show, is that I knew that it was going to be kind of a good cop, bad cop, and which side I was going to play. And I thought TJ, I thought we bounced off each other's energy nicely. So I'm very happy with that debate, TJump. Great job. I'm looking forward to seeing you on Randolph Richardson and Taco stream, as well as any more debates up and coming. Having fun. We are going to go and show this video.
Very briefly. Perfect. Okay. Here we go. Ready?
Pictures.
1 second.
Pictures. You guys are just nuts.
You can't take pictures from a medium that violates natural law.
There we go.
TJump. Can you have gas pressure? Can you have gas pressure without a container?
There it is.
All right, where? Can you demonstrate it?
Any of the other forces can contain gases without pressure.
All right, there you go. There you have it. Thank you for.
Wow, that's your slam dunk.
No, and then
any other force can contain gas.
No,
that's like magnetic. You've been shown a tokamak.
I was demonstrating. Wait a second. Wait, okay.
Yes.
So you want me to share my screen again? Okay, because now you're even asking for
more.
No,
I really don't want you to share your screen.
Exactly. Okay. We don't need you to share the screen.
No, well, wait. What about the screenshot of No Name saying, no, Nathan had originally made a statement that implied gas would not be gas without a container.
That was earlier. He did make that.
When people gaslight me, no pun intended, you can't get mad at me for defending myself.
All right, but we're not going to go on this. We're not going to keep going down
I
this
just
path.
proved that. No name. Admit you
didn't
wrong.
prove jack shit, pal.
We're not going to keep going down this path.
So
it's over.
You think that was the only time it got discussed in the conversation?
Further down that path.
Yeah,
this is like a meta discussion. Why are we talking about the meta?
I showed the receipts, and you guys are still.
Sunflower. I want to press
show jack shit.
Please do, Mark. Please.
Yeah, so atmospheric versus gas pressure, because the atmosphere is a gas, right? So what makes atmospheric pressure? There's a number of other forces at work, like temperature. And
Nathan didn't say atmospheric, he said gas pressure.
Sunflower, seriously, man, if you just want to talk over the top of me,
because you're not addressing the...
Just let him finish. Let him talk and you can respond.
when he said the weak force, it kind of suggested like weak. No, that wasn't what he was trying to say. He's trying to say the intermolecular force, which causes pressure. It's atoms bouncing off one another. Now, you can have pressure without a container, and we know this because there are pressures of high and low in the atmosphere, and they don't have a container around them. And high and low pressures are just barometric centers of pressure. High caused by the expansion of the heating of temperature.
Correct, heat expansion. That is exactly right.
And the low caused by cold temperature, it causes it to contract, and therefore the molecules aren't bouncing off as much each other as much. So when we talk about gas pressure, the easiest way to describe it is saying, hey, it bounces off a container. But that's not necessarily what they mean. They mean it's the amount that the molecules are bouncing off things in general, whether that's the Earth or each other or anything like that. That's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, and to add to that...
Well, wait, let me respond to that, please.
Hang on a second.
Mark, first of all, are you sure that's what he was trying to say? Because
I'm
sorry, I'm going to hold you to this. I'm sorry, Mark. When things bounce off of other things, you're telling me that is an example of the weak interaction?
No, I don't
That's
know
what that is what you said.
But I think that what he was trying to...
Well, then don't think what he's trying to say. No, this is bullshit.
Let him respond, Sunflower.
If he didn't explain himself well, then he didn't explain himself well. Don't just make his argument for him. Don't just make his argument for him. If he didn't explain himself well, then he didn't explain himself well, dude.
I never said he explained himself well. It's just I knew what he was
introducing an entirely different argument.
It sounds like, Mark, you're just making it up.
You're explaining it.
That was what.
No, I knew what he was talking about when he was saying that gas pressure doesn't necessarily need a container. I knew what he was talking about because I've done tons of flat Earth debates, and I knew what he was getting at. And I never said he explained it well. I just knew what he was talking about when he mentioned forces that aren't a container. They're the intermolecular forces. They're the things that cause pressure to be pressure.
So are you under the impression that gas
pressure
doesn't require a container?
It doesn't.
What he was saying. All right,
guys.
How is gas pressure?
Gases.
Mark,
and that's
gas
literally
pressure.
what he's saying, man. That's
gas
literally
pressure.
what he's saying.
Hold on, guys.
They add
Stop.
pressure to each other. The weight of the atoms add pressure
Sunflower,
to each
you
other.
can't
That's what he
monopolize.
was saying. Dude, you got to stop talking long enough to let other people get in it too, you know? And are you
I
always...
just let you... I let Mark talk, and now you're intervening.
Well, but it's not just you and Mark.
Yeah, exactly.
It is. Well, it was. Listen,
Look, all right,
Mark,
It's
gas
not just
pressure
you and
is
Mark.
literally caused by
We're
a
not the
macro
movement
physical
in the back
effect.
if you can't have a
I have to
conversation
explain,
with
but
everybody,
like,
I'm
there's
sorry.
something fundamental here.
I
Gas
like
pressure.
that. Macrophysical. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's not one of the four fundamental forces, which are electromagnetic, weak nuclear, strong nuclear, and gravitation. Listen, gas pressure. Yeah, the first. Oh my. Okay.
When did I say it was?
Stop. Yes, when you said that, when TJump said weak interaction, you said you literally said that what he meant was like things bouncing off of other things. That's not the weak interaction. That's not the weak interaction.
Sunflower, calm down.
Is that
Just
what
like
he
word in edgewise.
So
When he said weak, I realized that was the wrong word, and he didn't explain it very well.
No, he mentioned four forces. Weak interaction is one of them.
we're like a here.
The weak interaction is one of the four. He cited
Jesus
the four
Christ.
fundamental
You were just like
forces, and the weak
OCD
interaction
hung up
is
on this
one of those, Mark. The weak interaction is one of the four fundamental
Well, that's
forces.
weak nuclear force. I don't know.
That's what he cited. Yes. He was literally he was listing them off. He was saying the strong force, the weak force, the electromagnetic force. That's three of the four. So don't say that he misspoke. He was directly citing the weak interaction, which is not what causes gas pressure. Gas pressure is just particles bouncing off of other stuff. So no, you guys can't just tell me I'm crazy when you are fucking wrong.
Hold on.
Why are you
You didn't say you
screaming?
were
I'm gonna
crazy.
try and cool it down. Hold on.
Why are you fucking screaming? I don't get it.
Check this out, guys. I just noticed. And
Wow.
She's blowing it into the mind. This is funny. This is funny.
Oh my God.
It's like all you guys are Globers. I'm the only flat earther in here. I mean,
That's okay. That's cool.
Well,
it's all right.
Nobody says anything against
Hiller
okay.
was a Glober too, man. We're not all
Look,
alike. Okay.
I'm
Calm
okay having
down.
a decent conversation as long as we can actually
Yeah,
like.
he's welcome
give-
to come back.
and I'm
when he
going
comes
to
down.
interrupt because I'm going to completely reset the subject. We have more
Absolutely.
people to enter. In fact, we have so many people that I think James, myself, and Gizmo are going to end up controlling behind the scenes. This is going to be a full deck, ladies and
Oh my
gentlemen.
God.
We have
shit.
John
Oh,
Vance,
girl, Beck.
Beamsy, and Lionel. We are going to be adding in
Beamsy.
here.
I
Which
like
I
Beamsy.
like because John Vance has in his title Flat Earther ? Keeping us, it's like on the edge of our seats.
Agnostic.
But John
Yes,
Vance,
agnostic.
welcome to the deck of cards, the girl deck. We are Midnight Ranting on
he's
the
all
Flat
about that
Earth on
deck.
trial. That's right, baby. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, I think once I'm going to be, God forbid, I'm going to use the word centrist in this whole fiasco.
Not
I've
totally
I've seen good points for Flat Earther, but I also seen points for the globe. The Flat Earthers make good points when they I guess observe when they go out in the field and they observe where the curvature is exactly. The globes, I guess they use they tend to use the
We
gravity.
actually observe where the
argument.
curvature is not. That's
Right. I mean, like the idea that because we don't really have an exact, I guess you could say, a measurement of the curvature of the Earth per se, but it seems like we have like through. I have to say the flat earthers are kind of right in a way because you can't really deny that
What?
some of the CGI that NASA uses
What?
they're not
Spice
really
begins.
real.
Okay.
You know what I
Oh,
mean?
Fucking
All right.
Like
okay.
like
You're just
like
playing
there
with
are
us about
graphic
being in the
effects.
center,
I mean
John.
they have
You just
you like
fucking
you
with
can mimic a lot of things, and I think
absolutely.
Can
they
I-
have mimicked
Well, no,
It's
some
just
of the
like-
images in NASA.
Well, everybody wants to talk about like images, but nobody wants to talk about the actual math used to calculate like so many things as part of our world, which don't conform to a flat Earth theory. So
Okay.
it just blows my mind.
What okay, so educate me on
to that.
what the curvature of the Earth, if I were to go do an experiment,
Yeah.
what would I expect the curvature to be?
Well, for one, when we construct things like coordinate systems or projections for like mapping systems, we look at the oblate spheroid of the Earth, which is we calculate that through gravitational anomalies. And so one of the ways that we deal with the issues of curvature and is looking at elevational differences. Because you might, like as an example, if you're a person standing in spot one and you're trying to measure the curvature of the Earth 100 miles away, there are a variety of parameters that could throw it off slightly that would result in not giving you an exact figure. Like you could be at a certain elevation and you're looking at an elevation that is at a higher value, and that can throw that off. But in general, there are multiple ways of calculating the curvature of the Earth. We can calculate it mathematically. We can calculate it observationally through satellites. We can calculate it in a ton of different ways. So just these kind of like back of the napkin calculations that go out in my yard and try to calculate it have huge confidence intervals. Like the amount of error is a lot. And so if somebody's like, I'm expecting to get 548 and I got 524, therefore that shows that it's wrong. It blows my mind because there are a lot of parameters that could factor in that could make the confidence intervals considerably big. So I don't understand these kind of like, if I don't go out and actually do the experiment myself, therefore it's not valid. That's a thing that blows my mind.
Also,
So
I just want to say,
Amy's trying to say
Helioskeptic, I
something.
saw that you fell out, but then rejoined. Oh, I was gonna say we didn't kick you. You're always welcome, and just like that,
I was just trying to get my cam up, but either way, go ahead. It wasn't working.
Can I talk
Wouldn't
about
that
that?
wouldn't that also apply
man.
to globe? Like if you're trying to measure the exact curvature, that there would also be a margin of error as well.
Correct.
When you're
I
trying
agree.
to
Right, but it's not.
so that, I mean, that's just me being a
8 inches
skeptic.
per
of it.
mile squared.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, I'm like, forget about whether you're a flat Earth person or a globe person. I'm just talking about if we were to go out and to make observations, those are factors that have to be taken into account. And if you're somebody that's a flat Earth person and you were doing that, you'd have to take into those calculations. But your model is totally different because the model is an assumption that it's flat. So in that respect, your model underlying your analysis would be totally different.
And perspective does not explain it. And can I say something here? Because this is the thing that bothers me. That's why I get into this stuff so much, because this is where it gets dangerous. Because I want these people to stop converting more people into this ideology that is what it is, because it leads to dangerous things. Because most of these people are conspiracy theorists, and then they run into the whole anti-vaxxer, anti-science, anti-everything, and it becomes a problem because people die because of this stuff.
Are we in open discussion?
Yeah.
now?
So,
This guy is trying to say that this flat Earth idea is dangerous. You know, as if we're trying to convert the world into flat Earth.
It is
like
dangerous.
It's some
It is
stupid
dangerous.
religion or something. No,
I think it is
totally
dangerous.
It is dangerous.
Okay, really? How dangerous do you think it is?
Misinformation is dangerous.
I just said why. I just explained it. Because
You
many
explained
of you
it because
are,
we might not get our
let me
jab
Let me
and
finish.
shit.
Let me
you know?
finish.
Oh,
Exactly, yes,
it's interesting that you went to that. That's
I would also like to-
very telling sign that you went to
Hey,
that.
but I'll tell you what, there's a shitload of Globers that don't want to get the jab either. So
That's
don't
it.
even worry about that.
Why do you think that's the case? That there's a correlation between people that are anti-vax and also flat Earth. Why do you think that's the case?
Conspiracy
Dude,
theories.
I was anti. You know, not anti. I wouldn't even. I mean, put a label
go ahead
on me.
and say it.
I mean, try to put a label on me. I mean, I've been.
I'm
been
just
following
asking
this
why.
for
I'm
like
just asking
30
why.
years. I've been following the alternate. It's just
Yeah.
like you guys are like total government cucks.
This is great. No,
in
no,
my
this is
opinion.
great because actually you're hitting upon a great point, which is this issue of these kinds of conspiracy tribalistic viewpoints where people are like, I believe in Bigfoot. I believe that vaccines are dangerous. I believe in a flat Earth.
All
I
right,
believe
so let me
in
ask you this.
creationism. I don't believe that climate change is real. These are all those kinds of concepts that aren't really based on real science, I think, are dangerous. They're
All right,
dangerous
well,
because
let me ask you
spread
this:
misinformation.
where does the standard?
Because
Where does
usually you
the
believe
standard
one and you
narrative
believe
come
all of
from?
them.
Hold on. Where
Usually
does
you
the
believe one of
standard-
them, you believe all of them.
Yeah.
Where's
Where does the standard narrative come from, and what should we believe?
Okay, so I mean, the standard narrative is based off of scientific consensus. Thousands of scientists evaluating particular hypotheses, testing
Supported
them.
by the government, right?
Well, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. I work for an academic
man.
institution that I'm not influenced by governmental needs. Like I work on research teams.
Scientific. There's a lot of independent scientific research centers out there.
And just because I might have
So
research
is this
funding that
recent
comes from it,
information. I mean, when I say
Go ahead.
recent, I mean like past 100 years.
yeah,
That's recent.
okay.
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe that there was a hole in the ozone layer and we addressed that and
Are
solved
you
it?
asking me about the hole in the ozone?
Do you believe that we addressed that and fixed it by banning?
No, I think that's bullshit. To be honest,
You think that's
there you go.
Of course he does.
So, chlorofluorocarbons, why do you not find them in refrigerators or in hairsprays and other sort of, aerosols anymore?
Of course, if chemicals that they've used in the past, yeah, of course, people have said, hey, chlorofluorocarbons, we don't use. Just like your R12, when you have an air conditioner in the car.
But why?
But now it's what R134A. I know about that shit.
Okay,
Oh,
but
Right, but
what?
you just said you didn't believe it caused a hole in the ozone.
No, well, it couldn't.
Why
do you
couldn't
mean?
it?
Huh? Why
Right,
not?
so you know because you're a scientist. This is
No, I know because
wait. So let me clarify my statement because you jumped on me. So let me clarify why I mean. I don't really care if you want to believe the earth is flat. You go for it. I don't care about that. It's not the flat earth that bugs me. It's everything else you guys hump in there together with it. It goes along with anti-vax, anti-this, anti-science. No, we didn't put a hole in the ozone. No this, no that. I don't trust anything. All scientists are government shills, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the thing you guys preach nonstop. And if you would just stop with, I believe the earth is flat, I would go away and go, that's fine. Do what you want.
I wouldn't because actually underlying these underlying. Wait a minute, just
well, hang on. If it didn't roll into the other thing,
it's all good. Everybody continue. I triggered it. Go ahead and you guys
fine,
talk amongst each other. It's all good.
Well, I will say.
Well,
at a certain
I would
point,
like to hear a flat Earth perspective as well. I mean, I could maybe I haven't really. I've researched the topic a little bit, but not I guess not meticulously enough. So maybe a flat earther here can help explain his perspective, so I can get two different perspectives.
Well, and I
would also like to point to Al Gore predicted that coast would be underwater by now, and there are elite players that are buying coastal property. So we don't really have an accurate model to measure climate change.
Wait a minute.
In the main future.
Okay,
well, in the long term.
What's your background? Do you know anything about climate change?
Don't.
I guess my lying eyes. So that's my crime.
Maybe hold off on that if you don't have a background.
Yeah, my lying eyes. Yeah, I know.
What?
Hey,
No,
please,
I'm
not even a
kind of
moderator.
ridiculous that you make this kind of.
I can easily make the argument because climate change, for one, is a very diffuse topic that many people don't understand. But the reality is that climate is changing. It's being caused by man. It's having detrimental effects on our planet. And thousands of
How is it being caused by man if you can't even measure the effects properly? No, there's no model out there that predicts. There's no model out there that accurately predicts.
We have roughly.
None.
Wait a minute. Just let me say something. We have roughly around 45 different climate atmospheric models that all work in different ways. They're physical models, they're mathematical models, and there are a level of uncertainty. But one of the things that we do as climate scientists is we actually can measure the uncertainty in these models.
Are you one of those 97% that the consensus say that all scientists say that the climate is warming?
I have a PhD in climate science. I work at an institution. I have publications in climate science as it relates to agriculture and health. I've worked on multiple teams. One of the guys I worked under, Phil Mote, is a Nobel Prize and worked on the IPCC report in 2012 and 2016. I worked with John Abcdeig, who's a drought and climatologist. He's at UC Merced. I worked with a number of these folks. I'm telling you, lots of scientists. There's virtually no scientists. I mean, 99% of the scientists agree that the climate changing
Earth is in danger,
and it's detrimental to human activity.
In danger, we are.
He is the 97%.
I like there hasn't been an accurate model. That it's just like they've been always saying this, and it's just like I could put 2 and 2 together.
Look,
and if a common man can put 2 and 2 together, how is a scientist not realizing this critique of these faulty models that come out to the public? Unless you know something that I don't know.
If you want to keep filibustering, it's fine.
So here we go. So that's a question. But I know I'm going to preamble it before. That's my whole thing, is that Jason is actually going to get the last word on the topic. Even if you disagree with him, just save it for a minute because I want to get Beamsy and Steve in it. That's all. Then you can say whatever you want. But Jason, last word. And when you're done, say, now I'm done. So I'm
okay. That's fine. And I can appreciate the conversation. Like I'm more than happy to have somebody be critical on that, because I think that I have, like as Sunflower was saying, I have the receipts, I think, to back up what I'm saying. But one of the things that you were saying is about there's no accurate model. Like that when you say that, it tells me that you don't really understand how models work. There's a guy named George Box. He's a very famous statistician and modeler. He's got a quote that says that all models are wrong, but some are useful. And it's a very important quote, because it's essentially saying that like no model can predict something absolutely accurately at 100%, but models have a level of uncertainty, and we can derive usefulness out of those models. So scientists absolutely understand that like we're not going to be able to have a model that is absolutely 100% correct, but the fact that we can quantify the amount of uncertainty in the model, and the fact that we can have many models that have slight variations and we can ensemble them together, gives us a lot of confidence in being able to estimate like what is where we're going to be within a certain time. And certainly as we go out into time, it gets more and more difficult to do that. I absolutely agree with you.
Where did it originate?
I'm done. That's
this
fine.
threat that you're talking about.
I'm done.
Wait, can you well, no, Helioskeptic, you're completely fine. Just can you save that question for 1 minute? And then you guys can actually jump exactly into the exact same conversation. I just want to add people.
That's fine.
But Beamsy, welcome aboard. We are Midnight Ranting on the Flat Earth on trial. Sending love. Hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts about the topic, the debate, anything we've been talking about?
I just really don't get why they just don't talk to people who do survey. They would probably be the easiest people you could talk to that can actually give you evidence that the Earth is curved, because it's actually part of their surveying equipment.
They do, and then when Bev gets an email back from them saying, "No, Bev, that's not how any of this works," he says, "Nah, I took a class in college one time. I'm not listening to you."
Hey, I heard a Flarf earlier tonight in a different debate say, literally, I know I build buildings, and the surveyors have a button on there that accounts for curve, but they never use it. And the question was, then why do they have the button?
Because it's for long distance surveying.
Exactly.
When they're actually making maps.
No, I mean, that's the answer, but he didn't get it. He was like, they don't use it, so it must not be real.
Right.
And you're building a building 100 feet wide, you don't need to account for curve.
An architect surveyor
but if you
would
laid out
never
a
use
road
it.
that's 30 miles long, you need to account.
Yeah, an architect surveyor would never use it, but if you actually talk to a map surveyor, they use it every day.
Right, but I thought it was hilarious. He said there's a button on there, but they don't use it, so he thought it wasn't real.
Right.
Uh-oh, we have Antangelo. What is up? Oh, see, I told you, James, we have been saying that he has been flirting with it for a while. I think now he's making out with it. He may be.
Can anybody else join that's a flat earther? Please, somebody. I'm the only one, you know.
Yeah. Well, I will say.
No, there's two of you.
Oh, really? Who's
the centrist is not a centrist. He's a flurf.
Well, I would say because actually, if I could steel man Sunflower's position, did Sunflower leave? No more.
Gone, yeah. He's been gone.
Well, Sunflower is a creationist, so I think he's sympathetic.
No, I get that, but he's totally. I can tell he's not a flat earther. You know.
No,
anyway.
No. I don't think that he's a flat earther. I think he's sympathetic to how flat earthers are treated.
Yeah, I get.
Because as
I
a
get
creationist, we. But yes, I will say, unless we're about to
here
add
amongst this
in
room,
Steven,
dude, I'm totally comfortable.
well, not only that, but I will say
we won't bite.
We actually prefer. It's the dirty little secret is that like atheists love a room of like, you know, some atheists and then a bunch of Christians. We love on a topic about round earth. I mean, we you know, it could be 10 round earthers. That would be a lot of fun. But the moment you add in a flat earther, the more flat earther, it's like chocolate milk. I mean, the more you guys add in,
it only takes a little bit of chocolate to make it chocolate
exactly.
milk.
But I will say, Helio, before I'm going to add in Stephen and then right back to your question in a second. But I will take just one more chance. We on this channel, we really want to be as open-minded as we can. I will keep on saying you can be as politically incorrect as you can, as long as you are not like insulting people directly or breaking the TOS.
Yeah. I'm quite aware of different TOS. I mean, dude, I've had I don't know if you guys know this or not. Have you guys seen the 24/7 Flatter Discord live stream on YouTube? That's me.
Hi, that sounds like a lot of fun. And no, I not only that, but I was actually doing a casting call. I see, because you have some supporters in chat. I see some flat earthers. I see I think Rebel and Lionel and everyone, but sometimes it's a pain in the ass to join and go live. I know that, but I will say if they want
charity
on that live stream, I shut down the chat because there was so much drama involved. I just got really freaking tired of it. I turned off all of the comments on my channel. There's like 3,500 subscribers, and they just listen every day. And I have a separate computer dedicated for Flat Earth content from the Discord. And
more Flat content.
So if you want to talk to us, you're gonna have to click that Discord link and jump in there.
And if you give me the link, I'll always shout out any people's channels. So I will say, I once brought up, you guys have no idea how happy I was that I not only have the tiny violin, but that I like right there, because he was just like, "Oh, we get banned, blah blah blah," and I was just like, "Oh yeah, it's really sad."
There you go. There you go. Just like. Cry me a river, right?
But yes, I am actually going to work with Gizmo backstage. But while James is here, because he is the I hate the spicier is not the word. I should say he is the good cop, bad cop in moderators. He's got a little more of the spice. Yet, if a flat earther comes on here to join and wants to be, he needs some backup. He is skeptic. Let's get him some backup. Join, and James and I'll just sit here backstage. But we are gonna get. Oh, actually, before I get Steven, one last thing for not $10. Winter Sheen says Nathan was like, "You have evidence to support your claim, but you didn't perform the experiment yourself." That's like baking bread with flour and you didn't grind yourself. Imagine.
It's kind of hard to grind yourself, but anyway, I'm not.
I don't want to think about Nathan grinding.
I know it either.
Well,
I've met him in person. You guys haven't. I've met him in person a couple times.
I've met
stick the grinder.
What about if he was wearing that duck suit?
Oh my!
I know that was a weird situation, but it's always fun. I mean, can't you just have fun sometimes?
I met wish list Alex Jones. I met Alex Stein at Debate Kind. So that
did you?
Interesting.
Yeah, Alex Stein's cool, dude.
And yes, I was about to roll that up. Well, I will say, oh my, you can role play a flat earther. Oh, Angelo, I guarantee you, James would step down so that, or myself or whatever. So
and I can role play Otangelo playing a flat earther.
That sounds good to me. We might have some devil's advocate, but so much fun. Winners, sending that love once again right back. Thank you guys for all the support. And with that, we're bringing in the full deck once again. The full girl deck. I'm going to have to. I'm going to do a switcheroo, James. Hold on. It's going to be like a roller coaster. Dude, your body is ready. Steven, what is up? We are Midnight Ranting on the Flat Earth on trial. I hope you are having a fantastic night or day. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we are talking about tonight?
So one thing here, we have like levels, right? So you have a very small group people that have all the knowledge, and the rest of us are being fed that knowledge. So we have to kind of weed out what they're telling us as what is and what isn't. So we have to figure it out for ourselves, or we have to accept it for exactly what they say. How do we weigh it out? Like, how do we find the wheat from the shaft, right? And that's just through experience, and the only way you can experience it is by interacting with others, right? And we're all on the bottom. We're all the bottom feeders. So at the end of the day, we're still all in the hands of a very small group of people. And at the end of the day, we pretty much all are stuck in one little section of our lives, like we have this huge expanse that pretty much is endless, and we only stay in a very small portion of it.
But I don't. But we don't. I don't think people consider you guys the bottom of anything. Like you're just one of us. There's nothing about that.
No. I'm saying,
like that,
I'm saying you got 8 billion people supposedly.
Yeah.
I've only experienced maybe 300 of those 8 billion, in my life, give or take. So there's
300.
Yeah, in my lifetime.
That you like personally know, yeah.
Talk with and interact with 300.
Oh, like the rest could be just like
I'm
background
learning from,
NPC.
And then you have literally 8 billion that you will never come in contact with or communicate with.
Well, but think of it like this, right? So, but all the people in science, and there are a lot, and sure, some of them are kind of brainy and they're hard to understand at times. Yes, but you got to not. I think so many conspiracy people just kind of get it in their head, like all those people are evil. There's some sort of cabal. They're not. They're just people like you, me, and everybody. Yeah. You're one of them. They're one of you, and you can understand. And honestly, most of them are good, honest, very nice people who would love to share all the knowledge they have because they get excited about it, man. I do astrophotography. I do astro stuff. I was an F-14 pilot in the Navy in the 80s and 90s. I've seen the curve, by the way. I've been up there high enough to see it. And I've seen Antarctica. So no penguins came out and shot at me.
No ice wall?
No wall, no anything like that. But what I'm saying is this. I have no reason to lie. I'm not a paid NASA shill. I wish I was. I would love to get some, shill money, but I'm not. Like, you're just one of, I like sharing. I wish people would listen. Like, I like sharing my experiences with people. It's not bullshit. I've seen the curve. There's a lot of people.
I just want to say something, and I'll give you an example.
There's no limit for these people, right? It's just not there. We have to. A lot of the
I'd just like to say something.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We have to specialize because there's too much to understand, right? There's just too much knowledge for everybody to understand everything. Like you're talking to somebody, like I talk to Jason, he will talk way over my head. My field is network engineering. And it's like if somebody comes to me and says, hey, you should, use this protocol to get this when it's clearly wrong. I will know about that. I have weaknesses that you may know way more than me. I know nothing about cars, right? Mechanically, like when you sitting in front of a car, I know absolutely sweet FA. I don't even know where to begin. I'd have no knowledge whatsoever. So just because somebody is specialized in a field and may know a lot about one thing doesn't mean they're better than you in any way. You might absolutely have way more knowledge in a lot of other areas that, like, if you know how to, if you know how to fix a car when it's not working, you know way more about that than I do, like tons more.
Yeah, and there's not a giant cabal of mechanics who are trying to just screw everybody over. Right. Well, there may be a few. But
I was in the car business for 16 years, and now I build the robots that build the cars. And I can guarantee you there is, in fact, a cabal of mechanics who work to screw you. Like, they don't work hard to screw you because, it's a cabal and they don't have to.
But I can't.
They screw you when they charge you per hour. Right, they charge you a lot. Sometimes they screw you.
So the problem
they overcharge you.
I mean, $130 an hour seems like a lot. That's all I'm saying.
And here I was thinking they use nuts in cars and not screws.
So can we agree, globe or flat, the problem are mechanics?
Here.
Okay, got it.
Have you ever heard of Jiffy Lube pets?
So maybe I'm going to try to gear it back to the flat versus globe. So I'm skeptical. I'm kind of like a centrist. So I've heard of one argument from a flat Earth blog was that there was a flight that was from the Philippines to Los Angeles, and they had to make an emergency landing because a lady was pregnant or her uterus broke, and they stopped in Alaska.
Yep.
So they said, well, in a flat Earth model, it makes sense that they would stop in Alaska, but in a globe model, it wouldn't make any sense because you have to go out of the way to go to Alaska.
So as the pilot, I'll address that. This is very simple.
Sure.
Okay, number one, the flat Earth model, there is no such thing. They use this old projection of this one that was created by some guy some years. I can't remember the name of it. It's actually a projection of the globe onto a flat plate for whatever purpose. I mean, again, all maps that are flat are projections, right? If there's a globe, all maps have to be a projection. You can't carry a globe around with you everywhere. So we need it to be flat for reasons. But the point is, on a globe Earth, the travel point between the Philippines and Los Angeles takes you, if you follow a great line, a great circle around the Earth. Great circles are like a giant arch, but they're straight across a globe. It actually carries you really close to Alaska. If you go to a flat piece of paper and draw a line between the Philippines and Los Angeles, it looks like you go straight to the middle of the ocean. But that's not how pilots fly.
And remember, the Earth is rotating. So there's a rotational effect. And I can imagine, I was just envisioning, like you have the Philippines and they're flying to Las Vegas and the Earth is rotating. They actually have to make a curve to be able to compensate for the curve of the Earth and for the rotation.
You're talking about the Coriolis, but that doesn't really affect a plane in the air.
But my question.
Okay. The plane's not fixed to anything, so it doesn't really affect the plane. But what he's talking about is just if you go to a globe and look at a globe and draw a line from the Philippines over the globe to Los Angeles, you'll see that line actually goes very near to, there it is right there. That's a good example. That's what we actually fly. That looks curved on a flat map because a flat map is a projection. That's actually a straight line.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
And my question back to Earthers would be, why do so many flights that are going, say, from Europe to America travel over the Arctic in that curve?
Yeah, same reason. Because that's a straight line on a globe.
Mm-hmm.
There is actually a updated model of the flat Earth, and it's actually it's called Vibes of Cosmos. It's a YouTube channel, and it basically is saying that the sun is a plasma. It's local. It's within the we're underneath the firmament. The sun is a local plasma from below the surface. It's being projected through this the north of like the center. How we all have a compass that will point towards the north, and that's like the center of the dome. And the moon is actually a reflection of the plasma. And so what you're seeing of the moon is the reflection of the firmament dome of the Earth from the sun plasma. So
sure. Hey, check this out.
What you're describing isn't a model. That's a cosmology.
Hold on. Let me step back a minute or so. Someone was saying you can fly in a straight line, even though it's a curve. That's not impossible. I mean, that's not possible.
Why is it not possible?
Really, you can fly in a straight line.
That's not an answer. That's not an answer to my question. Why is it not possible?
That's not what I said either. Don't misquote me.
Okay,
I didn't say that.
Straight line curve.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so for a start in mathematics, a straight line is a curve with an angle of 0 for a start. That's just something technical. But what we're saying
here... Look up the definition of straight.
If you finish, let me finish talking.
Look up the definition of straight. No,
look up the definition of a great circle route.
I know the straight circle route.
If you draw a straight line on a basketball, say, and then flatten the basketball out so it's flat, it will appear curved.
Oh,
because
good story, bro.
But that's
not a story. That's not a story, bro. Take your belt, flatten it out on your desk, take a pen or a marker, and draw a straight line. Now, if you can, put your belt back on. Is the line straight?
You guys are imagining straight being curved, which is weird.
You're not answering my question. Did the line suddenly stop being straight because you put your belt back on?
Yeah, I'm going to stop you here. No one said straight curve. That never was said.
Yeah,
straight
they pretty much did. All right, tell me
I know what I said because I said it, so don't misquote me.
All right, cool.
Because
Go
this is a famous Flurf thing. It's not a curved line on a globe. It's a straight line. If I go to a globe and say, draw me a great circle from here to here. That is a straight line across that globe. If you then pull that globe apart, like you said, flatten the basketball,
right,
to present it in a flat look.
Oh, look at the imagination that
Imagination.
You don't have to imagine it.
Why do you have to imagine that? Because you can't.
He just gave you a demonstration.
I just told you what the definition of a straight line is from point A to point B. It's a straight
let me see if I can. Let me see if I can explain this easier. This is
that first can't understand, and this is where they always get hung. Right?
Would you agree? Would you agree? Maybe you don't agree with this, but like as an example, like the classic example of Greenland, when we look at like certain projected maps, that given the fact that that type of projection results in like distortions at certain, like sometimes it's like on the north, like based on the transformation, like the North Poles and the South Poles have a greater distortion. So Greenland looks really huge compared to the United States, when in reality Greenland's not as big as what it looks like. The point is that just like what Mark was saying, is if you take something round and then you attempt to flatten that out, you cut it out and flatten it, and you have to make it flat, you're going to end up having distortions in some places on the map. And that's what causes that straight line to be slightly curved.
Right, so we're talking about
that's all we're saying.
Like the A map, which is the globe, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. So the longitude and latitudinal lines, and if you're flying from one port to another, or you're traveling across the ship, from one port to another, don't they just travel in a straight line to those ports
on the globe? Yes, but that's all.
No, wait. The globe. What globe?
Even ships travel in great circles.
What globe?
Yeah. The one we live on.
The one we live on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Reality.
So it's all
the one that's been demonstrated to be the case.
Well, okay. Where is it?
Well, the fact that we can navigate on it. Like, here's the difference, right? If you came to me with a map of Fantasyland and a map of the United States, and I could use one map to navigate and the other map I could not, the map of Fantasyland, which map has more value? Which map has more utility to me?
Can I add something? I think what the globe situation, why it's a globe, is because if you have unexplored land or just any kind of unexplored area, it's kind of like the Truman Show when, Truman's like, I'm going to explore, I'm going to, travel. And they're like, well, there's nothing to be explored. Everything's been figured out. There's no reason to look for more. You'll have documentaries, the Flat Earth documentaries will have people going towards like the South Pole or the North Pole, and they're getting stopped by military, ships. So
no, that's not true. So
let me finish this one little thought here. Let me finish this one little thought. Look, so
let him finish a minute, please.
We're all sitting around the fire. And the fire is that we're on this globe in this, we're all together on this planet. And there's nothing left to explore other than space. So instead of all of our minds going to trying to find the ends of the earth because it's already been done, we're all considering going to Mars because everything's been explored on the earth. And that was the whole point of the globe, is to get everybody in the same boat. We're all on the same page, that we're on this earth and everything's been explored except maybe the ocean, but the land's all been.
And we're actually.
You're just bloviating at this point. Like you're just describing a bunch of motivation.
Yes, that's the whole point of the globe was.
But you're making up. You're assigning a motivation to a group that A, you haven't demonstrated exists. B, you cannot possibly know their mental states. C, you're jumping to conclusions based on like small anecdotal accounts of people being stopped when they may not have had permission to go someplace. There are plenty of places that
are you saying mental states? Listen, bro, you bring up mental states. Look at how everybody perceives the world.
Not you. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying, man. He's not saying you. He's saying you guys are subscribing that to everyone else, that their mental state.
Yeah. You're assuming somebody else's mental state.
No,
you're saying I know why they did it.
No,
right?
Well,
That's
look,
not
hang
what
on,
he's
hang on,
saying
hang
at
on.
all,
Maybe-
man. But
Yes,
why-
that
why-
is. He's saying why they. Let me steel man you. The globe
you're stealing.
conspiracy was designed to get us to stop exploring the world.
Right.
All agree that we live on a ball in
2000
space,
everything's
and that we
Yeah.
have to
There's
travel
nothing
to
to look.
space and stop exploring the Earth. Is
There's
that
nothing left to explore on the Earth? We're all on
2,000
this
years
globe.
ago. So hang on,
There's
2,000
the
years
ocean. You go to the ocean.
2,000 years ago,
the
when they
ocean's
didn't
been
even
explored.
know what was on the entire globe, you're saying 2,000 years ago, they conspired to create a globe to hide the fact that there was more land, while everybody was literally exploring everything else.
I mean,
that they could.
No, you're saying everybody, but like I said, there's the bottom
Everybody.
and then there's the top, and we're the
Well,
shaft and they're the
no,
wheat,
but
and the
but see,
wheat
that's-
we're having
right?
to
But I mean, the
filter
difference
through
is that we
oil.
can verify
No,
their
we
claims,
can't.
right?
No,
Yes,
we
you
can't.
can with a
I
couple of
can't
sticks
go-
and a
I
buddy.
can't go up to
You
the
and I can do it together
No,
tomorrow.
me and you
Yes,
cannot
tomorrow
go
you
up
and
into
I
outer
can
space and
determine
see the
the
curve.
shape of the Earth together,
No,
as
we
long
can't.
as
Check
you and
this
I
out.
live
I already know where you're
far
about
enough
to go.
apart.
Check this out. You're gonna take some sticks and put them
Yes.
somewhere, and then somebody else 500 miles away is gonna put some sticks and then
Yes.
shadows, and then we
Sounds
can
pretty
tell where
crazy,
the.
doesn't it?
Hey,
we
that's
can-
that's
you can
that's
use-
a poor
you
that's a
can use
poor
those
man's
sticks
citing a
experiment.
Wikipedia
You just
article.
described where you described this condition in which we're all in the shadows, we're all in the dark, we're just sitting around a campfire, just speculating about shit, right?
Yes,
and I
because
say,
we have
no,
a
hey, you
handful
know
of
what? We've
people
got
that
some
are telling us
sticks.
the
We've got
story.
some sticks here, and we can do measurements, right?
Well-
Instead of just basically speculating about shit.
Well,
right?
that's where you have the sticks, one stick here and one stick there. The shadow casts on the other stick over there, and this stick
Eratopsis.
doesn't see a shadow, and that's just saying that there's a plasma, a local small plasma, fireball in the sky.
Well, no, but it
Now,
does.
does
but
that prove of what does that prove about the
Okay.
distance of the
No,
sun?
no. You're saying you're okay. So your claim is that you can design a flat Earth model, and this is where
No, nobody.
I want.
I'm not saying that. And
Yeah, well, you just did. You just
didn't.
did. The
No, you're
implication.
the one
The
talking about sticks
implication.
and
No.
shadows.
The
We're not.
implication is that you got this ball of local plasma, right? So if the numbers bear out both, where we could derive the conclusion that we're either on a ball that's 93-ish million miles away from the sun, or that thing could be what 50 miles up in the sky. I don't give or take.
See how
And-
we didn't say that, and
I understand. I understand. But the implication is if you can reverse engineer the numbers two different ways, you should be able to test that hypothesis,
Yeah.
right?
Isn't this the whole issue? Is that people who believe in a flat Earth actually don't have a cohesive model that can get
not a
everything
belief.
to work
It's
together?
not a belief. It's
I've
not a belief.
been asking for one since 2016 when I got
listen,
into this
listen,
discussion,
it's
and I
called
still haven't
vibes.
seen a
It's
working
called
model.
vi- it's called
Explain with
vibes.
Everybody, hang on.
To explain the
Bottom- wait.
24-hour sun in Antarctica with the ball of plasma, and I don't know how you're going to do that with
Yeah,
a ball
how does that work?
What was it?
How
Say
did-
again?
How do we get a 24-hour sun in the North or South Pole? How does that
Okay, so
happen?
There is no 24-hour
So if you have
sun
like
in the
a-
South Pole.
There's
But
so
anyway,
wait a minute. So, but people can go to the North Pole and Antarctica and actually see those effects.
People
So-
work
Okay,
in
so I
Antarctica.
just want to explain this really quickly, and then you guys can go. This is basically one of the circle routes that goes from Canada to Poland, and this is the exact route that it travels.
So
over
that's a
French-
straight curved line.
That's a straight line up
that's a
the globe.
straight line.
No, it's a straight curved line, right?
It's a curved line on a flat map.
Line
This
on a
is
flat
what it
map.
looks
Straight
like
line
on a
there. There you go.
projection.
There's your
That's
straight.
what.
That's,
Yes, and it's exactly the same line. It's
Yep.
exactly the same line. That one and that one are exactly the same line.
Yeah,
That
because
Welcome to 3D land.
it's a
Jackie
transformed
Paper.
map. This is I don't
Little
understand what people
Jackie Paper.
right.
So
look,
that's on a
look,
globe. The way that the
And
reason
they
we
say
can't
we
see the curve on
have
that
a
one
religion. They
is
say
because
we have a
it
religion.
curves
Oh my
up.
God! But we can back it up with science. You can't back up your claims.
Really? I can actually back up that shit. I mean, it's
Oh wait,
straight
but how
line.
can you? But you can't back up. You can't back up your model. Your model, like
I
the
don't
model,
have a fucking model. I didn't.
Well,
There
that's
is
the
a
point.
model. There is
That's
a
the
model.
point. You don't.
There is a
wait,
model.
Okay, it's a purported model, but it doesn't really work. So
You haven't even looked at it.
I have looked at it.
No, I know which one you're talking about. It's not a model. It's a cosmology. It's not a model.
I said you have a.
Now you're saying
it
doesn't work.
No, I said you have a purported model, but
You didn't
your
even
model.
look at it.
I have looked at it.
You haven't.
Which one?
Why not?
It's
What
called
do you mean?
Vibes of Cosmos. Look at it on Vibes of Cosmos on YouTube. He's been around for at least a year now, and he's got
He's been around longer than that. He got booted off YouTube once back in like 2018, but he came back.
Okay, so he's got at least 20 videos.
So anyway, it's not a working model.
Right,
he won't
so
release. He won't. He
So,
won't because
since
he
they
won't
kick
release his
us off of
code.
YouTube
He won't let us make.
often-
He won't let us make any testable predictions with it.
So
his predictions only work at a precise latitude, at one single latitude and one single elevation. If you take those numbers, numbers and reverse engineer them and apply them to the rest of his model, it falls flat.
Here, one of the ways that you can make a flat Earth model work is that when we suggest contradictions in the model, like one of the things Mark was talking about is the extended daytime of sun in the north and south poles at certain periods of the year. That doesn't work on a flat Earth model, mainly because if you can imagine, like the model where the south.
Sure, I just explained.
Just listen to me. That in if the Antarctic is the exterior portion of the flat Earth, and the North Pole is the center of the Earth of the flat Earth, that you can't get the sun model of a sun rotating in whatever way around that on top of that flat Earth to result in there being a complete 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but not in the North Pole. But the answer to the flat earthers would say is you can't prove that. They just resort to saying what the facts that you are claiming about there being a 24-hour sun in Antarctica or the North Pole at certain times. You can't prove that. They just make claims that those facts aren't actual facts.
Well, we can actually prove that there's 24-hour sun in around the North Pole, but you don't have any evidence that there's 24-hour sun in the south.
Okay, hang on.
Wait a minute. We have scientific bases in Antarctica. You know that.
Who's we? I mean, you keep saying we.
The laser penguins, man. The laser penguins are the ones running the scientific research centers down there. Everyone knows that.
Human and human knowledge.
And then we go back to the we and the shaft.
We're kind of saying our general knowledge as a species.
Hang on. Argentina has damn near 24-hour days in part of the year.
Good point.
So
sun.
If I said sun, you could see.
You said days.
What's
24 hours?
You said daylight, and just like somebody in the chat earlier.
Sorry that I quoted myself. They have sunlight all about 24 hours a day.
24-hour sun.
They have a damn near 24-hour sun.
Damn near.
Why does why does
the same?
Not exactly.
Why does that happen?
Because we're on a globe, right?
Wait, why does that happen? Why is there extended sunlight in Argentina?
So now they're conceding that.
Can I
address? No, we're not conceding anything.
24 hours a day.
No, we're not conceding anything.
Okay.
Can I address Beamsy one point that you made? So here's the thing, and I'm trying to be. I want to be nice here because you're a very nice guy. So the point about like being turned away, there is a video of some guys in a boat driving down somewhere in the South Atlantic and being turned back by a ship that's been pushed around the internet for I don't know how long.
Yeah, it's Jarl Andahoy. Are you talking about that dude?
What?
He's from Norway, Jarl Andahoy.
But it was some guy, and they were actually near Australia between that and the island. What is it, Tanzania? I don't know all the islands. They were out on the coast of Tanzania in a zone where the military was doing.
Tanzania is not an island.
And they said, and everybody takes that to be them going to Antarctica and getting turned away. That's the only.
They were fighting the Zanzibarbarians off the coast of the island.
They were fishing, is what they were doing. But anyway, so the planet grabbed onto that.
Okay, so is there any flights that actually go through, like, can cut through south the Antarctica?
Is there any flights? Yes, there are flights that
No, I mean like through, not like just touching it.
I just want to address what just said, Australia
once a
has
year they do this.
very stringent bio quarantine laws and very, very stringent immigration laws. Absolutely. They were turned away for fishing in a place that they shouldn't have been fishing, and I think a military base was nearby.
But that was in Tanzania. That was not even Antarctica.
That's Tasmania you're thinking of?
Tanzania. Sorry, I don't.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, but that's Australia, and Australia especially because Tasmania, its biodiversity is really, really fragile. It is an island, and it is very, very isolated. So
the real reason is that Flat Earth Aussie Jesus lived down there for a long time, and they didn't want, him getting off the island. It was a possibility.
I'm the least. I don't like that dude, man.
Yeah, he's kind of great. So
he's a fucking retard.
Yes, my point is just to say there's a lot of fake videos out there that proclaim things that aren't really true. So that's you're talking about Shaft and all that. Again, I don't buy that. We're all people. We're all human. You're as good and equal as I am.
Well, not necessarily. You have certain limitations. You have like a very small, area of life. The rest of us are pretty much living in a 10 by 10 mile square, radius your whole life. You don't really go outside of that little area.
Why? Like, why do you think people are so relegated to this like medieval peasant?
Little small peg.
No, people fly all over the fucking world. I think at any given time, half the population of Sweden is gone from the country. Right?
Okay.
Bean is right. Some of those things take money, and not everybody has it. So let's be truthful about that.
Sure, but fucking Polynesians didn't have no damn money, and they covered the globe in little kayaks and shit, right? I mean,
hold on.
That's no excuse. Build a fucking canoe and get out there, boy.
None of us are going to go out into outer space. None of us are going to go to.
Hold on,
you ain't got to go to outer space to test the shape of the globe, brother. You can walk.
Hold on. You guys just give me a second.
Yeah,
I want to step back here for a second, because this topic of humans and understanding something, like not accepting it if they don't see it with their own eyes, and even then that can be of a question, has been going on for thousands and thousands of years, and science has. We know for a fact that throughout the ages, science has determined certain things, and people were like, that's impossible, that's no way, that's wrong. But science has been one of the best ways that we have used to determine and understand our world. And sometimes science can be weirder than what we would expect in our own imagination. So we know this for a fact. Check
this out. Just wait a second. Can I give a response to that?
Well,
let Jason finish his point.
Just give me 20 seconds.
Yeah,
just
20 seconds. Jason finish his point.
Just 20 seconds, and then you can go. My only point is that issues like germ theory, like the fact of disease being caused by microbial things in that we can't see. At the time, people were like, this is crazy. But now it's a known fact that that's the case. Or that you can have a device that you can actually communicate with somebody on the other side of the world and talk to them. Like, that's crazy. But now everybody's got something like that. That we know for a fact that science has done these things, and that sometimes it may seem implausible, but science has shown that we can do these things. So just because you have these conspiratorial views that this is not possible, just take a second to think about how science has done this type of stuff throughout the ages. I mean,
you're being biased.
Hold on a minute.
How am I being biased?
I'm waiting for everybody to let me respond.
How am I? Okay, go ahead. You can respond. I'll be quiet. Go ahead and respond.
Okay, cool. So you're saying that you can use science to figure out what Earth is?
Yeah. To figure out what Earth is?
Yes.
I mean, we can use science to explore our world, and understand it,
Well, I mean, as far as like shape goes, it was
yes,
like shape of Earth. You can use science.
Correct.
Yes. Many different types of experiments that you could do. I can do.
So
anybody can do.
Let me ask you this: everyone experiences the Earth the same way, but we, whether or not your beliefs, you might interpret it a different way. Right?
Science doesn't have beliefs, though. So that's the thing that keeps getting.
No, but science is science, bro.
No.
You wouldn't science Earth that way. I mean, it's just like as far as shape goes.
It's almost
when
turning into
when
a
you're trying
buzzword.
to determine shape, you don't even bring science
just-
into the.
Every time you say science, there's this hint of hate. Science.
I'm a huge fan of science. I love chemistry and different scientific stuff. I'm talking about Earth. Hold on. I'm talking about science.
Okay, yeah, I get
Earth.
that. I get your
Actually, I'm
objection.
talking
Your
about
objection
Earth.
is your objection is that you can't use science to determine the shape of the Earth,
hold on.
right?
Do you think you would use science to measure shape of Earth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
How? Okay, tell me how you do it.
The science, the science of a buddy of mine does this for a living, where he works on these like gravimeters for damn it, the people that drill for oil and coal and shit. Anyway, he works on those gravity satellites that actually detect gravitational fields in the Earth's surface and stuff, right?
That determines
And
shape
so,
of Earth.
well, sure, he has a pretty good gravitational map of the Earth. He showed me just using these gravimeters. I keep wanting to say gravimeters, but it's gravimeters. They've mapped out like a complete. Yeah, it's a weird bumpy. It looks kind of like a golf ball, when you strip a lot of this shit away from.
Do you know what?
So you use these instruments to determine shape of Earth.
Sure, just like you use a laser tape measure to determine the shape of your room, right?
Laser tape measure.
Yeah, you ever used a laser tape measure?
That's just flat as shit when you
Wait a minute,
measure your room.
See, here's
well,
the
I
thing.
mean, yeah, okay. Well, then, I mean, that's the standard that you use to measure the flatness of your room, right?
Really? Of course. Yes, I'm a cabinet
Yeah.
builder.
So it's just an objective standard set, and then science gave us a much more precise instrument by which to detect
two
that.
different
So
instruments that make no sense, that has nothing to do with my.
your objection is nuh-uh. Your objection is, I'm going to steel man your objection real fast,
I
okay?
asked you that question so that you would say
we're not
what you
saying
said.
that the instruments are the same. We're saying that the process is the same. Science is a process of observation, testing.
You don't science
the whole
with
process.
measurement. Measurement can be.
You don't science with measurements. Is that real? Okay, back that claim up. Cite that somewhere.
Hold on.
Cite your source for that.
Wow.
All right. Hey, I'm a cabinet builder. I freaking measure something.
Stick to cabinets,
and then I cut it.
Then stick to your lane, pal.
So when we're measuring, say, the population of a species within an environment.
Nobody measures the size of Earth. Nobody does.
Yes, they do. It's called geodetic surveying, dude. Read a fucking book.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Has somebody actually measured the 93 million miles from Earth to the sun?
Yes, with the Parker Solar Probe that we launched at the sun a few years ago. Yeah, we've measured it. Yeah.
Okay, so we can't determine. We can't. I'm just trying to, mind you.
So let me just clarify something. Would it be a measurement if I drove across the United States and calculated the distance using my odometer? Would that be a measurement to you?
That would be a measurement.
Okay.
How far
you drove
across,
so the Parker Solar Probe has an odometer like that, and we launched it at the sun, so we know how far away the sun is. Yes.
We also shot radar at the sun in the 1950s, and the amount of time it took for the light to go there.
Right, but apparently that doesn't count. But a car traveling across the United States does. So I figured the Parker Solar Probe. Since it's a physical object,
those are two different things.
How are they two different? How are they two different things?
All right,
because
you guys are trying to figure out how
children
to measure Earth's curvature and size of Earth. Can you tell me how they did it? Tell me how they did it.
Very simple. Surveyor.
I think he's drunk.
Walked across the dadgum United States with surveyors.
Hey, I have been drinking, but I want you guys.
Yeah, I can tell.
Well, it's obvious. So the guy who claims to run the 24/7, the guy who claims to run the 24/7 Discord debate channel for Flat Earth is sea lioning when he says, tell me how they did it. Like you haven't heard this before, like you haven't been given this evidence a million times.
I'm quite aware of the information. Yes.
Well, then don't sea lion, okay, pal?
All right,
Just
cool.
be real. Just be honest.
I know what you guys claim to.
Well, then don't act like you haven't heard it before, okay?
Do you want me to tell you how they came up with the circumference of the Earth?
Why do you guys always say claim? That's the problem.
Oh, I actually know how they came up with the circumference of the Earth.
Tell us. Do tell us, Obi-Wan. You're not Obi-Wan. Sorry, that's actually funny.
That's
it's like 93 million miles away. Sun.
No, that's the sun, not the shape of the Earth and the size.
I know. I mean, you can go back to Aristophanes and all that kind of shit, but this is their idea of the solar system. Yes, we're the third rock
like a
from
less
the
funny
sun.
episode of Drunk History.
It's measured. It's measured from
the leader of a Discord flat Earth channel.
From the interpretation.
Can we get Jack Black to do your part instead?
You don't have to,
geodetic survey.
bro.
Just look up geodetic survey.
No, geodetic surveyors didn't exist when they came up with this stupid circumference of the Earth.
Look, there are many ways that the way they were used to calculate the circumference of the Earth. But currently, we do use geodetic surveys.
So it's confirmed now.
We've got Eratosthenes was like off by like 5-6%, but actually it was a pretty good estimate, and we've come up with a much more accurate, refined circumference of the Earth, and through geodetic surveys and constructing like a datum structure. So we have like datums, we have actual measurements, geodetic measurements at thousands of points around the Earth. It happens like every 5-6 years. They redo it. Like in the United States, we have something called North American Datum 1983. In 1983, they did this calculation. They do it periodically to try to make sure that they've got an accurate assessment. But we use the gravitational anomalies and we use these datums to be able to calculate the structure of the Earth, the oblate spheroid. It's not a perfectly round circle. So we use that to create the structure of the Earth, and we can calculate it down very accurately. And we can also use satellites to confirm that. So there are multiple ways that we do this.
Tell me about how the satellites confirm it.
Well, first of all, satellites work off of global positioning systems. Global positioning systems leverage this geodetic survey information. And so we can validate that because the satellites are actually moving, and we can use triangulation methods to be able to corroborate locations on the datums. And then we can piece that together with all the satellites that we have that are moving in different orbits and at different levels to be able to confirm that. And here's the thing. Once we've done that, we can then use that to create the navigation systems in your car. And guess what? They're very accurate. They wouldn't be accurate if those things didn't work. It confirms.
So you really think that when you're using GPS that comes from satellites?
Well, first of all, there are two types of GPS. There's GPS that requires line of sight. There's also something called assisted GPS, which also relies upon computer networks. So that means that your actual device is communicating with a tower. That tower is then communicating to a server, and then the server is actually connecting to the satellite. So there are multiple ways of doing it. But yes, that's ultimately it resolves in a satellite connection. Yes.
You know what? I am damn sure that satellite internet uses satellites like Starlink that Elon Musk just created. And you'll notice that when you have satellite internet, the dishes are always pointing up or nearly up. And that makes absolutely no sense if those satellites aren't there. I used to work for an internet company, and I would actually have to tell the technicians on site with the satellite dishes which position to align them, because they need to know where the positioning of the satellite is in order for that to receive satellite internet. So this whole idea that there's no satellites, and why does satellite internet work then?
So I want to ask Beamsy a question again. So look, and here's the thing, because this is the thing that gets me. This is
I do? You keep saying Beamsy. I think you're talking about Helios.
Confusing everybody. I don't know who I'm asking to what. The people
Obi-Wan.
believe about the Earth. Okay, flat Earth. Let me ask you. You guys always say question everything. Hey, that's fine. Science does that, by the way. They question everything constantly, and they don't
Science
agree.
as a being
Can I
questions
finish?
everything.
I'm sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours.
Sorry, brother.
So,
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is this. You guys say question everything. Fine. We question everything. You guys question everything. And then people with knowledge who've done this over and over again give you answers and you just piss them away. What do you want? Because there's no amount of proof that's ever been given that you guys ever accept, because everything is an evil conspiracy or some other bullshit. So which one is it? Do you want to question things and get answers, or do you want to just question things and be assholes? I don't know what you want. And I mean that genuinely, from a human to a human.
I totally get it. And to be honest, I am an asshole.
No, you're not an asshole.
Sometimes.
I take that back. Sorry, I didn't. Really
No, I get it, bro. Because I can
Hey,
be an
some of
asshole.
my favorite people are assholes.
I love all you guys, man. That's why I just I trigger you guys, and I want to hear the response.
I've been
doing this for fucking 6 years.
You flirt for troll.
No, actually, I'm curious about people, because you guys are
Why
curious
don't
about
you,
flat earthers. You invited us here, and then and so I'm answering your questions.
Like the guy who's on the fence, or whoever's in the bottom right hand corner, who I can't remember the name. So you guys ask questions, and I'm all for that. Ask all the questions you want, man. And then, but when people that know more than you, and again, we're not talking about people better than you. We're talking about people who have studied a thing. Again, I don't know a lot of things about everything. I know some things about some things and not about others. So I'll leave that to the experts. I just have to trust that the experts are not in it for some weird, crazy motive, which is what he was saying earlier about not, putting evil on.
It's not.
All right, on top of that,
weird or crazy.
nobody's claiming that. Go ahead, brother.
It's not real. It's not weird or crazy. It's just that.
No, I never said that.
No, you're saying that we were saying that it was because they're doing something weird or crazy.
Yeah, some nefarious motive.
We're not saying that. We're just saying that this is their end goal, was to make us.
This is the problem. There's always a they.
That is a nefarious motive.
They.
You not get enough. Your conclusion is a nefarious motive.
Let Stephen finish. Let him make his.
Go ahead.
If you are blind in the dark, you have to hold hands, because you will kill each other trying to find your way around.
Right. So hold hands with the leader.
Let Stephen finish.
For us all to hold hands is to all have be on the same page, and that was to be on a globe, to be on, nothing to be discovered. There's nothing to be discovered but outer space, like the sky.
But that wasn't the intent. There was no they. There wasn't a they.
There was
right. That's the nefarious motive that we're talking about.
There was just a guy. There was a guy who saw a thing and said, I wonder about this. What is this thing? Because I don't get it. The Earth appears to not really be a flat plane like we think it is. And I'm going to go and look at some stuff because I've noticed these things about shadows. And then you sit down and go, what if it's round? What if we've been thinking wrong?
Well, what if you get to a 2 mile tall ice wall, no matter which way you go?
Yeah, when has that been demonstrated? Where is that?
Just like
hang on. Let me speak for a second.
Wait a minute. There is
just because, please, Obi-Wan, come on, man, come on. Let somebody else talk. Just because you sort of say there's nowhere else to discover, the globe model doesn't say there's nowhere else to discover. We've explored everything. There's still deep trenches and deep sea explorations. There's still places that you can go in the Amazon and other very remote areas.
But there's no un-Amazon or anti-Amazon.
Not true.
There's no opposite to the. There's no undiscovered land.
Not true.
What the hell does that even mean?
Not
when
true.
You look at the globe, when you look at the globe, it's a perfect. It's complete.
Didn't we just find a new pygmy tribe like 10 years ago?
We just I just was reading that they found like a rainforest that was like on top of a mountain in Africa.
Okay,
that is like totally
Africa
isolated.
Is a continent that's on the globe, and it's not something that has to be filled in on the globe because
Narnia is not on the globe. Oz is not on the globe. We agree with that.
I think the point is that
you saying that everywhere's explored because there's
Yes,
places
there's no more.
that are unexplored.
Yes, there's
Even though that's
you're
objectively
saying
not the case, even though there's thousands of
you're saying-
islands
no,
that
you're
no
saying-
human being has ever set foot on,
No, it's-
even though there's
it's
vast
mapped on the
stretches of
globe.
mountain ranges
There's
that
only
no
so-
human has
there's
ever
only
crossed.
so many places. There's
Wouldn't
only
it be the
so many
same thing?
places on the globe.
Wait. Let's just go with it.
So
Okay.
what? That doesn't. So
That is a so
so we
what.
run
That's
out
why
of
we
so we
need
run
it.
out of places to look, and that
Wait,
makes it flat.
Let me just ask a couple questions.
It's flat.
Why are
Okay,
you
so-
straw manning Why are you straw manning him? Come on, stop it.
We made
Well,
it.
okay.
We made a globe to all
Okay.
hold hands in the dark of not knowing what's beyond what we know.
Well, what evidence is there of that this happened?
Right.
That we're sitting here having this conversation. In the
Okay,
first
that's not
place.
evidence.
There's
No,
there's
that's
a
not
very
evidence.
small handful of people that know all these things, and then the rest of us have to
That's a
be
claim.
force fed what they're saying.
So you're
That's a
saying that's
claim.
that's
No,
evidence
it's not.
for that's evidence
I
for
haven't-
flat Earth. That's
Look,
evidence for flat
All
Earth.
the people in my life have never left out the 10 by 10 mile radius of their existence. Where they're
did you go-
born, that's where
Wait,
they're
wait.
gonna live, and
Hold
that's where
on,
they're gonna
hold
die,
on,
like
bro.
the Truman Show.
They're saying
I've traveled all
there's
over the earth.
Two or three
Okay,
people
but
said
you've only
that's evidence for
traveled
flat
a
Earth.
0.000.1%
And you didn't say that.
of it.
Okay.
He didn't say that's evidence for flat Earth. Quit
I mean, look,
strawmanning
the
this dude,
Shire
man.
may be great, but you got to see the world, Frodo. You got to get
Yeah,
out.
but
and see
you're
the
only
place.
seeing just a fraction of the
Hey,
world. You're saying
just
that you're
because
seeing-
you're being a dick doesn't mean that you're right about it.
Helio, you know what?
No, I'm not right because I'm a dick. I'm a dick because I'm right. I think it's
Regardless of your-
Trust me, you're not trailblazing.
I just
Yeah.
don't
You are trailblazing.
I just don't understand how what you're saying is evidence for a flat Earth.
Jason, just a second, Jason.
It was a
I
way
just want to say one
keep us
thing,
all
Stephen.
in the same group.
Stephen, just because you have a flat Earth with an ice wall, what is supposed to be beyond that? I don't understand how that isn't. Well, we've searched up to the ice wall and everything.
What's
is
beyond
all-
the ice wall is more Earth, more
What?
undiscovered land.
There- Okay,
Yeah.
so okay, let me
There
play
it
devil's
is.
advocate here. So there is flat earthers will say there is a UN map that like there's a logo that it's not necessarily like ice, but there's this kind of, I guess, leaf like or whatever that goes around the landmass of what we know as Earth, and then there's another landmass outside of the circle in the UN map, and a lot of flat earthers point to that as there's proof that the UN or the World Economic Forum or whomever knows that there's
And-
land beyond the ice wall, I guess you
So
could
they
say.
hide it
That-
in plain sight on their
I was
map.
going to
Yeah,
bring
that-
up a point,
Well,
but Jason's probably relevant.
Criminal
to outline
masterminds, let me
David.
tell you.
Jason.
I mean, there's a lot of
Or John, finish your point. You're
Yes.
fine.
Yeah.
You're good.
I mean, there's a lot of people who are skeptical of the UN and some of the health advice that they came up, and it's contradictory. So obviously, there's this flood of criticism towards that.
So I just have to
institution.
say, I disagree, but I do have to just put the joke out there that the United Nations is actually a prophet of God because they fulfilled prophecy instead of Jesus. Jesus was supposed to give them Israel, but he went and died. But the United Nations got shit done and gave the Jews Israel, which is why I don't even know why there's any other, Abrahamic religions. They should just be
protocols of
saying
the
thank you,
elders
United
of
Nations.
You know what? I
Um,
actually do know why, but that's not
I'm just
conversation.
teasing.
That's a conversation. For
Can I say
another time.
can I say one thing? Okay,
Absolutely.
I was gonna say that on this that I've heard this a lot from people who are believe in the flat Earth is that they oftentimes point to like Rebel Nazarene. He points to like articles where somebody said, look, we're doing this model and we're assuming a flat Earth to evaluate this model. And he's like, that's proof that it's a flat Earth. And this same issue of like, oh, I found a map from the UN and it looks like they are supporting a flat Earth. Therefore, that's evidence for flat Earth. I think that is really, really specious evidence. I mean, first of all, when people come up with these evaluations and say, look, we're evaluating a drone, like a UAV. We're evaluating a UAV navigation system. And for the evaluation of that system, we're going to assume, we're not going to assume a curved earth. We're going to assume a flat earth to do that assessment in a small location. That's not evidence of a flat earth. So I just think if you're going to provide evidence for a flat earth, why not provide actual good evidence? Not just like, look at this NASA article or look at this thing. I just don't think that's
go,
good
ladies
evidence.
and gentlemen. We got it on the screen. The ice wall's right there.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe another
The
thing
leaves,
That's just the
13
argument.
continents,
Yeah.
everything.
So it's kind of curious because a friend of mine told me to look up Operation High Jump, and I went through a series of YouTube videos, and then all of a sudden I ended up in like flat Earth conspiracy theories, and I guess one of the theories is that there's a treaty between all of the countries. I forget the name of the treaty, but there is a treaty between all of the countries that was made in the 1950s, and they just said that this is like Antarctica is a truce country, and that we're not supposed to have war over the land in Antarctica, and
that's
and
true.
That it's true, and that also there was they were firing nuclear missiles out into the atmosphere for some odd reason, and testing the atmosphere. There has been nukes that were launched in our Antarctica. I believe there's also nukes launched in
That's the
North Pole as well.
Take a partially true thing and then stretch it to incredulity, and then make it to something.
Sure.
It isn't.
I mean, that's really us. They didn't launch those nukes from Antarctica, but anyway, you're talking about Operation Fishbowl and Operation Dominate. It's Russian and
Operation Fishbowl. Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I also wanted to just finish up a point because I think, Stephen, that you made when you say just space. It makes it sometimes sound like if it's just one thing, it goes, all we have left to discover is space. But it's actually, I mean, that's the new frontier. That is the 99.9% of the universe. I mean, it should be exciting. I think that, we need to start getting ourselves past low Earth orbit. I actually think we're going to the moon. I saw that in the news. We are about to go to the moon again.
Monday.
They're going to start launching the new rocket.
We're supposed to go today, but the weather was shite.
Makes sense. And so it's that we have to rearrange our brains not to think that most of the Earth has been discovered, which, like they were saying, the trenches and different pockets are still undiscovered. It's just that we have to refocus our attention. We have to say, hey, this was just level 1. Now we need to go past into, level 2. We have to go out into our solar system. We got to explore. I would love to not only go to Mars, which I think we are definitely going to do, but I'd love to go to Europa one day. And those are two very different goals. As much as you could say, even though I can say those sentences in under 10 seconds, going to Mars and then going Europa, I mean, those are going to be big journeys of human undertaking and coming together. And so we just have to reframe it, is that we have to just become explorers and navigators once again. Just got to expand.
Hey, I applied for the team to go to Mars. I just didn't get selected. I'm sorry.
Completely. Send in love. Maybe one day
definitely-
we'll have economy flights to Mars.
I'm definitely not against the idea of traveling to outer, the outside the outside the dome or whatever.
Were you going to say firmament?
Go into the firmament.
I've heard of that firmament. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain the firmament to me?
So we are. Have you ever seen SpongeBob SquarePants?
Wait.
Yes.
Do you remember the squirrel?
Amy? Get him.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're basically the squirrel. So we live under the ocean in a bubble, and this outer space is actually underwater.
What's the dome made out of?
God, existence.
And who created the dome?
Eternity.
Eternity.
Things that are dreams are made of. You know,
things that are dreams are made of. Okay.
Yeah, because you're talking.
That is the exact type of thing I want to be sold before I take acid. But yes, continue.
Wait, Stephen, let me ask. This is the thing that right here, right? So
All
again,
right, I'll take that.
You don't believe half the things that people have spent a lifetime working on and studying, yet you believe this thing that there's no evidence of a firmament. There's no evidence of a dome. None whatsoever. Yet you believe that outright. And again, I'm not trying to be mean or arrogant.
The dome and the firmament is passed down like through like all the old books. Not all of them, but a lot of the old books talk about how
people believed it a long time ago. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
yeah, but
I would also
old book says a thing.
Lost in translation.
An old book says a thing. Okay, we got it.
I'm
gonna interrupt you guys just because it seems like Helio. I will. Anyone that comes on this show, we always will shill for whatever you got going on because we love connecting each other. It sounds like you're about to exit, though. Tell me if you ever do want to exit because we give everyone here outros. So you just tell me. But yeah,
unless you're kicked out.
I just wanted to say that because
unless you behave badly, John, then we have
Helio. Can we get
your
channel, man?
Yeah.
Can we get Helio's channel?
It's warranted sometimes. It's warranted the way.
It looked
But anyway.
like he was doing this. He's saying it's been a good. This is why I brought it up. He said it's been a good time. Come join us at his Discord. So we shall
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
There's always at least 30 people in there every day at all times.
So it's like the.
Are you one of them on there?
No.
Flat Earth server.
No.
Okay.
I'm kind of pooping out too because it's 1:30 in the morning where I'm at. So I'm just going to say thank you. Much love to everybody, man. I appreciate everybody.
Thanks,
you
Obi-Wan.
guys are all. I hope
Obi-Wan
coming on to the channel.
Yeah. Yes,
Not
ma'am.
only has it been great to have you, thank you for being a supporter. It is great to have you there as well. Keep on coming back to our open mics. Like I said, it was great to see your comments in Discord. I feel like I should send that link back in there. Though you were linking in there too. So if you'd like to go there, head to our Discord. We have a Discord server as well, which I should link in the description below. And we do after shows. So that will be an after show, the late out there.
The late.
But I will say to all of us new to our open mics, everyone new to the panel, if you feel at any time that you have to leave, just tell us and we'll give you outros. But in like 10 or 15 minutes, we're about to head into our outros naturally.
Universal
so now
outro.
is the time to get your
Well, I'll
questions
hang out for a
out
minute.
for the panel.
I'll hang out for a few more minutes. I'm good.
So, one thing, Stephen, like I do see what sort of people are saying that it seems like you have a uneven analysis of two different things. Like one is just some old books said this thing, and I do believe a lot of maybe religion or faith is involved. But the other is sort of a mountain of evidence provided by people doing experiments and doing things to show that these things are real, as well as, all the photographs and pictures and just mountains of evidence. To me, it seems very uneven. It seems like your standard for evidence for the belief of the dome is sort of way down here, and the standard for evidence for a globe Earth is massively high, that we can't seem to provide you with enough evidence.
I'll jump in just as not as a flat earther, but just as a kind of a devil's advocate and
go for it.
Centrist, I guess you could say. So I guess the idea of the firmament hasn't really been proven. It's just kind of they see something and I guess they give it kind of a false consensus that what we're looking at is a firmament of the ocean. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but what I do have, and it's actually backed up by historical analysis, is a kind of an educated opinion about the sky being a simulation of some sorts. This phenomenon happened in Europe in the 1541, and 1546. There was 2 occasions where the sky showed like black comets everywhere, and just like random crosses and stuff that just doesn't really make any sense. And so I believe that we kind of live in like this simulation, like a Truman Show. And there was a time when the simulation like glitched, and you can look at this as well too. In the medieval, in the 1500s, this did happen. There's people seeing, they did paintings about this. They did paintings about like they're seeing crosses in there, black comets, everything. So I believe that we kind of live in a simulation, and what we're looking for, we'll find it. Like the sun's 93 million miles away, and so if we have that, if we're looking for that, we'll find it. Same thing with all the stars and the planets. So in a way, like there hasn't really been like concrete proof that we actually been to the moon before, and so that's why I have the flat earther question mark, is because I'm just kind of like, I have like archaeological studies and history that, you know, kind of says it's like a simulation of some sort, and then there's a flat earth model that has a bit of an explanation, but it's not really predicated on the earth being flat or round. It's just the atmosphere and what is around us.
Again, what would constitute concrete proof? We have people that have been there. We have pictures. We have videos. We have film.
No, well, that's the thing, is like everyone, like I just feel like you're just like you are just taking it like as faith that we went to the moon in the 1960s.
He keeps saying we as if he's we, you know.
Yeah, we're talking about humanity.
The humanity of Earth has these things.
The United States, it was a space race.
No.
Yes, it was. The Soviets tried to, you know, export all their wealth into trying to get to the moon.
Yeah.
And they couldn't. And so
you guys act like
United States as kind of a political maneuver, as like wanting to be the top dog in the world. It would make sense that they would fake the moon landing and say, "Hey, we have superior technology. We're getting land on the moon." You know, like it's
John, you're sidetracking to this whole space race thing. Let's look at what you've said. Like, we're in a simulation, and simulation theory is fascinating. I agree. But when you're doing science and when you want to find out if you're wrong, you will find some falsification for your beliefs. How do we falsify simulation theory?
You can't falsify simulation. No, but here we all every single one of us live on Earth.
Is science subjective?
Yeah, we all live on Earth, don't we? So we're talking about the Earth we live on. Don't we all live in the same place?
Well, according to John, we live in a simulation, so apparently not. That's the whole.
No. Well, I mean, then I'll discount that because there's no actual physical evidence.
Not. So it's kind of irrelevant to even go into it because there's no way to find out whether that's true or not.
There's archaeological evidence of weird phenomenon actually happening every 138 years, but
that's the problem, John. Saying, hey, there was a story a while ago that I want to believe, and so your confirmation is way down here. That's all the evidence you need. Whereas we've got scientific evidence, documents.
What about archaeological evidence?
Well, I mean, the archaeological evidence doesn't say whether it happened or not. It's just sort of telling a story of
what do you mean?
Let's dig down in the earth and then tell a story about it.
Well, it goes back to the wheat and chaff thing again. You've got just a handful of people saying this is what it is, and just, you know, take it for what it is.
So it's a simple distrust of authority, and everything authoritative must be wrong because it's evil.
That's not. See,
but it is
this straw man shit that people just. No,
but
we're
that's
not saying that at
all. But
all.
it really boils down that because every time anyone in any authority says anything, you just go, "What bullshit?"
No.
You do. Bro. You have the whole night.
Okay.
Well,
then take it for what it is. Like it or not, this is my position. Whatever.
And that's fine.
Have at it.
But look, just there's a disparity between the amount and credibility of the evidence that you have for one thing like this whole simulation and you know the firmament and there's water outside there.
I never said any of that, so I don't even know where.
Well, I'm not specifically talking to you, heliocentric.
I know because I don't agree with dude. I've spent 6 hours last night arguing with other flat earthers saying don't say that, don't say this, and because you don't really, Anyway, so yeah, I mean that's where I stand.
So
I would the bar is still really high for the globe Earth, even though we have sort of a mountain of evidence behind it. It's all it has to get into.
You say mountain, but you got, like I said, like the shaft is the majority, and then you got the little head of wheat at the very top.
But there's no wheat. That's
you
the
have
like where you're going, and
you
then
literally
you
have a
wheat.
shaft
Fine,
of like no evidence.
Shaft
and
and
then you have
head.
this very
Amy
little
heard that.
head
Kind of
wheat
pricked her in the
of evidence.
Stephen, when you say that, every time you say that we and you, that's what you're saying. You're straw manning everyone else.
No, I'm just that's where my perspective is. The
But it's
reason
this
we are questioning is because there's just a very small, percentage of people saying this is what it is.
So, do you have any questions about a firmament that there's literally zero evidence of?
There is actual video evidence.
Show me the evidence. I would love to see the evidence.
There's literally missiles, or I'm not sure if it's missiles or rockets, but there's things being shot out into the space, gonna go out into outer space, but they don't because they end up hitting this.
There's one picture of a rocket.
Operation Fishbowl.
There's one picture of a rocket that did its anti-spin thing by throwing out some things, and the flat earthers grabbed a hold of it and said,
"Wait, you're talking about the Go Fast?"
Yes.
All right.
The Go Fast rocket is the one thing that y'all grabbed on again and said, "Nope, there it is. It hit the dome."
Right.
No, it has an anti-spin thing. It throws out some really heavy weights and slows down its spin. And then
is that what happened? I don't buy that, but
it's exactly what happened because it continued into space. It didn't stop.
It only went like 70,000 feet. But anyway.
I'd also like to point out too the flat Earth, another flat earther argument. And I'm just, like I said, I'm just being agnostic on this. Is that the lightning strike and the thunder proves that we're in a dome, because in order for it to echo and sound, you have to have some sort of dome. I don't think that's too far.
How many people are just bringing up shit that wasn't
Mhm.
brought up tonight? It's like, flat earthers. Some flat earthers say that. I never say that.
We're not.
we get that.
Into everything.
You know that not all flat
It's
earthers
a
say
thing, right? Like people make
And
remarks.
I guess that's
Earth is a level
that's-
stationary plane. That's my claim.
Yeah,
Well, I guess
prove me wrong.
Stephen
that's part of the problem. You guys never agree on what the actual model is, and so it's all contradictory and all seems very weak from our side, because nobody says, "Hey, this is our model, and this is the way we have found out this model is true." It just never comes to us like that, unfortunately.
I don't even claim a model, so I mean, prove me wrong.
So,
that Earth is
Helium?
Yeah,
not-
we know you
Go
guys
ahead.
don't.
Anyway, I
Of course
mean,
you
yeah.
You
Everybody,
guys are about to have some backup. Well, I say that, but then I think he lost. It was. I thought Rebel was about to join. It looks like he was about to. Maybe he lost connection. Damn you, global satellites!
It was NASA. NASA keeping him
Yeah,
down.
the satellites
failed.
Rebel.
Those damn satelloons.
I
We're
did
gonna
it.
get you in, but we only have like 20 minutes.
I have
So-
access to the anti-flurf button in NASA, and I kept him out.
Well, normally we're hired specifically by George Soros, and so normally we get like
Amy,
permission to shut things down and stuff.
Amy, you
But
can't say that. You're going to get
can't
your
say
pay
that.
raise.
Wait. No, it's okay. Okay, we are going to get Rebel in, and then
Hang on,
gonna go
NASA's
for
calling
like
me.
20 or so more minutes, and then allow everyone to say whatever they want for their outros, as we have been Midnight Ranting, and we are going to get Rebel. Where Leo is coming for the ride. I see James Wolfe out there is like, did Leo? No, I think we are tucking Leo into bed. So
I don't know
we
why
are
you
just
keep
having
bringing
a
him
flat
back,
Earth
hoping he'll
debate
show
with
up.
him
By the
as
way,
he gets
Amy,
ready.
I think
So
this
I
is
appreciate it.
really been a fun show. I like it. I like it.
Well,
Thank you. And okay, where should I go for vacation? Not to get political, but the only thing that comes to my mind now is Cancun. There's like a good old Ted Cruz joke in there. I'm just kidding. I love you, Teddy baby. Let's Keep on going down in there. We are going to add Rebel. What is up? We are Midnight Ranting on the Flat Earth is on trial. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, thanks, Amy, for having me on. But unfortunately, I did not watch the entire debate. I just caught parts of it. But flat earther, I think, is a bit of a weaponized term to turn people off from the idea. So, if anything, I just like to say I'm a biblical cosmologist because the Bible absolutely does explain or describe the Earth to be a level stationary plane fixed to a foundation and enclosed in a dome, just like it matches up with everything we observe in reality. But I mean,
God bless you, sir.
yeah, you too, bro. But I don't know why you Glovers are just so obsessed with the idea that you want the ground beneath your feet to curve. Like, if any of you were any kind of like creator or architect, or just you wanted to design some kind of like some world or some kind of thing where there's cities, and or maybe if you say you were like a video game designer, right? Like you would never think to like make the foundation of what you're building your world on to somehow curve, and where people are like standing, the orientation of people are like sideways and upside down, and some are upright from others. Like, what you would never do that. Like, that makes zero sense.
I can answer that question. But actually, this is your you're joining us kind of intro. So tell me if that was your final statement.
Sure.
I don't think.
Welcome. But I will say, and I love this. One of my degrees is in game development. I love making games, and so it really, you can actually use a game engine to actually show why you would need to be on a ball. Because if you have a flat plane, you need to theoretically be generating forever, or you're going to get to some sort of edge. There would have to be something. In fact, the only way you would be able to do something on a video game where you'd be able to walk, like in this type of maneuver, going from all sides.
All right, Amy. So you design games on a ball?
Do I design games on a ball?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what kind of game you're trying to make. So if you're trying to make a first-person shooter and you're just going through, there's a specific, a railer. Well, a rail shooter can be, thought of as just existing on that because you're just going down a linear plane. But I'm trying to say, just like Marco said, to go from one side to the other and come back around again.
All right.
Yes, you would need.
All right, cool. So it's not a ball then. It's not a ball.
Well,
it's
not
a
if you
globe?
want. Yeah.
It's
not a globe or a ball.
Sphere.
So
wait. So you go from one side to the other across a stationary, first-person shooters. Of course, I mean everybody plays them. Of course, you're just moving forward. And you're not traveling over a sphere, in the video game.
And I guess we don't really want it to be a level ground. We don't really have any wants as far as the Earth goes. We just want to find out what the truth is. So it's really weird, Rebel, that you sort of say, well, you wouldn't want the ground to be flat, to be a globe. And it's like, well, it isn't really what we want. I would want to be a millionaire, but that just isn't the reality of the situation.
That's a really good point.
That's a really good TV show.
Yeah, well, that's a really good point. I mean, it's just like nobody wants this place to be what we experience it as.
Right.
It's just what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so flat earthers aren't just, arbitrarily doing it for the social epistemology of just, trying to think like we're these special people with special inherent knowledge to discern from everybody else's other ability.
That's the Israelites.
There is a little bit of that.
Well, I never said you were.
I like that.
But it just seems to me like your religious beliefs are sort of dictating what you believe about
It's
the
just like
reality.
you guys keep wanting to bring up shit we don't even talk about. This
Well,
is
Rebel
the most
did say he
insane
was a
thing.
biblical cosmologist. I mean, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to take that except for a religious sense.
Yeah,
You
but
don't want to bring
the-
it up, but it is there, Rebel.
I'm really sorry I didn't bring it up. Rebel sort of said it.
Right, but the problem is no one. I mean, no one you will ever meet, or if there are out there, it's going to be like a handful, very
Listen,
few.
hold on.
Amount of people. Like
You didn't say anything about Israel, did you, Rebel?
no, but
Okay.
I know. I actually before I forget, I know Amy did about the whole United Nations Israel prophecy thing,
And I'm just making jokes.
I was Amy making a
Relevant
joke.
discussion though, Helio Skeptic. So it's relevant to the discussion.
Okay, because that definitely is not prophecy fulfilled. Those aren't even real Jews. But anyway, that's the whole.
Yeah, that's another conversation.
True Scotsman.
Yeah, I was gonna say no true Scotsman, but my joke is
I could put it-
always when someone says because
Oh,
I've
we
been
know
told
John. John is just
both
waiting
my
and waiting.
parents.
I could dig deeper into that whole.
We
thing.
know
Well,
you could,
both
John.
my
Let's not.
both my parents
Let's
are
not go into that,
Ashkenazi
John.
Jews, and whenever I get told like by a black
Well.
Hebrew Israelite, they're like, "You're not the real Jew." I'm like, "Take him, take it. You be
Take
the
it.
chosen
You
one.
can have it.
All yours. I'm out."
Exactly right. It's like, oh, I
But-
just rather not.
No, Mark, I was gonna say I first saw, and like most other quote flat earthers, they saw. Of course, you would disagree. They saw the hard, cold, scientific, empirical evidence of the observations of a level stationary plane, and that the only reason why I'm bringing up the Bible is because that observation is corroborated in the Bible. There's not even a single verse. I don't care what any Christian says. There's not a one single verse that would even remotely be close to describing a globe gyrating and hurling and spinning through an infinite vacuum of space. Not even
Hold on.
one. You can't do it.
Gyrating globe.
Well, I just want no. Not only, I mean, all of the atheists here, we just want to like take that as a soundbite. We just want to play it over and over and over because the theists that joined this channel, you're like, don't compare us to flat earthers. It's not religious. It has nothing to do with
Like the
God.
Bible is not flat
Doesn't
earth.
say
The
that in
Bible
the
is not flat
Bible,
earth.
and we're like, well, you heard it here, folks.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't believe in the Bible, Rebel, so I'm not sure why that
true,
would.
none of us
Sort of,
Yeah, I'm wondering if you call yourself an atheist. Do you think that the Bible has some significance?
Well, I was hoping you were gonna say wait, so I could make a joke like this. No, it absolutely does. But
It-
no,
it
okay,
carries
significance.
No, I
Continue.
didn't say
Has a
that.
little bit of
I-
girth to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's interesting and sort of provides an insight into what the people of the sort of ancient Near Mid East sort of lived and how they practiced religion. But I don't see it as a sort of documentary or anything accurately describing the events at the time.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, as well, you don't even believe in God in the first place. So, like,
It predicted Sodom and Gomorrah.
which religious text is true that you can't even start to begin to go down that route? But it's funny enough, you guys know there's actually a plenty of modern astrophysicists and even quantum theoretical physicists that all admit and claim that the modern heliocentric cosmology actually in a way is like a regurgitated Kabbalistic ideology.
Which ones say that precisely?
No, that's
I
not true.
have a video. I would love to play it for you guys.
That's
No,
just
no,
like-
no. Just a list. I'll look them up. Like, citation.
Michio Kaku is one that I remember.
Okay.
No, you're just misquoting crap badly. So no.
Really, that's too bad because I have the video right here in front of me.
Yeah,
Michio Kaku saying the Kabbalah is like the real.
I was gonna say I'm a
Physics
fan of
of the
Michio
universe,
Kaku.
really.
I would love to see.
Yeah,
Michio gets a little woo happy sometimes.
And once again, we will play
He's
any
featured
clip.
on a lot more of the fringe.
You might find
As long
out
as
if
it
you
doesn't
look
break
at
TOS
deep into
guys.
Michio, man. You find out he's a spiritualist.
Well, I will also say we have like my favorite thing is when like Stephen Jay Gould is quoted like against evolution. And
Oh,
so
yeah.
it is kind of You have to see the actual quote kind of thing.
These conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
While
you
he's
can quote
waiting,
mine and cherry pick.
Be a little liberal.
I have a question for. Oh, sorry. I have a question for the atheists in the room. Do you guys believe in an afterlife?
No.
I don't.
That's
think
not
any of
really
us do.
a part of atheism.
Yeah, I was gonna just say
I
that
believe
exact
in it.
asterisk.
Yeah.
What?
Was
Yeah.
that, Obi?
It is possible to believe in an afterlife without believing in a god. Like Buddhists, for instance, some philosophical Buddhists believe in a reincarnation without actually believing in a god. It's very, very weird and kind of really unorthodox, but it is possible.
What's your scientific proof that there's reincarnation?
I don't believe in reincarnation.
What's your scientific proof that there's an afterlife?
Yeah, we don't believe in reincarnation.
But you just said that you reincarnate just like 2 seconds ago.
He just said that the Buddhists believe that.
Mark. No, Mark said that that there is an afterlife.
Okay, do you want me to repeat what I said, John, just for your information?
Yeah, you said there's an
it's
afterlife.
unfair that
You're
I can't share
but
memes.
you always are.
What I said was you don't.
Anyone can share memes. Feel free.
I know, but I don't want to. I like the conversation that's going on. I'm just
you don't necessarily have to.
I have hundreds of them, but anyway.
Ooh, hey, join our Discord. Share the memes.
Why would you believe in an afterlife if you're an atheist?
Okay,
I'm
John.
already
Just,
in the Discord.
That's
Why would that
not.
even-
It's
why would that
that's
even-
not
why-
any part of the definition of atheism. It's not even. It's
Yeah,
not
no,
even a consideration.
So we were just putting we're being just really specific. We're putting asterisks on what we're saying. All of us are basically saying none of us believe in reincarnation or an afterlife, but you don't have to be an atheist to. But I don't think I've only met. I was gonna say one. I don't know if Adam Lore. I don't want to straw man Adam Lore. He doesn't believe in evolution or the Big Bang. He's the only atheist I've ever met that I would not count him as not one of us, and yet he. Other than and I don't know if he's an academic or what his credentials are, but just his opinions, you don't find that often in the atheist community.
What give me an example.
But I asked him if he was a flat earther, and he was extremely offended. So you would not fit in that category. He'd still be team round earth here.
Okay. That's good.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, atheism just says you don't believe in God or gods. Everything else is on the table. You can believe in witchcraft and pixies and Bigfoot and
no.
But yes, exactly.
All right, so you guys disagree. All right, cool. So you agree, and someone else disagreed. So let's tell us what atheism is.
Not believing in a god. We just
not believing in a god or
We're
gods.
not convinced.
Not believing in an
A lot of us
afterlife.
here are a lot of the theists or creationists like to call a lot of the agnostic atheists lack theists. They try and use it as an insult. But I would say more and more popular, I would call my joke, we're medium atheists, and that we actually don't believe some of the gods exist, and sometimes.
Well, let me ask you this on that question. Are you totally like with the Big Bang, like 4.5 billion years ago?
Yes.
Big Bang. So that's
2.8.
So that's creation.
It's not atheism, though. Once again, I was just pointing out how Adam Lore is an atheist, 100% stop, and he does not believe in the Big Bang, or he's skeptical, or whatever he wants to.
Well, sure,
use
I don't
as
believe in
label.
the Big Bang either, but
there's plenty of God believers that believe in the Big Bang. So believing in the Big Bang or not believing in it is not an indicator of whether or not.
It's not a religion in that.
So we've
vein.
explained like 3 times, like atheism is just not believing in God or God. So everything else is up for grab. There's not like an atheist code book where they're like, no, you can't believe in leprechauns.
But
right,
atheists would just say that there's no afterlife. Wouldn't it just be easier that there's no afterlife because there's no proof of it that we
that's
can't?
not. I mean, that's not an.
That has nothing to do with it. You won't even know until
Well,
you're
why
dead.
don't you say there's no afterlife then?
That's because it's not required. It's not part of the position.
What do you mean it's not part of the position?
believe there's
It's
no
not
afterlife.
part of the position any more than an afterlife.
Why
So
would
you
an
can you
atheist
can be a
believe in an
deist.
afterlife?
Do you know what a deist is?
you just hear me say that some Buddhists are atheists? They don't believe in God or gods, and they believe.
No, they believe in a nirvana, and then you're gonna turn into the
Okay.
light, and you're
Does
gonna
a
be like
deist
God.
does a deist believe in a god? Does a deist believe in a god?
Of this clip.
A deist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean,
Can you fill
it's
me in the
implied.
definition of
It's
a deist?
implied. Yes, deists believe in God.
Deist.
Yes,
A deist is somebody who believes that a god created
A
the universe,
creator,
but he
yeah,
doesn't.
yeah,
He is not.
creator,
He is not revelatory or doesn't interact. Doesn't intervene.
No interaction.
That's my understanding of deism.
Correct.
Would that
yes.
be okay?
Okay.
So, is there anything under deism that implies an afterlife?
Well, hey, how about a theist? Right?
That's not what I
theist-
asked. Can we just stick to the question that I asked?
Well, deist is a form of theist.
And I will say,
What
I'm going
would
to
be the
get
proposition
Midnight.
that you could prove an afterlife, though?
I'm gonna get Midnight in, and
Without
Oz,
proof,
if you're
that's
out there, you're gonna
like
be our last one.
using
So get us
ontology
on
with
here.
Christology.
I just want to know. I just want to know what part of being a deist implies an afterlife. That's a God believer with no baked in afterlife assumption.
You know what's funny is nobody said anything about afterlife until you brought it
This
up.
one guy brought it up an afterlife like 5 times.
Fantastic sitcom. Everyone should check it out.
Yeah.
Do you just
Again,
have it
it's just conjecture or just.
Let's just say we all believe different things.
We're talking
Yeah.
about belief, not whether or not it actually exists. We're talking about what we believe, and you're saying, "Hey, you've got to believe in an."
But it's a scientific worldview, is it not? So how
What's
can you scientifically prove a reincarnation?
I don't believe in reincarnation.
Nobody
well,
said
then
it
what
was
would
a
be the point of
scientific
atheists
worldview.
believe in reincarnation if you can't scientifically prove it?
Why do you keep conflating atheism with science?
Yeah, if a Buddhist who was an
Because
atheist
they believe in
came on
scientism. That's
trying
why.
to tell
Buddhists
us about
don't
reincarnation,
necessarily believe in science, and they're
You're not.
religious.
You're comparing apples and oranges.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes, you
showing
are.
you a
Yes,
religion.
you are.
I'm
Atheism
showing you
is like a
religion that
very
believes in an
modern
afterlife,
phenomenon
that doesn't believe in a
from a
god.
secular liberal viewpoint of the world, of a scientific that humans are rational and that they can
Cool opinion,
rationally
bro.
discover their own morality and their own scientific.
Cool opinion, bro. You're just bloviating.
You're just being disingenuous now.
and assuming that
You're being
because
disingenuous
because
now
you're an atheist, you have a scientific worldview, and I know plenty of atheists that don't have a scientific worldview. So what the
that doesn't
fuck
make
are
any
you even
sense.
talking?
If you're an atheist and you don't have a scientific worldview, then
I'm
won't
saying that
have
you can be an atheist that does not, in
irrational
fact, have
worldview?
a scientific worldview. Yes.
Yeah,
But
that's
what a waste.
Just let him bang his rocks together.
Well, I'm gonna add in Midnight, and then I'm gonna keep on shouting.
Was somebody going to show a
You
video?
are headliner. If you can get on here, you're
No,
gonna
we
be
don't
the
need to
last
see a
one,
video.
and then
There
that's
was
gonna
nothing.
be it. But someone's trying to. Oh shit! Damn, I would feel bad.
They
We
keep trying
can't.
to-
I may have to kick Leo.
Kick Leo. Yeah. He hasn't been awake all night.
All right, Leo. If you hear this back, we had to kick you only because we got to like 13.
He
It's not
should
because
know.
we don't love you. We fucking love you. So this kick is with love. We love you. We hope you're sleeping well. We hope you tucked in. And all right, Oz, you got a chance to join. I'm sorry, Leo, though he's so tuckered out right now. He'll be good. Oh, that's how I go to sleep. I'm sorry, in my coffin. One more.
I want to see the
We got
guy's video
Oz,
of
but Midnight is still
the ice
gonna
wall.
be in here, so I'm gonna replace out James,
You could swap
and
me
then
out.
myself, and then the deck. You guys have to. I'm putting 15, 20 more minutes on the clock, which everyone's like, "Yeah, we know, Amy. It's Amy time." All right,
It's going to be a 6-hour stream.
Amy, you're funny as hell. I ain't gonna lie.
We haven't seen any. The coins in our cup haven't been jingling, so it's time to run out.
Well, we are going to actually make them sparkle. So I'm going to put James out for just a second. The co-host and Gizmo, our producer, will be backstage. Midnight Sparkle.
Hello.
What is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Flat Earth on Trial. What are your thoughts about the discussion, the topic, or anything we've been talking about? And when you're done, just tell us so we can add in one more person.
Amy, why is this still a thing? Flat Earth in 2022. Why? When? How? If like the person next to me, Helio or whatever his name is, like, dude.
Wait, check this out.
Interrupt
the
me.
initial hold on. Your initial statement was, why is Flat Earth still a thing? Meaning, I mean, your implication was that it used to be a thing before when?
I screwed to interrupt.
Ships fell off.
Hold on, I want him to respond.
Repeat
when
the question.
was it a thing? When was it a thing? And now it's ridiculous to actually consider it.
Well, it's not. It's not your turn.
Okay, whatever.
No. I mean, you said, okay.
Oh, not you, Midnight.
2022 and Flat Earth's still a thing. You said
I'm saying, Midnight. You don't have to answer his question because it's not his turn to ask questions. So you go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Yeah, do your intro, Midnight.
Okay, that's fine. Like, I don't know, man. To me, Flat Earth just seems dead in the water. Yeah, I was open to it, because I'm curious and I like to learn new things. But over time, I'm like, yeah, there's nothing, there's really nothing to it. And I wasn't watching long, but it seems there was a lot of misunderstanding here, because what Mark said, there are some atheists who are Buddhists who believe in reincarnation, and someone took it as Mark believes in reincarnation. I'm like, what? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just wasting your time, but I had to come on and just.
If you believe in reincarnation, you'd have to prove it.
Well,
I know.
And hey, we're waiting for a Buddhist to come on and do so.
Yeah, I'm up for a Buddhist to come on and prove reincarnation.
Right.
I don't know why I have
I'd
to
be
prove
down
it.
for that too.
But you also said that you don't believe in a science. Like, you don't have to be scientific. You don't have to have a scientific worldview to be an atheist.
No.
Right.
Like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make any sense?
Well, obviously,
Do you have to be a Democrat to be an
atheist? You have to believe in science.
No, you
in
don't.
order to be an
atheist is somebody that doesn't believe that God exists. How is
Do
that?
you know who were originally
No.
called atheists in the classic world?
I know this
What?
answer if it was a trivia.
The first atheists were Christians, and they were called atheists by pagans because they didn't believe in enough gods, right? And so, the running gag is that the only difference between a Christian and an atheist is one God. You're just one God away. Like, you don't have to be scientific to not believe in Pele, the volcano god. You can be a Christian and not believe in Pele, the volcano god. So why do you have to be scientific to just not believe in any god? Why can't you just not believe?
You have to believe in, like, some sort of subjective morality. And
why is that? I could be a
some
sociopath with
scientific
no
worldview.
morality. I could be Dexter, right? So why would you have to assume that about
Dexter
me
has a
deriving
morality.
morality?
Nobody has to believe in anything.
I mean, it doesn't logically follow. It doesn't logically follow because I believe in one less God than you.
So
I
atheists
necessarily implies that I have a scientific world.
So you're saying atheists can just believe in reincarnation? They wouldn't necessarily have to use science to prove that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because
Wow, that's amazing.
definitionally, atheism only covers the God question. It doesn't care if you root for Alabama versus Auburn. It doesn't care if you pull for the Green Bay Packers. It doesn't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. It doesn't care about any of that stuff.
I'm pretty sure there's some atheists.
So you can make erroneous claims. That's what you're saying. You can make erroneous claims just as long as you don't believe in a God. You're fine. Wow.
That was a question.
Not hypocritical
and
much.
whoever
It's
answers
just a
not much
definition.
Yeah, not hypocritical whatsoever.
It can't be hypocritical because it's
right there.
definitional. It's just definitionally the case. It is not hypocritical.
Yeah,
it's
it is
just
hypocritical.
I want to hear Amy's
How is it
response to
hypocritical?
that. I want to hear Amy's response to that. She was going to say something.
Well, oh no, I am actually. We got the last
I mean-
interlocutor for the night, and it's 3:04. 15
You
minutes
said that
on the
like
clock.
15 times already.
So,
I'm just
can
playing,
I
but
tell you, there's a
You
running
say,
joke
prove it.
on this
Prove
channel
it.
that
Prove the
we
Bible
are always
happened.
on
I can
Amy
prove it.
time,
Archie.
and Amy time is like if she says that we're going to be on an hour and it ends up going 6. Amy time. Okay,
6 hours.
we are
Good.
going to get Oz on. And the inmates are running the asylum because James, myself, and Gizmo are going to be producing backstage. You guys have 15 minutes. You got to be only obeying the TOS guides, but the spice is on and real. We're getting Oz in, and I'm going out. I'm going to have to preamble from here. So, Oz, we have been Midnight Ranting on the Flat Earth on trial. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything that we have been talking about tonight? And answer me in about 2 or 3 seconds.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Good to be here. I will say that I'm in line with Amy. It's a big conspiracy theory, but the reason I jumped in is the whole afterlife and all of that, and also just simply the definition of atheism. Like, don't conflate and don't try to add things and posit things to atheism that are not. It's the lack or non-belief of a God. That's all it fucking is.
So you can believe in reincarnation, and that's just a kind of vague belief, but you don't necessarily have to prove it.
No,
isn't that a faith based?
What does that have to do with atheism?
Well, atheism it says that the Bible didn't happen because you can't scientifically prove the Bible. Is there basically their main criticism for going into?
Let me ask you this.
Atheism says.
That's not what atheism
hypocritical
says.
definition.
I want to hear
Because you guys you have your laissez-faire morality, your subjective morality, and you just want to say, "Hey, just do whatever you want, man. Just don't impose any laws.
You keep
don't
talking.
impose any rules. Don't impose the 10 Commandments."
Keep talking.
You have to be religious to be able
Hold
to.
on. Let the new guy talk, please, guys.
Yeah, for real.
You keep talking and won't let me talk. Whether or not those things happen or don't happen, or maybe in the future they happen, it still has nothing to do with the word atheist.
So you can prove reincarnation.
So please let's pause again. Let's pause.
They keep a freaking straw man in my ass too all night. You know? But anyway, go ahead, brother.
Hold on. I do this. I do this on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. This still has nothing to do with atheism. So if someone wants to look it up and share a screen, the definition of atheism has nothing to do with justifying an afterlife or a reincarnation or even an incarnation. It has nothing to do with that.
But somebody said that as long as they don't believe in God, but if they can believe in reincarnation, they could still be an atheist.
Okay, well,
I'm wondering how atheists would square that, because atheists are rational human beings. Am I wrong?
Because it doesn't involve a God.
But here's the thing.
But you're not being rational, though.
Oh, hold on. I don't know who you talked to before, because I just started listening about 10 minutes ago. So I don't know who you have or haven't talked to. That doesn't really matter to me. That is completely irrelevant.
I don't even know who you are,
because each and every human being walking this planet can have different understandings or worldviews or even interpretations of scripture and yada yada. We go on and on and on and on for days and days and days on that. But when it comes to the definition of atheism, it has nothing to do with whether we believe that there is an afterlife or an incarnation or a reincarnation. That's
that was my main thrust in jumping in. Is as soon as you start trying to attribute those.
Well, why can't you just say atheism? The definition is that you don't believe in an afterlife and you don't believe in God. Therefore, there can be no afterlife because it's not proven.
The reason is because that's not the definition of it.
Who decides the definition?
Hold on.
Who decides the
Not you.
definition?
Hold
Not
on.
you.
Fuck you.
Hold on.
You who is a subjective moralist?
Listen.
That's who decides the definition.
Are you,
Who decides the definition?
Are you going to listen? I'm trying to help.
It's just hypocritical. It's just you have a hypocritical worldview. That's all.
You haven't talked.
You do.
Minutes.
Says the guy who claims he's moral.
Says the guy, who's really showing his ass right now in a very unchristlike manner.
I'm not giving you ear tickling talk. I'm just rebuking hypocrisy here.
Okay.
Because obviously,
are you going to
you guys
talk? Or are you just
no, because you're just going to say the same thing over and over.
Can you read 1 Peter 3:15 for me real fast?
I'm not.
You
have no idea what I'm going to say.
And I think that it's worked before. Is that Oz? Would you want to ask him 3 questions and then?
Okay.
No, is that a bad game? I've asked that game before. It's what the skeptics always get excited for. But then, if you were trying to do something, I don't want to mess up your flow either. Or
It always falls into chaos.
It's not so flow. I was trying to bring in maybe a different voice or perspective on this because or even a different personality profile into it, because I'm not trying to be combative. I'm actually trying to address what he's bringing up, because I do understand the frustrations that come up or that can come up in these conversations. So it is simply a definition. Atheism is a lack of belief in a God or a lack of good evidence. That's all that is. And if you want to start drilling down to, well, who makes the definitions? To me, now we're just getting into semantics, and we're just going to do runarounds and what does it mean? What does it not mean? Right.
Well, you're a subjective moralist, are you not?
Well, but that's irrelevant. That's what I'm saying. I in this conversation, when we're talking about what is atheism, what is it?
Can we say that the Oxford English Dictionary defines atheism? How about that? A person who disbelieves or lacks belief in the existence of a God or gods, period. End of discussion.
And I just want to point out that there are plenty of atheists who actually believe in objective morality.
Yeah.
Based off of what?
Their
own head?
Natural. No. That would be subjective. Evolution, physical things, naturalism.
Naturalism.
I believe in in ethics. It's based on situations, and so it has both objective and subjective qualities.
You get to say what's right and what's wrong.
I'm sorry, but hang on.
It's kind of like a game theory perspective.
You don't get to say who's right and who's wrong either. Let me explain something to you. You don't get to say.
Oh, you're going to tell me what's right, what's wrong?
Well, I'm going to tell you who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
This is about to turn into a shit show.
Let's not get into like preaching mode, okay?
Stop for a minute. Hang on.
Oh yeah, we'll get preaching. Yeah.
I guess I can whip out my Southern Baptist minister now. I grew up in Alabama.
Hey, brother, me too. Alabama, born and raised. And
Roll Tide.
I want to be.
Hang on a minute, man. Can I finish?
What did you pick up boxing gloves there, Amy?
Yes, I did. And no, as much as I'm making fun to turn up the temperature, Oz is actually right. We want to get to.
I knew it was about to bring.
I do want to.
I can tell, man. I've been doing this for a long time. I know when it's.
I do want to ask questions, because being accusatory and being attacked isn't going to help the conversation. So I will wait my turn, but I just don't see how that's productive or efficient. But
so we're talking about flat Earth.
No, you're.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
Morals who doesn't believe what you believe. That's what you've done.
Yeah, new guy. Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
I have talked to a couple people, but I don't necessarily.
I asked the new guy, not you.
Whether I'll be honest, whether the Earth
it's one of them earthy things.
It's pronounced Earth.
Whether the
Earth.
Thank you, man. We got a bunch of smartasses in here tonight.
No problem.
It's me.
Whether the Earth
I'm
is
the biggest
flat,
smartass.
whether it's flat or round, is irrelevant to me. I could care less.
It's crazy either way, huh?
Oh, that's all right.
Well,
yeah.
he didn't answer my question. Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
I've had a conversation here and there, but it doesn't interest me enough to have an extended dialogue or conversation.
So, what are you interested about? I mean, because this conversation here with Amy, I mean, she called it, she's saying flat Earth.
I get it, but when I jumped into the stream and I was listening to it before I jumped on here, it was about the definition of atheism, afterlife, and it had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I can make it completely relevant. Now, Helio, I'd be interested in your answer, but in my opinion, I think James is similar. We have met almost no flat earthers that haven't been religious, and so in our eyes, it's like you could attack these little top level things, or you could attack the root of the cause. That's why I always bring it back. That's why I tried to get Nathan to talk about religion, because
That's because that's the only thing you have. Because you want to talk about religion and the Bible and stuff. I'm quite familiar with all the Bible stuff, but I'm not a Christian, and but I'm a flat earther. So it's just like I'm not going to sit here and argue about that stuff all night.
You are a unicorn, man.
Do you believe in a creator God of some kind?
Yeah,
I'm not the only
You would be drunk
non-Christian flat earther.
believed in
I'm not
God.
the only non-Christian flat earther, believe it or not.
You don't have to be a Christian. You could be a Jew. You could be a Muslim. Do you believe in some higher power, some kind of God?
Of course. Yeah, but
well, then there you go.
Earth is.
Then you're not an atheist.
Earth is a creation, and I'm not an atheist. No, of course not.
Well,
that's why when he came in and
but
said
whatever.
he was like, that's why I asked him to define what he thinks atheism is, or what is an atheist.
Well,
That's fine. I mean, you guys ask me questions.
So the new guy.
I'll answer them.
The new guy.
I've been patient with you guys
the
tonight. Anyway.
The new guy then has a question for whether it's one or two. I don't know how many are flat earthers here. Again, it doesn't matter.
We have 2.5. It's kind of crazy. We're lucky. We got opposing views.
But if I can ask a question, what at the end of the day, what does it matter whether it's flat, round, triangular, rectangle? Like what does it?
It's the narrative. We have a overwhelming majority of people thinking of a certain direction when it's a different story.
But what's the matter?
All
matter?
have our mindset on a different destination.
What does that do to our hold on, Jesus. What
Is this guy on shrooms?
What does that do to day life?
What does it do? It's have you ever heard of the fox guarding the hen house?
Well, but what I'm saying is, even if you were to demonstrate to me tonight that it is 100%, there is evidence, it's factual that the Earth is flat. How does it impact my life when I wake up in the morning?
Well, it's as simple as you have another choice in the picture than what you had before. So now you have more of a change.
So it meant nothing.
Potential. Depends on how you want to look at it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if it means nothing to you, then it means nothing. Sure.
Well, no, but I'm asking because you asked me when I came in, new guy, have you had this conversation? So now I'm willing to dive into the conversation.
All right, dude, bring it on. Bring it on.
What,
if you want to ask, him and me, sure.
Hold on.
If you're saying it shouldn't make a difference if nobody, in my platform, I don't try to convince people the Earth is flat. They find us and ask us why we think the Earth is flat.
Okay, and I want to say this. It's not about bringing it on. Like I'm not here to bat. Like Amy, James, they'll tell you I'm not here to debate and fight. That's not my MO.
And I didn't mean to step on homeboy's toes either.
No, you're good. I want to make sure that's crystal clear. But if we're gonna go back to that conversation as someone that has not had a lot of those conversations. If there was evidence that was provided to me, and let's say for the moment I concede that that's there and it's real, and now I'm convinced, how does that change anything in my life tomorrow? How does it?
That's that portion of that conversation is kind of irrelevant. Yes, I mean, of course, we all have jobs and lives and families and shit, but of course, spiritually and intellectually, it definitely would make a difference. If you don't think that's true, then you're just lost.
Okay, but that's, I'm conceding, but that's where you're not answering my question. I'm asking a very
I just fucking answered it. That's the only way that, I just answered it.
You look, everybody settle down. I don't know who all's been on here all night. I'm not here looking for a fight. We don't have to get out.
I don't think you are, but you answered. You asked a simple question, and I answered it simply.
No, but that wasn't an answer. That was not an answer to my question. My question is very directly: if you and if I concede to it right now that the evidence you give me tonight, and I say, okay, there's the evidence. It's reliable. It's duplicatable. It's demonstratable. We can observe it.
All right, cool. So check this out. If I convince you the Earth is flat, I can't tell you what's going to change in your life. I don't even fucking know you.
So basically, there's a I would say there's a definitely there's a political, there's a religious angle to it that is very hard not to avoid when you if you discover the Earth is flat. I'm just I see their points, some of the points that they make, but I would say that it would just be like it would just kind of be like, well, it's kind of, you just kind of go down a rabbit hole. Well, what else have they lied to me about? What has the UN lied to me about? What has that would kind of be like.
Notice how they always end up on like the right end of the political spectrum. You don't see a lot of like
always the right,
Hillary Clinton supporters or AOC supporters on the flat Earth side.
And I'm not even trying to go there. I'm talking about my.
Are you saying it's like a certain personality tick that we're just like dissenters and we're kind of we're errants of the matrix? Is that why I'm not even like part of the flat Earth. I'm just saying, just in general, someone made a comment about, well, once you get flat Earth, that just means you're an anti-Semitic or a Trump voter, or you don't believe in vaccines and all this stuff.
It does seem to be like this Venn diagram.
Go down that road. I can cover that.
I said that, so I will back that. So Oz, here's my point, and I am not a flat earther. I'm a global believer because it's true. However, here's the point I made very early on, and the reason that I got into this whole conversation, because I don't really care if people want to believe in the flat Earth. That has nothing to do with anything for me. My problem is, generally speaking, and I'm not casting any aspersions on anybody in this chat, but I am saying there is a lot of people who fall into this conspiracy mind hive mind thing, that start questioning everything, and they start going down the path of, well, if this is a lie, then that must be a lie, and that must be a lie, and so anti-vaxxing and anti-science and anti-this and that, and then you get into this whole.
They're already blaming Trump for the vaccines.
I'm not going to talk about Trump or policies. I'm saying there's a lot of people that.
Oh yeah, well, that's convenient for you. Oh yeah.
But hold on.
Yeah, we're the ones with cognitive dissonance. Okay, sure.
Hold on. Can wait a minute, dude. Can I finish my sentence? Hang on, just let me finish. My point was always, it starts to lead down this path, and a lot of people that are in this conspiracy camp, everything's a conspiracy. So don't take the vaccine and people die. Don't wear masks and people die. All those things.
Well, okay. So right now we're in a censored platform where I was about to say something that probably would get like a terms of service.
Yes, I was saying not even going to be us.
And so even bringing that up, like is
Amy,
is
this where you wanted to go?
Is a handicap for the other side.
Can I?
So that just reinforces
Please,
like
I mean,
what I would like
if
actually,
the elite,
we'll finish
whoever
your
they
statement,
are,
John.
at YouTube, if they think our ideas are so silly, then why do they have to censor us?
Exactly.
Can I say?
Because it's
See, I want to answer it.
No, Obi, shut up.
on, please,
Let Amy
guys.
go. Let Amy go. Hold on.
Let the host
I'll
talk.
tell you why I
Let me
wanted to bring this up with Nathan, because Nathan was complaining, like he's like, we never insult, we never curse on our channel and all this, and yet they keep on banning the flat earthers. Oh my god. I also think it's funny, he's also like, he kicks people and all this stuff. He's basically like a politically correct flat earther, and yet the reason that is not because he's cursing. Like, I will continue to say we curse all the goddamn time on this channel. Like, and I would say 95% of our content stays monetized. Like, even this one, although it got like flagged for under review, we put it up and we go for it, and almost 9 out of 10
Want to go
times
for it?
we're gonna go for
Yeah,
it.
and my
Monetization gets it.
content is
And-
demonetized.
Well, and there's a reason for that, and I'll tell you why. I want you, just like you and me, we're just lay people. You're my buddy, but from YouTube's perspective, you're spreading misinformation. You're making society worse. Now that's once
Really?
again. Now I get
Cool.
this
Yeah,
isn't
that's
a
cool.
debate chat. From a debate thing, we want to hear your views. Okay, from here. But what I want to say is because, and I'm about to. I think Oz has the best conversations when he's able to just work one-on-one. And so just, I guess that was my 3-question, but instead of 3-question, I'm just going to let Oz have a little bit of a dialogue with someone. Either Steven, John, Rebel, one of the people that Helioskeptic, one of you, I know that, and in fact, I just the people I name, I'll let you choose, Oz, if you'd like. Just start a conversation with one, and then the others I know you're going to want. I have another goddess that I pray to. It's the goddess of sound bites, and she just wants everyone to be able to listen to what is going on. But Oz, start a conversation, and we're just going to listen to that for just a little bit.
Oz, I can volunteer. I haven't had a chance
it.
to answer your question at all, so I'd love to answer. Or to answer your question. Go ahead. First of all, are you an atheist, by the way, Oz?
Before I answer that, are we going to continue down the flat Earth conversation, or where are we going?
Well, I mean, there's 2 flat earthers in the room.
Let me preface, Oz, of all the people, I would say that Rebel ties Christianity and Flat Earth together the most that I've listened to tonight. Tell me if I'm straw manning you, Rebel, but that just seems to be the.
No, that is a fair assessment. Yes.
Yeah.
Because
I got a question about why does the flat Earth matter? Like, if we were to somehow convince you the Earth is flat, then yes, your next logical question would be, why would they lie about it? That's a very legitimate question. I can answer that unless you have something else.
Well, before we even get there, my question is, even if the evidence supports that, and I wake up in the morning now having the understanding that the Earth is flat, the first thing that I want to know before we go into any other dialogue or research or studying or me trying to research or hunt down more information to have a better understanding is, what does just that simple fact that the Earth is flat versus round, what does that do to my day-to-day life? How does that affect me? How does it affect my children? What does that do to my day-to-day life?
I see something's being brought up.
Yes, please. Just so a little visual aid for my answer here. Appreciate that. Yeah. So, hope that's big enough. I know some of the text might be a little small. Let's see if I can put it up a little bigger. Okay. So, whoops. Sorry about that. Okay. So why does it matter? Like,
yeah, there you go.
When you wake up. So Oz, it's a great question, by the way. And in fact, it's the most important one for this whole thing. Because, if there was no significance behind it, just the mere shape of the Earth doesn't really doesn't have any sort of inherent value. Like it could be a square, a triangle, a trapezoid for all we care, right? That's not really like the issue here, right? So the shape of the Earth, which by the way is a flat circle, and it doesn't necessarily have to be it doesn't have to be 2D.
This is a dumbass question.
Just like, if I can finish, please. Just like if you have a frisbee or a dinner plate, it's still a circle, but it's not exactly 2D because there's depth to it. So anyway, the bigger picture of us is not necessarily the shape of the Earth, but it's the concept of this never-ending, ever-expanding, infinite vacuum of outer space with other galaxies, other universes, black holes, and maybe we're just part of a multiverse, and the Milky Way galaxy and the Earth and our solar system is just a tiny like insignificant dot in this like black void of space, right? That's really the bigger picture here as opposed to the shape. Okay, so when you see in this little meme or infographic here, you see the top is a globe, and it says it's Satan's lie, and it's the Big Bang and evolution that explain, and we're just some sort of cosmic accident that we evolved from some primordial bacterial soup, that we're just like, regardless of how just absolutely massive and gigantic the Earth is, or you can go travel to like a different continent and you just feel like you're in a completely different place with like all the people and the cultures. When you have this, when you take on a relative perspective of the Earth in relation to the infinite vacuum of space, you all of a sudden start to feel very small and very insignificant, as if you were just some kind of cosmic accident that just happened to be some kind of Goldilocks position in the middle of the solar system, of which harbors life, right? And it says, foundation for new world order, blah blah blah. Okay, but see, when you come to the truth, you realize it's God's flat Earth. Creation is the only explanation, that we do have inherent value, that the Bible is true, and that we're not, spinning, gyrating, like we're just chilling here, like we don't see any parallax, we don't feel any movement, and we are created by a God that loves us, and that all his center of attention is right here on us. Like the sun, moon, and stars, they're not out there trillions of light years away, and they're dead, and we're seeing the light being shined from like them being like them dying from trillions of light years ago. No, they're right there, and they've always been there. And if anything, they're associated with like angelic activity, and they revolve around us. Like God created the heavenly luminaries as lights specifically for this creation, right?
Okay.
So
that's
what it comes down to.
Can I jump in there? Because I am ADHD, so if we go too much further, I'm going to forget the things that I'm hearing and the questions I want to ask. So if it's okay, I want to jump in there. What was your name again?
Oh, Rebel.
Rebel?
Yeah.
Okay. So Rebel, first and foremost, thank you for going through that and explaining everything and trying to give me, provide me a better understanding. So I guess couple the previous question I asked with this one, what is it like? What bit of information or scientific research or data did you come upon that convinced you that this is fact? Like this is fact, that the Earth is flat, that's factual. And do you leave any is there any variable, like is there any variation where you could be wrong about this claim?
If someone took me on a rocket ship and I somehow left the Earth's atmosphere and I'm all of a sudden floating in the vacuum, no gravity of space, and I'm looking back down on Earth, that would prove it. Another big one is if somehow I got the funding and resources to go to the Antarctic continent, which of course I believe to be an ice wall. But yeah, if I went down to that edge and I started to circumnavigate along the Antarctic ice wall, like I was showing a video a bit earlier while people were talking, and I was somehow proven that the Antarctic shelf is not in fact a gigantic 360 ice wall that's used as a container for all the ocean waters, then that would also disprove the flat Earth. Yes.
Okay. And what was it? Have you your entire life have you always been a flat earther?
No, this is a revelation I only had like a little over 2 years ago now.
Okay. And what was it that convinced you that to change your mind or change your position on this? What convinced you?
The very first thing was what do you call it? Oh, that one astronaut. I mean, sorry, the one documentary of this ABC journalist going around interviewing the Apollo moon mission astronauts, and the way it was compiled, he was asking people the same questions, and none of their stories and answers lined up. And then specifically, it was one interview of Edgar Mitchell, and his reaction, especially with the alleged space footage that was being shown. Not only did I make the conclusion that they didn't go to the moon in the first place, but the whole idea of space doesn't even exist. Like they didn't even go up to space like at all, right? But after that, like for me alone, water, the fact that a body of water at rest always seeks to find its own level, that alone proves the Earth is flat. Especially when you consider the fact that over 70%, the majority of the Earth's surface is water. So you cannot get over 73% of flat bodies of water to somehow curve so much it makes a ball in itself. It just cannot happen.
Okay, and I appreciate you being being transparent and honest about your position, and I am asking a lot of these questions to have further understanding, but also to try to get down to what are the convincing reasons or arguments, and based on what you told me, that for me, I don't know, without digging further, obviously, and so I'm not trying to discredit or minimize or invalidate what you've said. Those would not be convincing arguments to me, just off rip, right, like, out of the gate. But why should, with what you're presenting, why should someone like myself or others be convinced by what you're sharing, or the evidence or the data that you're presenting? Why should we be convinced by that?
Why should you be? I mean, to me, if you have any sort of just simple common sense or logic or ability to have deductive reasoning, and not be so naive to realize that there could be a level of corruption in government or authoritative agencies, where especially in the case where a lot of money is involved, like with NASA, for example, who gets $23 billion a year in an annual budget, which amounts to be $60 million a year. And especially when you start researching how the origin of NASA has to do with very occult, like mystery school religions, and especially nowadays is highly associated with Freemasonry, you start to see how there's a very, what's the word? But just
all right, everybody, take your Freemason shot.
There's like some sort of, like Kabbalistic evil, cult associated with NASA and all the astronauts. That's very documented evidence.
Right, so if I can jump in there again, because if I do that, just and you or anybody that talks to me now or in the future, it's my ADHD brain. If I don't jump in and ask, I will forget my questions. So we went from talking about science and what the world would or wouldn't do as far as gravity and so on and so forth, and now we jumped straight into government and conspiracies within the government and their wanting to or willingness to hide things. So this is where I'm trying to drive down to for me to try to have a better understanding. How can we, like, when does science and the reliability of scientific data and the scientific process, when does that stop, and then the governmental or organizational conspiracies start? How do we know where one starts and one ends, and vice versa? What's the methodology there?
I'm not sure why you would ask, like, why one would start and end, because to me they just go both hand in hand.
But that's to you. That's to you. I'm asking from somebody that I'm fairly new to this conversation. So to you, it may be a no-brainer, right? To you, it may be automatic, but to me, it's not. So I'm trying to figure out where does one stop and where does one start, because that would be important to me.
Okay, I mean, yeah, as far as the evidence, you just see things like I mentioned before, water finding its level, oh wait, sorry. Like here, like this is what I mentioned earlier, like just like whenever you go out to the beach, right? Like this is just a simple, it's like sometimes people have a hard time accepting what we're saying because some, like, our explanation are just so simple, and sometimes the truth just happens to be that, like, it doesn't have to be some very complex sort of, like, answer, right? So sometimes it's just as simple as this, like water doesn't curve, a body of water, because Globers will straw man you and be like, oh, how about if you just put a drop on a table? And it's like, no, that has to do with the surface tension properties of hydrogen bonding, right? Or they'll give you like a meniscus, which has to do again with the hydrogen bonding properties of it, adhering to the very narrow surface of a test tube, right? But for all intensive and practical purposes, when we look out in the world, we see bodies of water being accumulated in large, massive volumes, like you see here in an ocean. And as far as you can see at the horizon, it's so flat you can use it as a ruler. You know what I mean? Like that's just how it goes. Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
is there a way? Because I brought up the word because I prefer to lean on methods, and what are methods? What's our methodology to arrive, or at least believe more true things than we don't, or we shouldn't.
Everybody knows.
But what is our methodology? Like how do we measure this? What is our method to understand that the oceans, that the water on this earth aren't that they're not round, as far as meeting a round earth hypothesis. I'll even be fair and say that in this conversation, in the round earth hypothesis. What is our methodology to prove it? Because unless you correct me if I'm wrong, neither you or I have personally been to outer space. The only thing we can lean on as far as developing a methodology would be what we have seen from the professionals in the field that have traveled way up there.
Rebel, you mind if I answer this?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat what Nathan said earlier. I know you said you didn't hear the conversation, but he's basically saying that place yourself on the top of a basketball, and you're microscopic. If you look at all directions, you're going to find curve. It doesn't matter how small you want to call yourself on that top of the basketball. Find yourself in the middle of the ocean, and all you see is water around you. You're not going to see any curve whatsoever.
But you do.
But to be fair, I mean, no. If I apply what you just suggested, that I take it to a microscopic level,
why would you in this scenario?
Then yes, everything would appear to be flat. That does
No,
not
no,
for
that's not what we're saying. We're saying that even at a microscopic level on the top of a basketball, you would still see curvature from the surface of the basketball. But if you're out in the middle of the ocean, which is equivalent to being on the top of a basketball being microscopic, you still don't see curve.
Yeah, what curvature, what ball earth?
What
we all live on the same earth, don't we?
We do, but it's important. It's important to drill down on these questions because it does go down to epistemology and why we believe.
All right, so now we're getting into epistemology and philosophy. Yeah,
but it's the same thing. Whether it's a God claim.
How about physical reality, what we experience?
And we can get there, but we
can't. We're already there, bro. I've heard what you said for like 15 minutes.
Okay. The thing is, when you're having these conversations, it's not and Amy, I can dip out if I need to.
You're gonna run away. He's gonna run away because
I was gonna say
no. Because what I'm saying, these are not simple 5-10 minute questions, like conversations. Like these take time for both and all parties to go back and forth and have a calm conversation without it getting buck wild. I'm just not interested in doing the dramatic back and forth and all that. I'd rather
you'd rather just preach your
I'm not
stupid gospel, Anyway.
Well, what are you talking about? All I did was
ask preached anything, man. Come on.
Anyway, call me a dick, whatever. Because I am.
Questions.
Whatever.
All I've done is ask questions. I haven't preached anything.
All right, cool.
But I will say, we're gonna. Oh no, I'm sorry, Obi-Wan. You're about to say something. I cut you off.
No, I was gonna say he let him run on for like 20 minutes and explain all of his views and just listen and ask questions. That's all he did.
And I appreciate that conversation. I was actually saying it's been actually great to have the back and forth. We are only gonna go for a little bit. I keep on saying it. I'm gonna have a cutoff.
You keep adding 15 minutes because you
I
love
keep
the
on adding
conversation.
15. Yo,
Don't you,
can
Amy?
I
You
tell
love
you
it. You love it.
All right, now I know.
I can't help
now
it.
I know what Amy time is.
So
Amy
it is.
time.
I'm cutting it off at 4. Cutting off at 4. It is the last 15 minutes. I swear. But then Oz is our last person. So as soon as everyone here is done with their questions, we're moving to outros.
Yeah, and I don't. I won't say I don't mean to interrupt, but I did mean when I did interject, I meant to interrupt, so I wouldn't lie about that. So continue, gentlemen.
No, I mean, if someone thinks they have a better method, by all means, jump in, dive in. I always feel like asking questions and seeking to understand your interlocutor, to understand their position, is the most intellectually honest thing to do, and that's what I was trying to do. So if that is attributed to me preaching or trying to send a message, I don't know what else better to do than
Well,
ask.
man, it just really, to me, it sounds like you're just like talking out of your ass. You really aren't addressing the real thing that we're talking about.
Oh, so that's to you. So you have no idea why I'm asking the questions. You have no idea what my motivation.
No, I've been doing this for quite a long time, and I know exactly where you're coming from.
Okay. I've never talked to you my entire life, but I'm glad that of all people, exactly where I'm coming from.
I do. Yeah,
okay. That's awesome. Good for you.
I think you're full of shit. But
yeah,
okay.
you should have a TV show then.
Okay, well, I almost do, but it's just like,
you almost do. That's fucking awesome.
Okay.
I'm confused by someone who made no position whatsoever and asked some questions is full of shit.
What's that?
No, he's just
confused by that.
I know you're confused because he's like, I'm the atheist. Anyway.
Well, that was just a bad thing to show, because in the end, I feel like if you go back one meme, I just want to show you why that's a bad meme. It's just where my brain goes, just to be irreverent. Like, who do you think actually won in that situation? The Globe in the long term would have won that scenario, right?
Yeah.
Putting that out there. I'm just putting that out there. Okay.
No, I
we're
get
gonna
it.
go
It's
back
just like-
into main.
Sometimes I'm rude on purpose, and that's okay. It should be okay, but anyway.
No,
They're just about the ratings.
Oh no, you're not hurting my feelings. If you want to be a dick, I'll be a dick right back. I have no problem with that. But just I'm gonna serve it up to the same level you do.
Either way. No, man, I don't. This is the first time I met Amy. She invited me on the show, so I'm here. If you want to talk about flat Earth, I have my own server where we talk about it 24 hours a day. So if you want to talk about it, come on down.
You don't like my question, so
No, I just really think you ask ridiculous questions, to be honest. Because you don't understand the entire argument, and you're just making shit up.
How would I? I just said I've already
I know
admitted
you're brand new to the argument. That's cool.
I've already
Yeah.
admitted myself. So how are you going to tell me I'm like my questions are like stupid or dumb or
No, I'm sorry if I presented myself that way. It's all good. My bad.
Well, send in love, and in fact, I will say, Batman, we stream at least 2 or 3 times or so, sometimes 4 a week.
It's 2.
And yeah, you're right, 2 to 3, because we try
At
to
least.
go every other or something like that. But we also one day, once again, this is pie in the sky, sending love to both all of our supporters out there. But we one day want to get a studio. One day want to.
Media
Speaking
empire.
of Oz, I feel bad because I was in a spot where I was extremely close to getting to better, and I am going to better 2. So if there's a better 2, which I think there's already in the plans of.
It's coming up. It's got to be coming.
first week of June 2023.
Woohoo! That's right, baby. Hashtag better.
Tang
Gang. Non-believers, we are biased. We think we do it better. I'm waiting. The theists, I know that they say they do it better, but they bicker among their own. In fact, sometimes they hate each other more than us, which is the most fantastic.
Bro, I've heard you guys bicker amongst each other so many times. So it's not like.
Well, kind of.
Oh yeah.
Here's the problem: is that if you in this topic, it gets really interesting because Kent Hovind would be on our side of this topic, and he's normally behind bars. I'm just kidding.
Right?
But like Sunflower, for example, is almost never on our side. And even here, I feel like he was trying very hard not to be on our side. He's like, fuck.
It's like through the whole freaking conversation, he was just like, "Oh, flat earthers got a point."
Gas pressure.
And so he was trying very hard to not agree with us.
Gas pressure.
That's cool. It's cool.
He got triggered very quickly, though.
But
that's old Dr. Flower for you.
But I'll bring it back to what I think Oz is interested in. I'll tell you what many of his main points, what James W's main points, what mine, and what many of this channel is. For some reason, for whatever reason, it always goes back to religion. And it's because we view religion as a superstition. And so when you believe a superstition, when you accept something on board, we think it leaks. We think, how can you possibly not have it branch out into other forms? And so we're just trying to pick your brain because in a weird way, all of these theists, all of these different views, they all have, the First Baptist, the Second Baptist, and Shia and Sunni, and yet the agnostic atheists, even the pagans. Shout out to secular pagan mom. Shout out to Is BMC still in here? Is he still? He's trolling out there. Shout out to BMC. Whenever we drop this Abrahamic religion thing, for whatever reason, it's just like all of the science we just seem to accept. Like it's all of a sudden you don't have this like alternative, I would say, narratives, facts, all of this. And so I'd say that's what Oz was trying to really get at the heart of. If that's my impression, I think that's what we're all trying. Many of the skeptics are trying to get is, we think very differently in a lot of these topics. And so we just want to know why. We want to know, is there something that you have that you guys know that if we knew, we would see it your way?
Yeah, but we're not trying to convince anyone. That's
Well,
the
you're
thing.
not.
Hold on.
Maybe you're not, but a lot of people are.
Oh, I'm not. Okay, I'm not trying to convince anyone. I mean, just like you were saying,
And Mark,
I consider like atheism, and everyone has their own thought process and religion, whether they think about it spiritually or a different way. Yeah, but that's their spiritual process of understanding themselves and the way they interact. But yeah, I mean, nobody here is trying to, or I'm used to talking in my room. Nobody here is trying to convince anybody that the Earth is flat. The information is there for you. You can come in and have the conversation, and whether or not you're convinced, that's on you.
No. See, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. There has to be evidence. There has to be evidence. There has to be evidence to back up the claims, and that's what I'm trying to get down to. That's why I was asking the questions, and I've officially kind of hit the end of my patience level here, Amy, with this. I apologize with this particular part of it, because I asked the questions. I try to be polite and respectful, but then it's just, well, you just choose, and you just it's arbitrary. You just decide what. No, bring the evidence. Bring the evidence.
Or you want evidence that
so you get
how
to
I
choose
was.
what atheism
Hold on,
is?
check this out. So you want me to show you how I was convinced that the Earth is flat?
By all means, please.
Well, I don't have means to share a screen here, do I?
You sure do.
Okay.
As long as it does not break any copyright laws, I'm good to show.
No,
we need that evidence. Show it.
We need evidence.
How about
Whip it out.
How about the fact that
that's a
NASA
different stream.
and over 24 official government documents of technical reports for applied physics all admit the Earth is flat and stationary? Is that enough evidence for you guys? Because if it's not, I don't think any of you guys are willing to change your mind.
That is a
That's what it comes
bullshit
down to.
claim that it's a lie.
You have cognitive dissonance now because you have a bias
Listen,
towards the mainstream.
this is the first time I've ever used this platform, so it might take me a minute.
No, what he's saying is taken out of context. What has happened is, in many, many things that we do as an F-14 pilot, I will tell you, in many, many things that we do on the globe, we don't need to account for curve.
Oh, because that makes a whole lot of sense.
Shut up and listen.
His claim wasn't about an F-14; it was about NASA.
Hold on.
Let Obi-Wan finish, and I want us to
let
finish.
him finish because he's
finish your
actually making a
sentence,
point.
Just let me finish, because the point actually is that they say in this calculation we did not take Earth curve. We took these calculations as if we're on a flat plane. That's what NASA says, and a lot of things say a lot of the time, because it's not necessary to do all the complicated curve calculations for what you are doing scientifically.
Yeah, you definitely would need to count the curvature of the Earth if you're flying over a long distance, buddy. That's just absolutely
Over a
Who
long
said we were
distance.
flying over long
maybe.
distances?
Hold on.
Who said we were flying over long distances?
That's what the technology of a plane
You're
does,
lying.
bro. That's why they were invented in the first place.
You're lying. You're lying. You took it
you're
out of
lying.
context, and you're lying.
No, you. No, you. No,
No,
me.
you're lying.
Oh my gosh. Oz, what did you want to say?
Me. Me.
There's
It was like the 21st century Jerry Springer show.
Amy said it was my turn. I want to ask one.
Go ahead,
And thank you, Obi.
One question, and Obi can jump back in. For those that are flat earthers, could you provide two or three primary peer-reviewed research papers or scientific experimentations or demonstrations of what you are claiming? Is there anything there that we can go and research and know that it's valid, that it's dependable, and it's reliable evidence? Is
Well,
any of
The answer is absolutely not.
Okay.
The whole point
No,
of
there
it
is. No, there
is
is
that you
actually.
have a
No.
handful of people with all the abilities that the rest don't. It's called the wheat and the chaff. You have the mass majority.
And
chaff.
as far as screen share goes, I'm not prepared to give it a presentation.
Yeah,
I mean,
that-
this
that-
is
that's
a
fine.
platform I'm. Hold
Yeah.
on, this is a
Are you not-
platform I'm unfamiliar with, and I
No, no, no.
wasn't ready to do
You're
that.
gonna talk. No, hold on. I'm gonna call you out because you're gonna talk all that shit to me. You're gonna talk all that shit to me. I was asking, like, serious.
What's the rush? What's
No,
the
but
rush?
your
Oh,
question.
now you want
Your
evidence.
question
Oh,
was
evidence.
invalid.
You don't get to talk anymore. You don't get to talk anymore. I came in here like actually trying to investigate and ask questions, and then you get butthurt because
Look at you getting all
No,
excited.
you came in here because you wanted to talk about
I
definition.
ain't butthurt. Don't worry about that.
because you didn't get to talk, and it was the other gentleman that got to talk instead of you. I don't know if it was an ego thing or a pride thing, but now the fact that you don't want to share a screen, you don't want to put your demonstration, your PowerPoint up.
I don't have one prepared.
Exactly.
I think he's unable to do
Yeah.
that because it requires it to be in a.
What's the rush? Why you got to be in a rush?
You might
The
be a
evidence
little bit
is
too
everywhere.
inebriated.
Well, and I also
I'll defend Helio because I've looked at it and it wants it to be in slide format, and it's a little difficult to do that.
No,
and I just wanted to ask you, Obi-Wan. You said you were a pilot.
Yeah.
That is so fucking cool. Not only is that so fucking cool, but help me out here because I am on a Bill Burr fix. He is one of my favorite comics, and he
I love
just
him.
talks about how, you know, to be a helicopter pilot, you actually kind of need to know that the Earth is round because the way that it's I can't even explain it. That he was asked to bounce waves, and you have to not be able to hit a mountain, and you need to know the Earth's curvature for that. And so
Yeah, but Bill Burr's not the only helicopter pilot. But by the way, I'm a huge.
that
Bill
is
Burr
a
fan,
true
too.
statement.
Yeah, he's a funny man.
And also,
Well,
NASA and the U.S. military all say that you should actually know that the Earth is flat and stationary when you want to fly a helicopter and a plane. So, to answer your question, I have highly scientific.
Why don't you
academic,
show us those?
official-
Show me that citation, please. Show me that citation. I challenge you to show me anything that you didn't just cherry pick 2 words out of a sentence, out of a paper.
Cherry pick?
Yeah.
You
pick.
want to go to like? You want to go through like hundreds of pages? We're already like 4 hours in. I mean, I can just show you where it says it.
Let's go 6 hours, Amy. Come on, let's do it.
And then maybe you can go.
Don't
look at the link yourself.
I've seen all of your things, man. They're all cherry-picked garbage stuff that you picked one sentence out of a paper.
No, that's you
Sorry,
being.
go ahead, Oz.
Why would it even say it in the first place?
This is all we need.
I
This is
explained.
all we need. Let's skip. Let's bypass all the bullshit. Let's skip all the bullshit. Just give us peer-reviewed,
They don't have any.
demonstrated.
Wait. I heard you say it. Don't be redundant here, fellow.
Oh, I'm for you now. I'm going to be redundant as fuck for you.
Well, then just keep repeating yourself. Yes,
I
we
am.
understand.
Hey, Oz.
So peer review
You
is
should
proof.
also be pedantic
Peer
just for me.
reviews is proof. Peer review of you're saying that if we can get peer review scientists say the Earth is flat, bro. He was like the Earth is flat, but unless they'll be like, oh, the Earth is globe, it's peer reviewed, and boom, then it's true.
What the fuck did you just say?
No, it would just mean you'd have evidence. Finally,
I mean, this is how ridiculous it sounds. Well,
yes, that is how ridiculous a drunk flirt sounds
man.
at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yes,
and Amy and James know this. I rarely go to.
I know what fucking peer review is.
I
Pardon my French, but
rarely, if ever, go to ad hominems. But I'm going to ad hominem the fuck out of you right now.
Call me a dickhead.
Ooh, do it again, Daddy.
No, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, and you talk out of your ass. That's what you do, because you tried to make accusations about me asking honest ass questions, and then you spew out like you're literally shitting.
Wait, you brought up something
You
like
got the gloves
peer
on.
review.
You're
Since
shitting.
this
You're
peer
shitting.
review
You're
is
shitting.
proof of-
You're
peer
shitting.
review is
You're shitting. You're shitting out of your mouth hole. The hole that's supposed to talk and make noises. You're shitting out of it. Shut the fuck up.
So Yes.
I'm sorry, Amy, if I'm making a shit show here.
So to answer your question, Helio, yes.
I came. I'm just saying. Thank you, Oz.
All of science for hundreds of years.
Because we're speaking for all of us.
Working on this same thing over and over and reviewing and review. So let me, would you be surprised to know that we still haven't gotten the exact speed of light down to an exact number? That every year or two we get it a little closer and a little closer? Because science doesn't ever prove anything, because once you've proven something, you're done. There's no reason to ever go back and look again.
Oh, so it's not proven that we're living on a globe then. Perfect.
There is no, we've never said there's proof. That's the thing that you guys don't understand.
No, there's evidence. Proof is evidence that you find convincing.
There's a lot of evidence, but there's never proof. Now, I would say that I've seen it with my eyes, so I think that's
there's overwhelming evidence, yeah.
But we're never going to say there's proof.
Overwhelming evidence that we are the third rock from the sun, 24,901 miles in circumference, 3,959 miles radius. The moon is 238,000 miles away.
There's 7 days. There's 7 days. There's 7 days in a week. Yes.
No, where's the physical proof of that?
The same guy that keeps shitting out of his mouth hole.
Yeah. He doesn't get to ask for proof because he can't present anything for himself.
Right. Yeah. Where's your proof? Mouth diarrhea, man.
There's this creator.
Wait. If I believe just like you guys believe, then I could just believe it.
As long
as that's my proof. I just believe it.
I don't believe anything. Belief is a religion, man.
Show me your
As long
proof that the moon is.
Yes, everyone, the sound bites, they're getting murdered.
As long as
show me your proof that the moon is 238,000 miles away. Show me the physical proof of it.
If the moon was cheese, would you eat it?
Because
I mean, if I was a hot dog, I'd have seconds.
Because the shit mouth obviously believes that there's this like creator God, supreme God as well. I would go out on a ledge and bet money on that. So not only does he not have evidence, and he was like, oh, all of a sudden I don't know how to work a computer and I can't pull up a PowerPoint and I can't do this and I can't do it because I shit out of my mouth. But he can't demonstrate, nor can he demonstrate that his God exists. So take all of your bullshit theories
strong, mammy,
and throw them.
There's no evidence.
No, and you can call me.
There's no evidence that God exists.
You can call me straw man, steel man. But my name is Oz. I'm the man behind. I'm the motherfucker behind the
nature is the proof.
Man with a plan.
You're the man in front of the checkerboard. Go ahead, Amy.
Wasn't there a song about that? Like, I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man.
I do. Well, I do want to bring up. You can answer both that, but also Sheepless Phoenix for $2. Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much for the love and support. Flat Earthers explain a solar eclipse and the shadow itself.
Wait, someone's going to come up with 70 miles. Hang on. Wait for it.
Yeah, I would like a mechanism, a testable mechanism for the.
Is there actually proof that it's actually the moon that blocks the sun? Like it hasn't really been predicted.
Who's asking?
It hasn't actually been accurately predicted.
Is that the evidence for the flat Earth? Is that the proposed mechanism?
Hold on. The question, the super chat there or whatever.
No, you
like they want.
Hold on. Anymore. No, you don't get to talk anymore. I'm literally.
I thought somebody asked.
Not
we're going to be the conversation police and say you've been
just interjecting mine already.
Every time you start to talk, I'm gonna overtalk you.
Yeah. So what is the proposed mechanism for the eclipse under the flat Earth model?
It's plasma.
It's plasma.
Yeah,
we can predict them pretty accurately with the globe model. We can tell you
predict
exactly
them to the date and time.
Yeah,
predict them to the exact time,
when, where,
and exactly where they will travel.
Well, can you predict
where the shadow is going to be?
Can you predict the seasons?
What does that mean?
I'm asking. I'm still waiting on a flat Earth proposed theory. What's the proposed mechanism?
Can you predict where the North Star will be?
But wait, I'm confused by
Is
that.
there a
because
proposed
the
mechanism
seasons
for the
don't
eclipse?
change, don't they?
It's
Like it
cyclical
always
and
goes fall, then winter,
Stephen was
spring,
talking.
right.
then
So
summer.
Stephen's talking.
There's a span of time that these things have cyclically occurred.
Yeah,
so you
about
have a
40,000 years.
trajectory of what has occurred in the past, what will occur in the future. Is why you can predict what will happen, because you have something called the North Star that never moves. It's been in the same spot since the beginning of time.
But we can predict because we've demonstrated that we can predict. So we'd like to know what the mechanism is that the flat Earth proposes to predict eclipses.
Yeah. Hey, no name. Just because you can predict something doesn't mean you know the mechanism by which it works. Okay.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
that's
no
true.
shit. No
that's
shit.
not.
Shut the hell up,
That's
dumbass.
true. But novel predictions have the weight of credibility. So if somebody makes a proposal first in science, typically, the novel testable prediction has weight over a post hoc rationalization, right? And so just because it doesn't logically follow that because later on you can propose a mechanism for something that your theory has any credibility because it was post hoc and not.
But
And thank you so much, Sheeples. Back to you,
bro. You forgot about the government. You forgot about the government and all the shit they're stirring up, the pot that they're stirring up. Because when we distract with the government, we don't have to focus on the evidence or the lack.
That's true. That's fair. I forgot about the government. The government is a powerful.
And that's why old boy was getting pissed at me for asking all those questions, because I'm actually asking questions that actually try to pin down the reasoning, the methodology.
Well, that just exposes you for the paid government shield that you really are there, sonny boy. Ha ha, got you to expose yourself.
I don't think he's even smart enough to be a shield.
When there is no scientific data, there's no scientific evidence to actually rely upon, then they have to avert and run to it's the government. It's the government. It's the government.
No, you gotta realize.
Now we still don't. We still don't have documentation
You
for that.
gotta realize there's a fascist state where you have a handful of people that have all the control and power, and they can dictate what you can and cannot do as an individual.
There you go.
There's a fashion state. Are they fabulous?
Ooh, a fashion state. Is this like Tim Gunn?
Teasing you.
Is this a
I can't help it because I am for another. Exactly, I know.
$2.
Look,
Hey, we're out of control, Amy.
Orwellian
We're out of control.
nightmare.
We're
I
out of
was
control.
hoping it was a good sale at Marshall's, but Paul Cavish for $2. Flat Earthers explain navigation charts not using a globe.
You have a North Star.
Tim Gunn would say the flat Earth is a hot mess.
I mean, I'm still waiting on the proposed mechanism for an eclipse.
Yeah,
it's plasma.
Plasma is not a mechanism.
The sun and the moon are local, and the moon is a reflection of the plasma sun.
So how do we see
By the way,
and you have evidence to support these claims?
There's two flat earthers in here.
Hold on. I want to ask this before I forget. Do those that are saying this, do you also believe in the Trinity?
What?
Do you believe?
Yes, if you believe
Trinity?
in the Trinity.
Oh, the Trinity.
There's many different
what is that?
modes of
Garlic.
Those that are making these.
You're gonna make this into a holy war now?
No.
Or is that a mirepoix?
Oh, we've been trying to. This whole thing we think is religion.
Well, your donor's gonna have to donate more than $2 for that to happen.
Oh well, let me tell you.
All you guys fucking hate me because I don't bring up religion
the £2. Thank you so much, Paul.
Because these far leaps sound like the same folks that believe in a Trinity, where there's a Father, a Son, and a Holy Spirit, where they're three separate people, but they're one same goddamn time.
The only reason I'd stop you there is because the drunk flurf who sounds like Dallas Dave, if anybody knows who I'm talking about.
Hey, bro. Dallas Dave is an idiot.
Fair. I would 100% agree with
Why
you.
would
That
you even
seafloor.
compare me to that fucking retard?
Because you sound like him.
No, I
Just
don't.
saying.
I am
say
Southern,
something.
but
Say something. Say something about like commies.
Now, listen. All right. I mean, if you
Shout
want
something
an
about
answer to
commies
the-
face monkeys.
If you want
for
an
me.
answer to the question that was just asked, I can give an answer. Now, the Trinity, I have nobody brought up religion. All you fucking idiots are bringing up religion. I didn't say anything about religion at all.
Now I'm going to go right back into it.
No more religion. So let's talk about the stars. Hey, Stephen, the North Star actually does move. In
No, it
about
doesn't. You're
2,000 years,
We have.
Are you talking about the procession of the equinoxes, right?
You don't get to talk.
Yes, you're talking about the procession of the equinoxes. There's a little cycle that the Polaris goes in a little. It's not a complete circle, but
Dumbass, you don't get to talk.
yeah, bitch. I can
Yeah,
say
bitch,
whatever the fuck I want
He,
to say.
he was
anytime
actually
I wanna
mentioning
say it.
something. So you said something about a Polaris?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was talking about the procession of
No,
the
he ain't
equinoxes.
talking
Do you
about
guys
shit.
know anything about that?
He's not talking about shit.
That's not what I'm
Yeah, could you explain? Could you explain that?
No, he
Yes.
can't explain it. He has no evidence. He has no. There's nothing. He just wants to ridicule.
No,
it.
I want him
Look
to
how
explain
embarrassed
it.
he is that he doesn't even know what the fucking
I'm
procession
actually
of the
so
equinoxes is.
so I'm a centrist on this. So can you explain to me the equinox, or the eclipse? Sorry, the eclipse.
There's no one else.
See you smiling, Amy. Look at him. He's just dumbfounded.
No, I just can't help it the way you say. Like, I appreciate that view that you're trying to like be a middle ground, but a centrist for a flat earth.
Is it a hemisphere? Is that what it is?
Again,
when you say you're a centrist,
it's a homosphere.
Is it like a D20 from D&D where it's round, but it's got a lot of flat sides? Flat face?
Don't get me started joking because I can make jokes all night. You know.
Oh no! Don't threaten me with a good time.
He diarrhea shits out of his mouth.
That's how this whole thing started.
Leave him alone. Just leave him alone.
Sorry, I'm just gonna ask. Like, I'm familiar with the globe. Maybe I could ask more question for people who, well, I guess the Globetrotters. But I just want to ask to the question to the flat Earth guy, who's a little bit inebriated. But I am kind of curious. He kind of piqued my interest a little bit about the eclipse, and I know a little bit about it, but maybe can you explain it a little bit more detail, and then maybe we can go off and to our own. Take it as we will.
Oh yeah,
information.
You two go have your own romantic conversation.
I can't.
I'd like to hear it.
I didn't even get a chance to explain it, but because
could you just let him explain for like a minute?
I'm not.
1 minute.
No.
1 minute.
No. The fact.
Why? Because he was mean to you. He hurt your feelings.
Well,
is that why?
Fuck you too, then.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Well, both sides. Whatever. The centrist life.
He doesn't allow people to ask questions, and he wants to be an asshole. I'm going to be an asshole to him, and if you want to be an asshole, I'll be an asshole to you too.
Well, you're just well. If you be an asshole to everybody, everyone's going to reciprocate that back. So
we'll bring it.
Let's just tone it down a little bit and just let him explain
be
something,
the change
and then you
want to see.
And then I can ask you a question. How about that?
Bring it.
Okay.
Well,
okay. So explain.
I just have to hold on 1 second. I just have to read, and this will be. Well, I don't want to say it'll be short because it's not about how long you use it, or it's really if you're enjoying it as it's happening. Let's get it on. Woo!
Thank you, Grumpy.
Grumpy sending so much love right back at you. Thank you for the support and the love, and we're sending all of the love
It helps
right
us
back.
make it through these
These fascinating times. Thank you, Grumpy.
And,
all right. So I'm curious about the eclipse and how it's measured, because I have heard before.
Me too.
Of credible archaeologists saying that it's not the moon that's the eclipse. It's a light of some sort. So could you maybe enlighten me on what it is, or maybe it is the moon? I'm not quite sure exactly. I'm unsure about it right now. So, Guy left me. Can you explain to me what an eclipse is?
If I can talk.
No, he can't. He doesn't get to talk.
Yeah, see that's, every time I try to say something, this idiot fucking interrupts me.
This idiot right here won't.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you're.
I mean, he does poop out of his mouth. I mean, he has demonstrated that. So
I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be fair to both sides
classic
here.
South
Okay,
Park episode.
I'm trying to be fair to both sides here.
Why would
I'm
you-
trying to be
why-
a referee here.
Why ask for that? Because you could literally stand outside, watch the moon move in front of the damn sign, and you know the answer. I mean, you talk about observing something, and then you want a complicated answer to that that's not real. But you walk outside and look. Watch, look, there's the
Well,
moon.
it's hard. It's hard to do these eclipses because what the last eclipse was at 1979, and then we just had one in 2017. So like these things don't happen very often. You'd think they'd happen more
They
if
happen
they're
every year.
if they're
Just
if they're
not
circling
in
around
every
the
part of the
sun.
world.
Listen,
have eclipses all
I
the
don't.
time.
You can ask anyone else in the room. You can ask. I'm sure there's other flat earthers here, but this dumbass is the one that came after me for asking honest questions, and then wants to continue to be a trollish fucking asshole. So
No,
now,
you're scared of my answers, bitch. That's why you don't want me to
I'm
answer.
going to troll the fuck out of him. And you can call me any name you want, bitch. You can call me any name you want. I got you.
All right, well, this is interesting. Okay, time for outros.
Okay, so we're going to censorship now of different viewpoints. We're just gonna
Absolutely.
follow on
I
and-
think at this point we are all just trolling each other. So I love.
I don't agree with censorship, but I can't control Oz.
we're just gonna.
Hey, I'm gonna jump out, Amy. I appreciate you.
I think
you don't get
inviting me here. Hey, check this out. I've been here for 3 hours, so don't even fucking try this. I'm talking to Amy. Shut up.
It doesn't matter. I've known Amy way longer than you're a piece of shit.
No shit.
You're a piece of shit.
I'm
You're a piece of
quite
shit.
aware. Okay, I'm a piece of shit. Fucking call me a piece of shit. It doesn't
Bye-bye.
matter.
Bye bye.
You know what?
Bye bye.
Yeah, actually,
Have a
Amy's
good
gonna
night.
let me. I want to. Amy, do you want me to give my final statement before I leave?
good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to
feel
go.
like we
You
may
go.
have to. Maybe let's just go into outros because that's the only way that everyone is going to get. We'll keep on going forever.
Don't Amy, don't give him a platform. He's a dishonest piece of shit. But it's your channel.
That's
can I
absolutely
tell you,
not true.
Oz?
You know, I
And
host.
What I
Let him
think
go-
is he's
a
going to
couple
wake up
YouTube
tomorrow and feel
Let
very
him go
differently.
first
He'll
so
be
he
like,
can
I
leave.
should have been nicer to Oz.
Let him go first so he can leave.
Yeah, so you guys are just freaking.
Well, I
Anyway.
love you too.
Yeah, this is how it goes.
For coming. I'm trying to be middle
I mean,
ground.
to
I'm
be
not.
fair, you've been really drunk for like a couple hours now.
Yeah.
You've really
Well, no,
rubbed a lot of people
what
the wrong way.
What I would say, Helio, is I think that you and Oz got off on the wrong foot, and so that once that you piss him off, he's good at giving it back. But what I would say is, I hope
I'd say
that.
first impressions are hard to go over though. Like,
Yeah, well, what can I say?
Yeah.
I will say that maybe have come back and have better conversations. Like I said, he's patient. He was willing to go through. I've seen him talk with. See, I'm trying to use what is not a backhanded
Sunflower.
compliment. People that very much disagree with him.
No, I mean,
And he's got
I
great
was doing fine until this guy came in. Right.
Well,
Yeah.
and I'm glad.
People are being overly charitable.
Unfortunately.
But Helio,
Anyway, I mean, hey,
you
I'll
did-
give my outro. Hey, listen,
Isn't
you
that
can go
ironic?
to my Helio Skeptic
comes in
channel.
as-
You can check out
guy-
some of my
the
work.
guy that comes in
And
as-
I have 24/7 Flat Earth Discord
that's when you
live
get
channel.
That's
You
when
can
you're
go watch
wrong.
that. And you can join there, and you
Isn't that
can.
ironic?
I mean, this guy won't even let me talk, and maybe
Isn't
Amy
that
just
ironic?
kicked me out. Whatever.
Well, here.
Peace out.
Yeah, I mean, you go to
Like
24/7
rain on your
Flat Earth
wedding
Discord
day.
live, and if you want to talk about Flat Earth, it's the best place on Earth to talk about Flat Earth. So yeah, just jump in there on YouTube. Just type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. You'll find it. So thanks, Amy, for having me in here.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on and being, like I said, we want opposition viewpoints. We want people to actually say whatever they want. So thank you for joining us.
Yeah, sorry if I was rude, which I was rude, but also
But
I wasn't the only one.
Oh man, you sound like a child as usual.
I feel bad. I'm looking for a line to cut out.
All right.
because I feel like,
Don't
but
feel
it's been good conversations. But I want to make sure everyone's been able to say whatever the hell they want. I now got to say $5 sending love for Ian Davenport. Is sending a super
so much,
sticker.
Ian.
It is a dude just celebrating and sending us love, and we are
It's more than
sending love
$2.
right
That's
back.
good. Maybe he
To
wants
Ian
me to
Davenport.
critique the Trinity now.
Hey, we like any
they would love it,
support.
Josh.
It really does help. And while keep on saying it, it enables us to do things like buy this lovely hard copy of the Satanic Verses, which you can all buy on Amazon.com. I just want to thank any terrorist out there that had the goal of making this book become a #1 bestseller. I feel like that must have been what they were trying to achieve, and they did. So
God's
the
will.
Satanic Verses,
Allah wills
fantastic.
it, right?
Amazon.com.
Inshallah.
It goes fantastic with your atheist handbook to the Old Testament.
Allah Akbar.
Buy them now. Woohoo from Dr. Josh. And all right, I keep on saying it and saying it. I actually have an outro this time at the very, very end because we didn't do intros. We basically steamrolled it.
She held
But we
off
are
her
going to
intro.
go in order.
Get everybody
I
on.
probably should have done this hours earlier, but the conversation we had good back and forth, and we are now going to go to our outros with Oz. Oz, you are the most recent to join us, which means you are going to be the one start us off as we
And the
move
most
into
badass.
our midnight ranting outros.
It is.
Ooh.
Thanks, Oz, for
What
coming
is
in,
up,
laying them down a
Oz,
little
for
bit of a
coming in?
smackdown on that BS.
Yeah. So what had happened was, yes. See, that's if you for those that know me, I love having productive, efficient conversations, whether it takes 5 minutes or 3 hours. I'll invest the time. But as soon as somebody's pardon me, Amy and James, I'm going to be belligerent right now. As soon as somebody's a fucking asshole and a douchebag, I'm going to call that shit out. And not only am I going to call it out, I'm going to be a thorn on their side. Because there is no good reason to ever say, well, you're asking the wrong questions. What are you talking about? I already admitted that I'm essentially brand new to this conversation, brand new to this argument. Who are you to tell me whether my questions are valid or invalid? So for those that listen to this now or later, when someone comes in, they're asking questions, and they've already admitted that they're new to this particular subject or topic, they're asking questions. Don't do that, because if they have a personality profile similar to mine, you're probably going to let the pit bull off the leash. The pit bull is probably going to come off the leash and say, fuck you, and then gobble you up. And that's what we did. And Amy, James, I love you guys and I respect you guys, but I have no time and no tolerance for assholes and asshats like
here
that dude. So that's it. That's my closing.
We're sending that
Love
love
you, Oz.
right
Thanks for
back,
coming on, man.
Oz.
Appreciate it.
Who you can find at youtube.com/The Atheist Network Group. Woohoo! Yes, that's right, right there. Go check out Oz and Jena
Tang gang.
and Shane the Skeptic and Biddy Buddha and the entire Tang gang out there. And sending so much love. All right, Oz, thank you so very much for joining us. We're going right down
Thanks,
the
Oz.
line and then into
Amy,
our after
before we
show.
go.
Oh, yep. Oh, that's right. Oh, sending so much love to P-Bot,
Thank you,
who
P-Bot.
says, oh, Amy and folks, look up Alderson's disk, as well as Megastructures, the Visual Encyclopedia by Neil Blevins. I probably got that last
Thank
name
you,
wrong.
Peabot.
But thank you
Appreciate
so
the
very
support.
much, Peabot. Go check
Means the
that
world.
out. I feel like I should basically pin that to grab everyone's attention. And
We got the Sinister Porpoise out there. Good to see you, Sinister.
Woohoo! What's up, Sinister?
I have to say this real quick before you
Absolutely.
take I have to say this just because it's been mentioned several times in the chat. I have to say the name. Thank you, Titan Uranus. That's it. That's it.
Thank you so very much, Oz.
Thanks so much, Oz.
I tried to tighten my anus once, but my nuts fell off.
Well, once again, you sometimes
You can talk to
just
Titan
need
and
to-
chat about that. He'll help you with. He'll
I'll
he
check
can give
that
you a
out.
step-by-step tutorial.
And once again, thank you just so very much, Peabot, for all of the support. That's right, Atheist, your way.
Atheist your way. Thank you,
In
Grumpy.
fact, that is.
It's okay. None of us can spell.
Yes, the three of I'm trying to see it in chat. It doesn't show up. Grumpy also sent his 3-month. It's like you get a super chat of a month as a member, and he sent it at 3 months. I think this is lying, and that's right. Because
Thank you,
we
Grumpy.
have, as members, you get evolving badges that you just get by being a member. The longer you're here, the more it evolves.
The more it will
You just
trigger.
need time, and they say that's our god, and yet it seems like it's evolving. That's kind of. But thank you, Grumpy. Sending so
Thanks,
much
Grumpy.
love. And we're gonna go down the rest. Got really dark there for a second. No. We're keeping it light and cheery. We hope you're having a great night out
Light and
there.
fluffy.
We're gonna go down. And once again, sending love to everyone: atheist, theist, liberal, conservative. In fact, rebel. We have been Midnight Ranting. We have been talking about the flat earth on trial. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Okay, cool. I'll try to make this as quick as possible, but I just always having or I love having like some sort of visual aid. Do you mind? Oh wait, whoops. Do you mind sharing my screen if that's okay?
You are good as
No,
long
we'll
as
see
you
your
keep
screen,
it like
man.
under a minute or so. I'll share your screen to get you up there. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, so okay, it looks like Oz left, or maybe he might still be there. Yeah, there's
he's here.
he's asking peer-reviewed, scientific articles that show Earth is flat. Here's one here. I have the actual link. You can see at the top. It's at NASA.gov. This one has three different authors, and I have links for all of these here. These are just screenshots that I have, so we don't go through hundreds and hundreds of pages of stuff. You can see it's a 100-page paper here. But here in the summary, which happens to be like the abstract, it tells you what the whole paper about. The second line, the first sentence, it mentions a flat, non-rotating Earth, and it's talking about how to fly airplanes. It's called a rigid aircraft. Okay, and the same thing here is said in the conclusion, just in case you missed it in the summary. Talks about constant mass flying in a stationary atmosphere over a flat and non-rotating Earth. Okay, that was just one example. Here's another one from NASA.gov. I'm just sort of flying through this because we're at the end, but in the highlight, where a flat, non-rotating Earth may be assumed.
Yeah. Where?
This one.
So meaning only where?
It's a little different. I think it's my outro time.
Let him hang himself. Give him the rope.
Yeah.
Carry on.
This one here at the bottom, you can see where it says the brightness
my
of the firmament. People would just mock this concept and say like it's just some ancient Near East thing. They didn't have any kind of scientific knowledge back then, and they just thought we were living under a dome. this is something. This is an applied physics technical report from the Institute of Applied Geophysics from the USSR, and they mentioned what's here, the brightness of the firmament. So there you go. And then here we're seeing more flat Earth being mentioned here. Another thing about flight trajectory, of a non-rotating flat Earth. This is from MIT, assuming a flat Earth. And you can point out the term "assume" all you want, but if something is, if a spinning globe has been established as the scientific consensus of the cosmology, I don't know why they would assume anything remotely like the opposite of what's true. Again, flat non-rotating Earth. Same thing here. Again, I mean, we can just go on and on. Relationships correct for flat Earth. Again, I mean, flat Earth model you see here. Oh, look, the Army and the official .mil website. Just in case you missed it in the text, and in big letters, big text in the title says propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth. I mean, and flat is not even the most formal term you can use. They could have said like level plane, right? But they don't. Okay, and it goes on and on. But and Amy, sorry, the last thing I just want to say here is just bring it back to my point about what I was explaining to Oz. The main reason why they lie about the globe is because, unfortunately, it makes people turn into a nihilistic atheists that think that life has no purpose and we're just here as an accident.
Woohoo!
So unfortunately, you guys just happen to be a victim of the heliocentric propaganda. So that's a sad state of affairs. Because here from this,
a good time.
Here from the screenshot, this is from Atheist Republic here, and you can see they're making this meme.
Isn't he
about
past a minute? Because he's still talking.
God's favorite planet, God's favorite star, and God's favorite galaxy, and he's saying like, oh, yup, seems legit. But this is not true because none of this exists. It's the only plane of existence. The only plane of existence is
including the
Earth,
God. He doesn't exist either.
and God in heaven above us. Okay.
No fucking joke.
And I know, and Amy brought out that satanic verse little book earlier, and we all know here that 666 is associated with the devil. And if you want to tell me that all these numbers associated with the heliocentric cosmology is just a coincidence where 666 is all part of it, then go right ahead and you can say that. And Amy, I promise this is the last one. The reason why any of you cannot be convinced by anything that I've showed you, it just comes down to this, because you've been demoralized, and like it says here, true information does not any matter. The facts tell you guys nothing. Even if I was to show you authentic proof with documents, pictures, you will still refuse to believe it, because education becomes indoctrination, entertainment becomes hypnotism, criminals become leaders, and lies become truth. And with that, I will yield. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank you for showing us those posts, so now we can see that they're all bullshit. So thank you. It's exactly what we thought they are. It doesn't say what you think they say. It's all bullshit.
And
Thank you so very much, Rebel, for your closing statement. We're going to bring up the Sinister Porpoise for $2. Flat Earth equal atheist? Non sequitur. And that sounds like something for the Flat Earthers. So you have to travel your voices through me.
Wait, is that a question?
More of a comment, really. I feel Norm Macdonald flowing through me every time I say that.
I don't know if he didn't understand what I was saying, but I was literally showing how the concept of a globe, being a speck of dust in our galaxy and the entire universe, the whole point of that is to make people turn into atheists, because it's hiding the literal position of God's throne directly above the firmament in heaven. So it makes, the whole point is to make nihilistic atheists. That's the whole point.
And I just have to say, and Rebel, I'll let you have the last thing after I say this, is that James and I sit here day in and day out, just tipping our fedora, and we're like, did you guys know that the Bible and the Quran often support a flat earth position? And the Christians just come on and they're like, don't say that. No one ever says that. You are straw manning us. And so I just want to say, right from the horse's mouth, ladies and gentlemen. Right there, Rebel is saying it ties it to the Bible. But back to you, Rebel, for the final, because I did, add
We'll give you a
My moderator in me is just too.
Yes,
got a
Amy,
sentence.
Yes, that's true. A lot of other ancient Near East cultures also did believe in a geocentric, flat level universe. And the Quran does have some verses that maybe point to it, but there is another verse that talks about the heavens like infinitely expanding. So that's why I always refer back to the Bible being as the best, most authoritative source on cosmology, especially when you consider the Book of Enoch that has an entire section directly discussing the cosmology of the Earth.
Thank
We
you
even
so
got the
very
Enoch,
much. Thank
Giants
you,
and all.
Sinister.
Thank you so much for working that in.
for that super chat and support and love. We're sending that love right back to you. And yeah. But that's, I guess, what we're fine. That is our claim. That is our claim. Even the one atheist that, and we're gonna bring up the next person. Even the atheist that normally we say is contrarian, even he was like, "Listen, flat Earth,
Don't
round,
say I'm a
yeah."
flat Earth. Yeah.
But we have other views. That's the beautiful point, ladies and gentlemen. Steven, we have been midnight ranting on the flat Earth on trial. Hope you had fun. What do you
Welcome
got
aboard.
going on? And what are your final thoughts?
Okay, so we all come in this world blind, naked, confused, scared. We're all going to leave the same. And we didn't do anything to do any of that. It just so happens to be that way. As above, so below, as within, so without. You go outside, you look at your porch, you see an ant. You're a massive, giant creature that it probably doesn't even see. And I would suspect that would be the same for us. We can think that we're the biggest, strongest thing out there, but I would suspect we're being looked down upon like an ant. So look at Roger Spur, Bud Fossil University. It'll kind of help elaborate, give you a little bit more evidence to that notion. That's all.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Steven,
Thank you.
for joining us. Like I said, I keep on saying it. We actually really appreciate those views that disagree with our own. So keep on coming on and saying really whatever you want. And all right, we're gonna keep on going down. We have John. We have Midnight Ranting on the Flat Earth on Trial. I hope you have had fun. What do you have going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to be kind of just a centrist today for the topic at hand. I did like some of the input. I forget who I was talking to. The guy, he said he was from university. He seemed really well spoken and respectable, and made some valid points, maybe about some measurement issues of being off when it comes to flat earthers. Maybe their numbers are off here or there, but I guess I am kind of skeptical because we're told a history that we always assume history is linear, but really it's a lot of resets. And so I'm of the belief that there is a kind of a gaslighting of some sorts of institutions, especially nowadays. And I've never really thought that I would be even open-minded to a flat Earth, but now with some of the articles that people have posted on this stream here, I'm going to read them over, and I'm going to, maybe ponder it a little bit more and maybe be a little bit more educated on it. Because I don't know, they have something there, but I'm not subscribing to a flat Earth model yet. But I mean, there is something to think about for sure, and maybe who knows? Maybe one day I'll be part of the flat Earth tribe. But
Maybe
for now,
in
I
a few
guess
days, yeah.
I guess I globe. So yeah, that's just my position here on the topic, and glad to make it to the end of the show. I left for a little bit because I just kind of thought that atheists were trolling me last time I was here, but I just found out that their
Trolling you,
ideas
John.
are kind of nonsensical. So
No, we wouldn't troll you.
I came back and I I forgave you for your guys' heresy, and I'm back again. So yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna read and then maybe if some globe people have something I could read. I mean, there's a lot there. So, but yeah, I'm gonna read some Flat Earth, and I appreciate the Flat Earth community coming here today and sharing their links. And I'm gonna read the 100-page thing, and maybe I'll read some other things too. But yeah, history is not what it seems. So good night, and that's all I gotta say.
Thank you so
Thanks,
very much, John. Thank you for joining us as always. We're getting I'm liking that we're getting more theists on the show, and so keep on coming on. And all right, No name. What is up? We have been Midnight Ranting on the Flat Earth on trial. What do you have got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, right now I'm just packing a bowl. Thankful for you having me on. It was a pleasure. I find the Flat Earth not guilty of existing based on this trial this evening. To the centrist who said, he hasn't subscribed to that model yet, well, congratulations. It's very difficult to subscribe to a model that doesn't exist. So good for you. I think what really stood trial were people's standards of evidence. And I think we all saw which ones
definitely
were superior and which ones were inferior. And I'll let the jury decide that. But thanks for having me, Amy.
Thanks, No Name.
Woohoo! Thank you for joining
And Jane.
us.
Oh, you're welcome.
And No Name, feel free to keep coming back.
Oh, I come often. Come early, come often. That's my motto.
That's right.
Come often.
Not my sending so much love. Batman, thank you for the fabulous stream. I'm so glad I found you. Woohoo! Sending so much love right back to you. I forget which comedian says this once again, but there's no such sure as premature ejaculation. You come exactly when you were supposed to. But yes, sending so much love to everyone out there. Sending so love, No Name. Let's keep on going. Dan, we only got 3 left.
Oh, I didn't say anything about it being premature.
Oh well, no, then I know that's I forget whose joke that even is.
I just said come early, come often.
That's right, as often as we can, except for oh my God, I want to reiterate this claim that during the debate, one of our opponents, and I think the other tried Trump basically agreed. He said that porn was gay. And it wasn't like T-girl porn was gay. Wasn't like, I don't know, if you're just staring at the guy's dong the whole time, it's kind of gay.
Forgive me, it made me think of that scene from, I think, was it 40-Year-Old Virgin, where Paul Rudd and, what's his name, were sitting there doing that, how I know you're gay, back and forth. I think, or it was from some movie where he was like, what kind of dicks do you prefer in your porn? Do you prefer your male porn star to have a like a
Yes.
small dick or a big dick, and the guy was
That
like,
is the bit. I was talking
Yeah.
about that earlier. It is literally like someone listened to that bit and they're like, oh my God, I'm gay. I can't look at porn anymore.
I
It's
like to think of
dude,
Robert
it's a
Downey
joke.
Jr. from Tropic Thunder and say, "Yeah, we all a little gay sometimes. Just is what it is."
Is it from Tropic Thunder? I've been trying to think where it's from.
Yeah, that's from that part. I know is from Tropic
Yes,
Thunder.
they took that bit and Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'm sending so much love. We're about to get 3 ones. We got Obi, James, and myself. Just very quickly, I'm gonna bring up. I see he has said he previously. He said previously that masturbation equates to kissing yourself. What? Oh my God. This dude needs therapy. Look, I am not a therapist. I have no clinical training. I have no expertise in the subject. But I think this dude needs to see a doctor. Like, for realsies.
I tried to sodomize myself, but the physics just didn't work out.
And fans of the channel will know I have been charged with attempted sodomy. But if they let me, I would have been successful. Anyway, sending so
They
much
just stopped
love.
her too soon.
This was a show, and I listened to it. Thanks. Thank you for sticking around, X Music. Yes. Yo. I seriously, I feel like I have to spray. I don't know if it's my eyelids or like my ear canals, but like my lordy, I don't believe in anything that Freud said, basically, but Freud would have had a field day with whatever just went on in that debate. But yes, I really have to. We're gonna hand it over to Obi-Wan. Thank you so very much, Obi-Wan, for joining us tonight. I want to first of all thank you for joining the Skeptic and Ranting community. It is an honor to have your support and love, and we're going to send that support and love right back at you. But I also want to say I hope you had a fun time on this Midnight Ranting, the Flat Earth on trial. What do you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
I had a great time. Thank you so much for having me. I was very sad we didn't get to talk about the tacos. I thought that was a sexual innuendo, so I missed out on that. So maybe next time.
True.
So yeah, look, I have nothing. I'm not at anything. This is the first time I've ever been on a YouTube thing. Period.
Woo-hoo! Glad to have you. That is actually awesome.
Absolutely.
That is fantastic.
So y'all busted my YouTube cherry tonight. So
I hear it hurts the first time.
It was a little painful. Yes, it was a little painful. So anyway, look, I have no hate or animus to anybody. I love you all. I really do. I was raised Southern Baptist, I think, like the other guy here. So yeah, it was a long journey away from that indoctrination, so to speak. And it was not easy. And it took a lot of years to kind of figure out that, you know what, there's a lot more going on than I was actually taught. Now, that's truly indoctrination. But you know, I have my ethics are still biblically driven. So whoever it was that sort of questioned our ethical standards or whatever, I still subscribe to biblical. There's nothing wrong with the Bible. I don't believe that there's a God, but there's nothing wrong with the Bible. There's a lot of good things in it. There's a lot of bullshit in it. It's not a scientific document that everybody claims it is. But there's nothing wrong with having some sort of moral compass that's driven by, you know, what I think are good intentions. Just be a good human. That's what I try to be. I try to be a good human. So, look, the one thing, I'm going to debunk this because I said not to go down it, so that's fine. There's no mental gymnastics required to look at all of those documents that Rebel Nazarene brought up and realize that they're all talking about testing certain physical dynamics of aircraft in certain situations like stall speeds and things like that have nothing to do with curvature and don't need curvature calculations in them. And so that's why they literally start out right at the front saying, we did all the calculations assuming there's no curve. We're not pretending there's a curve here. We're just simply saying it has nothing to do with anything. We don't need the complicated gymnastics of curvature to say anything about what we're doing and what we're testing. This is my time. So anyway, So no mental gymnastics. It's an understood thing. Anybody that reads through the rest of those things understands what they're talking about. You don't need curvature. It doesn't apply in these situations. We're not talking about long flights for thousands of miles. We're talking about minute variations in certain things within a short span of time, turn, or distance. That's it. Having been an aircraft pilot, having been an F-14 pilot for 20 years, I know what I'm talking about. And I will also say, as an F-14 pilot, I got my F-14 up to over 70,000 feet, and I saw the curvature of the Earth. No doubt it's there, guarantee it. I've also flown over Antarctica, and it's there too, and it's not an ice wall. So those are my two things, my personal things that I have seen and done that I know. You could call me a liar, you call me whatever you want. I don't care. That's it. Thank you all. Loved
Thanks,
it.
Obi-Wan. Good to have you on.
Everybody. Loved everybody.
Don't call me late for dinner.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Obi-Wan. Glad to have you on board, and welcome to the Skeptic and Ranting community. And all right, we are going to hand it to the pilot.
Oh boy.
We are going.
Is it really that time?
I cannot
You made it?
believe it. Before it becomes dawn, I think we need to actually tuck into our end of our Midnight Ranting, the Flat Earth on Trial.
We made it.
James, the debate, the topic, everything in tacos.
Well, thanks, everybody. We made it. We made it to the end. It was a wild ride, but it was a lot of fun. I want to thank everybody for spending all this time in chat with us. It's almost 5 a.m. on a Sunday morning. A lot of people getting ready to get up and go to church, I'm sure. Yeah, but not too much among our audience, but yeah, we had a lot of people on. I want to thank everybody for coming on the panel. Thank all of our supporters, those who were able to be members and Patreons and send in super chats. We appreciate all that support. It helps us keep on doing what we're doing. And we have coming up in the next few days our Ask Me Anything or Say Something Funny episode. I know Amy's pumped for it. I'm pumped for it. Gizmo, he's taking a nap, but I know he's pumped for it. So get ready for that. Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your night.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, James. And Gizmo, in fact. And I normally don't have an outro. But before we, because I like to be neutral as I exit, nonetheless, I actually didn't get to say it, my intro at the beginning. So this long preamble is me saying that the Flat Earth on Trial may be online in the recesses of the internet, but not in academia or in physics departments. We've known the world was round for thousands of years, ever since natural philosophers began looking at shadows down wells. We were able to compare these shadows from city to city to deduce the world was round. However, most of societies in the Dark Ages stuck to a flat Earth model. Was it until those disproving around Earth, trying to disprove around Earth, like Ferdinand Magellan, my English, end up circumnavigating the Earth? Well, his seamen, really, because he died by locals via expedition, but his crew circumnavigated the Earth, going in a single direction until they came, around again. Something only possible on a globe. That's before we get to live video footage of the Earth from space, which most flat earthers will say is visual effects, similar to the moon landing, when they have no experience in any of those fields, let alone a hard science like biology, chemistry, or physics. No. What we get is instead, and I feel bad that, dude, bro, logic. Hey, man, are you going to trust data that's be given to you by someone else? Why, yes. They're scientists, and you're the guy at the end of the bar. Do you see the difference? That's because the flat earth topic isn't really about science. If you poke them hard enough, some of you will tell you that it's about God or a creator that makes this flat world float in thin air because of a special creation. But they all share the same thing in common. They reject mainstream science, or what we say are theories, in return for conspiracy theories, which is the type of thinking one needs to put to ask the flat earth on trial. It's good to understand how gravity works as a force pushing everything inwards, that we are indeed a ball floating in the middle of space around our nearest star. And if any flat earther says otherwise, I'm waiting for any day when they can present their own model and not just blow a bunch of hot air. And thank you. I feel bad meeting all these lovely people because I wrote that even before the debate and all this stuff, or I guess in between the debate before we started the stream. But way before I met all these lovely people. So I'm sure that doesn't apply to anybody here of what I just said. Nonetheless,
Amy, I just want to point out that you said hard and blow and semen in your outro.
Did you notice that, huh?
And I just hope that it was good for you as it was for me.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
That's right. Once again, I do hope that you all had a good time on this Midnight Ranting. Like James said, we are about to have our Ask Me Anything, our Say Something Funny, which is a podcast that is for our supporters, our channel members, our Patreons, are if you send super chats, it's the only way you're going to be able to ask me anything or say something funny. However, it's open to the entire public because we realized that was the best way to do it. And so now everyone's invited. The subscribers, viewers, doesn't matter. Come, just once again, not on the flag, on the sheets, please.
Dry cleaning bill.
Right here. Try to aim for this. Gee, I know why. This is a crack. Kids, to let everyone sleep. It's only 5 a.m.
Have your supporters.
But I do want to thank everyone out there. I want to thank, like I said, there's things on the docket. We are about to do a skeptic and ranting, probably on biblical slavery. So come join us for that. We are about to do a call-in show on the Big Bang is on the docket. We have 2 debates. Leo and Mark are both debating Praise I Am That I Am. Not at the same time, but they are both debating him. And if you are a person that's into debates, in fact, I'll get it out right now. Well, then come join us. I'll whip it out, ladies and gentlemen. The Debate Me Bra sign-up sheets are now being sent into the chat. So feel free to sign up, add your name. Doesn't matter what you are. I think put something to contact you. If not, we'll get you on Discord or on YouTube. Email me. We'll figure out something, but put your name, put a topic and a position, affirmative or negative. We'll have some fun. Maybe we'll have some flat earth debates. It would be. Let me tell you, some of the things we've had, stranger than fiction. I'm trying to remember.
Biblically speaking.
I mean, we used to have Bubble come in here just every other day trying to get us to believe in the gnomes that were found during the Vietnam War. So you never know what you're going to hear. Sending so much love, Bubble. We love he Yeah, well, he's trying to tell us that evolution is a hoax, but definitely the gnomes that were stealing both children's and soldiers' socks. That makes sense. Just kidding, Bubble. Once again, sending love. What am I talking about? I wanted to say that I hope that you all had a fun time on this midnight ranting. The Flat Earth on Trial, dun 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 dun, where tonight we threw a modern day debate inspired after party. In fact, sending love to James over at Modern Day Debate, sending love to Sideshow Nav, working his butt off, to Kaz, who was an awesome moderator, and the entire Modern Day Debate community. But we threw the after party on Flat Earth on Trial. Amy versus TJump, sending love to my brother out there. TJump who did great tonight versus FlatterDaySaint versus Nathan Thompson, who did what I thought they would do, but I'm so glad that they had a debate with us and for a good time all around the world. Though I do want to thank my co-host, James W. Ding! Send love to Peter. Gonna go for it out there. Along with our guests, Mark, Sunflower, Helioskeptic, Jason, Obi-Wan, No Name, John, Beamsy, Steven, Rebel, and Oz. Woohoo! As well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, What's Up Twitchosphere, or subscribe, woohoo, YouTube. Then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all, you'll gain access for reminders to see our premieres or join our live stream. Like, what is Peter's out there saying sending love back, ding, to see our live streams, like right here. Or hey, leave a comment once the video's done. You can also leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back as thanks on the next episode. Absolutely. After the show, we'll be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members. Though the best way to help us make even more content and to unlock some unique perks is by checking out our Patreon and becoming a supporter at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.
Mwah.